Am I live? Oh, shit. Okay, now I'm live. Hold on. Let me know when y'all see me on the other end. As soon as you see me, let me know. Just now. Okay, got it. Here we go. Cool. I'm live on Facebook. Wait. Yo, every time I go live on Facebook, they mute me automatically. They have it so anytime I go live, I'm muted. So I got to go in there and unmute it. Can I receive gifts? I don't know. I don't want you guys to give me gifts. Honestly, I don't want you to send me any gifts. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it, but nah, don't send me any gifts, okay? Oh, okay. I'm streaming. I'm streaming on Instagram. Hopefully, I'm streaming on X. Let's make sure. Let me know if I'm streaming on X. Because I don't see myself on X. If you can see me on X, let me know. Just type in the chat or whatever under the post. Yeah. All right. I think you can see me on X. All right, cool. Yes. All right. We're good to go. We are good to go, people. We are good to go. All right. I'm good on all platforms. All right, cool. So I was just doing this as a little test. As you guys know, I have a podcast that I started. It's called We Need to Talk with Tony Lindsay. And I've just been trying to have these common sense conversations that seem to be completely missing from the public discourse. No one is really listening to each other. It's a very toxic environment. And so the video is delayed. On X, you have the TikTok stream. So the video is delayed. No, that's okay if the video is delayed, just as long as my words are matching up with what I'm saying. That's what I'm concerned about. Are my words matched up with what I'm saying? Hey, I saw someone say you're glad I have my account back. No, I don't. TikTok has banned all my other accounts, and that's one of the major problems that I have with what's going on today is our voices are being silenced, and we're acting like it's no big deal. We're acting like censorship is okay. That is authoritarianism. The things that are being espoused by Kamala Harris and especially Tim Walz, they're very dangerous to our rights as American citizens. And I think that should be the hard red line for most Americans, whether you are a Democrat or you're a Republican. At the end of the day, your freedom should be the one uncompromisable thing where you will never, ever budge. And I think that we've gotten to a place where the corporate media, the legacy media has convinced all of us that through repetition, by the way, and cooperation with the state, that Donald Trump bad, Orange Man bad, Kamala good. And it's very sad because whenever people try to offer valid criticism of the political left, they are immediately vilified. They're demonized. They're silenced. They're shut down. One of the fundamental freedoms that we all have as Americans, one of the essential tenets of being an American is the right to dissent, the right to disagree with your government. And we've seen this with authoritarian regimes all around the world throughout history. And the easiest way to dominate, to control a population is to take away their ability to speak. We've seen this with communist regimes. And you know, people, they get so sensitive when they hear the word communism. But what's interesting is in the TikTok lives that I do. I'm streaming to you right now from my TikTok. I don't even know if they're going to take it down, because this is, and I want to do it this way because I want everyone else on the other platforms out there, well, mainly X, because I'm shadow banned everywhere else. I want you to, I got a bad echo again on X. Shit, I hate interrupting. All right. Do I have a bad echo on X? To anyone who's watching this on X, please tell me if you are getting an echo. Matter of fact, let me listen. See me on X getting an echo. Let me know. Just type. Matter of fact, let me listen. See me on X getting an echo. Let me know. Just type. Matter of fact, let me listen. See me on X getting an echo. Let me know. Just type. Matter of fact, let me listen. See me on X getting an echo. Let me know. Just type. All right. So tell me now if you hear an echo at all on X, because X is the most important place for me right now to be speaking. I'm on X right now, and just let me know if you hear an echo. That's what I want to know. All right. Like, let's not talk about anything else in the chat, because I don't want to be like taken away. I don't want to be distracted. Am I good? It's good on X. Okay. So if I'm good on X, all right, I'm gonna keep going. All right. So you all said I'm all good on X. All right. So I'm good on all three. All right. So let's cook. All right. And excuse me to anybody who's watching this and you're just kind of like, damn, why does this guy keep pausing? I just want to make sure that everybody can see, everyone can hear clearly what I have to say. I do TikTok lives because I think it's very important that we all have a right to speak. We all have a right to engage in conversation. The uncomfortable conversations are very important for us to engage in. That's how we learn. That's how we grow. And far too often, I see people talking about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, which is actual truthful information that may yield an inconvenient result. And we've created a political environment where we feel that we must be protected from words. I don't need to be protected from words. I don't teach my children that they need to be protected from words. We're creating this emotional instability and fragility that is creating a society, and I would say that propagates and encourages and supports mental illness. And this is a very, very scary time right now. Yeah, and I know people talk about snowflakes and things like that. Yeah, and I get it. Maybe I grew up in a different generation. I'm Gen X. You know, we taught our kids, like, if there was a bully, if somebody's bullying you, fight back. That's what we taught our kids. But today, you're teaching our kids that, you know, anyone who disagrees with you is an enemy and they must be punished. They must be destroyed. You're teaching our kids that they don't even have to achieve anything based on merit, but that they are entitled to not only whatever they want, but whatever other people have. That's a very dangerous place. We're in a society where you get participation ribbons, fifth place ribbons. What the hell are we doing? And I think that's the type of political environment that fuels the political left right now. It is a political movement that it tends to be based in entitlement and a lot of anger, hostility, a lot of resentment. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of people on the left, they've been duped into believing that the unfavorable results of all of these years of bad policy are the fault of the evil Republicans, the evil conservatives. And this is the problem. We're following politics of so-called virtue, and we're ignoring all of the pragmatic solutions, the reasonable solutions, the logical conclusions that we need to come to in order to understand the root of the problem. But instead of doing that, we do name calling. Oh, you're a bad person because you don't think like me. I've learned that the worst way to make any decision is through feelings. Maybe that's just something that's missing from me. Maybe that's something that is not a part. I mean, I'm a very empathetic person, but there's a time and a place for feelings, and there is always a place for logic. We've abandoned logic and replaced it with feelings. That is the Democrat Party. How do I know this? Because Kamala Harris is an empty candidate that offers nothing more than, I can't even say empty platitudes, because they're not even platitudes. It's outright disrespect. It's not even disrespect to just the public, the American people, but it's disrespect to her voters. Did you guys hear her last rally? Like, I want you to hear the things that she says at her rallies. I just saw a clip of her at a rally. I think it was yesterday. And it was like a 1 or 2 minute clip. She ran down the line of all these policies, all these things about Trump, all of the things that, she's fighting against. And every single thing that she said in that rant was a lie. Literally everything she said was a debunked lie. Why are our political candidates allowed to do this? Like, why is this okay? This is what American politics is now, just a bunch of name calling and no policy discussion whatsoever. What, to make us feel good because, she told him, or even he told her, but no one's talking about policy? The one thing, and here's the thing, and when we talk about the virtue, right, and the feelings, here's one good example of feelings. My own people, Black people, I try to engage in logical discussion with you as it pertains to the policies that we're supporting. And the responses that I always get whenever I try to discuss the policy is the feelings. Oh, Donald Trump is a racist. Donald Trump is the... And then when the more I listen, because I think it's important that you listen to people, which is why I hate censorship. The more you listen to people, the more you come to understand why they think the way they do. But the hardest part now is to pull them away, decrease the emotion, and try to insert a little bit of logic. That's the biggest barrier that we face today. And I think we face that barrier because not only are the elected officials lying to us, and I'm talking about Democrats and Republicans, by the way, but we also have a media that is serving as a stenographer for the neocons, the deep state, the corrupt corporations, the bureaucrats behind the door who are putting all the money into the pockets of these politicians. But you have a media apparatus in this country that is 99%, honestly, lying to the public. We're so heavily propagandized, we don't even understand. We don't even know, not even at all, that we're being lied to. Actually, even when we do discover that we've been lied to, we just brush it off and then just go right back to using the same lying ass media as our evidence for our talking points. How is it that this is to Democrats? How is it that you're okay with a candidate running for the presidency right now who was only given to you after, one, they ignored your votes, and two, after knowing that just a few months ago, she was clearly described by the political left, by the pundits on all of your MSNBCs and CNNs. She was described quite clearly as the worst political decision that Joe Biden ever made. And that she's the lowest polling vice president in history. Y'all don't feel a little bit weird? Like, wait, what the hell is going on? How is it that all of a sudden she's suddenly neck and neck with Donald Trump in polls? That's why I don't give a shit about polls. So, and she says you unite. She wants to unite people. How do you unite people when all you do is call them Nazis? Y'all heard what I mean, first of all, she said Donald Trump is a fascist, right? She's liking him, saying that he praised the mustache man. Now, you know why I said the mustache man? Because if I say his name on this TikTok platform, I'll be suspended. This live stream will end. This is the reason, look at it, folks. We're being silenced by the government. Oh, yeah, I know TikTok, blah, blah, blah. But no. This is deeper than this. How is it that whenever we tell you, bro, you're being censored by your government using big tech platforms as proxies with all the evidence out there? Oh, well, they're private companies. They can do what they want. Stop being stupid, people. I'm sorry. Stop being stupid. When you have congressional hearings where they're outright threatening to take away the Section 230 protections from these platforms if they don't do as the government says. When they tell you, when Hillary Clinton says we need to start locking people up who are spreading misinformation. What the hell do you think this shit is? When they're, I mean, seriously. We know that the Biden-Harris administration is in court fighting to continue censoring you, saying what you can and cannot say on these social media platforms. And they are coercing these social media platforms into doing what they demand. So stop telling me about it's a private platform. They can do whatever they want to do when they clearly cannot do what they want to do. Because what the Biden-Harris administration is doing is akin to a mobster walking up into your business and saying, man, you got a nice establishment here. I would hate to see it burn down, while holding a tank of gasoline and a match in his hand. And he says, well, it'd be really great if you start paying us maybe $5,000 a week for protection. Real nice social media company there. It'd be a shame if you lost it and it went bankrupt. Like, so what? I mean, come on. Why are we so committed to making excuses for the people who are censoring us? The people who are promising to take away your constitutional rights, your First Amendment, your Second Amendment right. We've heard Kamala Harris on multiple occasions talk about mandatory buybacks. We've heard her talk about going into the sanctity of your own home to make sure that you're storing your firearms properly. That's a violation of your Fourth Amendment right. Do we not? We don't care? We don't care? Why do you think the First and Second Amendment are the First and Second Amendment? And I argue that the Second Amendment should have been first to protect the First. We don't care about factual information anymore. So when I say I am voting for Donald Trump, well, I already did vote for Donald Trump, but why I believe that we should all, this should be the biggest landslide in American history, if you want to be honest. This should be the biggest landslide victory in a presidential race in history. Why? Not because I like Donald Trump or he's a buddy and I idolize him, I worship him. No, because I care about the country. With all the bullshit I've been through as an American citizen, I still love this country. And I still understand that this is the best place that this is the only place I would rather be, right? And so I have to protect this. And you all should protect this as well. Do you know how many people come into my live streams and we have these discussions? How many people enter? People who come in and they join the discussions, they join my panels, and these people come from communist countries. They come from Vietnam. They come from Cuba. They come from Venezuela. They come from all of these places, and they warn us. They come with a stark warning. Listen, we fled our countries to come here to the United States. We love this country. You know what they always say? We are American. We are American. We love this country. And then when I listen to the people from this country who are literally begging for the same shit that those people fled to get away from, it's crazy. And they're terrified. So all I get is warnings from all of these people who came from these communist countries saying, no, 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 please, you must stop. You all don't understand what you're doing. All of the same trigger words that we're hearing, misinformation. This is how they do it. They take away your right to speak. He says this. They censor you. Then they disarm you. Then they take control of all of the resources and make sure that it is all coming from one place. This is authoritarianism. So whenever a political candidate promises to silence other people who disagree with them or even me, I would never, ever support that. Because what happens when I'm the one that the state disagrees with? You should never, ever cheer for injustice to be committed against your opponents. You should never cheer for them to be censored or silenced, because eventually it's going to come back and visit you. Whenever you are willing to surrender a certain amount of your freedom in exchange for protection, security, especially from your government, every time they get you to give up just a little bit of that freedom in exchange for protection, you lose it forever, because they're not giving it back to you. Remember all the airport, the protocol that we had to do at the airports after 9/11? That shit was only supposed to last for about 2 weeks. Where are we today? We gotta stop falling for the banana in the tailpipe, folks. That's simply what it is. Now, when it comes to Donald Trump, because I know a lot of people, your Trump derangement syndrome won't allow you to see anything else except, oh, you're voting for the racist. You're voting for, bro. This is so sad. It's really sad, because I can tell you, as a lifelong Democrat, as someone who voted for Bernie Sanders, someone who voted for, oh, I hate to even admit it, someone who voted for Joe Biden. Yeah, I voted for Joe Biden in 2020. I'm so ashamed to admit that. But as someone who voted for Joe Biden in 2020, I can tell you, we have been lied to, bro. We keep falling for the banana in the tailpipe. Listen, and maybe I'll take a second just to speak to Black folks for a second. We have been doing the same thing with our votes for 60 years. What have we gotten in return for it? I mean, like real talk. What have we really gotten in return for it, other than a black boule gatekeeper class that continues to talk down to you? What have we gotten besides Black women in prominent media positions and some Black men who chastise you for not falling in line with the Democrat Party, which is run by white liberals? You know, ever since I did a little small announcement, I was like, you know what? After the conviction, Donald Trump at the trial here in New York City, where I live, I was just watching the whole thing. I watched the whole trial. I watched everything, and I was just like, damn, this is crazy. Like, it's judicial activism. That's what I was watching. You know, I have a lot of friends here who are attorneys, and they all were like guaranteed the appellate court is going to overturn that shit because that's the biggest kangaroo court trial they've ever seen. I agree. I pay attention. So when I saw that, I did a little post on TikTok, and I was like, yo, man, as a black man who understands what lawfare is in this country, I understand what it is to be targeted. You know, I live in Brooklyn, New York, so I know what it's like when the police target you, broken windows policing. I know what it is with a biased court system, so I understand how lawfare can be used against people. Does that mean that I'm saying Donald Trump is black? No, but it means that I'm intelligent enough to understand that when you allow your government to weaponize the law against even your opponents, you're giving them permission to weaponize the law against you. And if they can do something like that to a former president of the United States, that's a dangerous precedent that is set. And how do you think you're going to fare, black people, in the end? Because every time you see these dangerous precedents that are set, who is always the first one in line to experience the unfavorable results of those decisions? Who are the first people where the enforcement always tends to be targeted upon? Us. When they censored Donald Trump, when they threw him off of social media, bro, I saw a whole lot of y'all cheering. You were celebrating. And I just sat back like, what the F am I watching here? All the alarms rang off in my head when I saw that. Because number one, just to see that they could do that to a then sitting president, to censor him. But then what was even more scary was to see how many people were actually celebrating that shit. Why are we not thinking outside of the box of our social conditioning? This is crazy. You know, a lot of you know, when you're talking about this censorship, I've heard a lot of you, well, they're not locking people up for free speech. But what about the brother, the leader of the Black Uhuru, the Socialist Party? Omali, I don't want to butcher his name, Yeshitari, I think. The 83-year-old man where the feds went and rushed his home with the raid and they locked him up because he was speaking out against the war in Ukraine. He didn't want the United States funding the war in Ukraine. So they tried to create some weird, obscure reasons to lock that man up for spreading Russian propaganda. Y'all call Trump supporters election deniers, but the whole 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency, all I heard was that he was an illegitimate president. From Hillary Clinton, from everybody in the legacy media. Why the hypocrisy? But the most egregious thing that I saw, and I didn't even get into how I woke up from the sleep of the Democrat Party, but the most egregious thing that I have seen, I would say, which is why I think it's a clear indictment of the depravity and the danger of the media, is the coverage of the rally, the Donald Trump rally at Madison Square Garden the other day. I could not believe the coverage of that I saw on MSNBC. I could not believe how they were likening it to like a 1939 Nazi rally. I could not believe it. You know why I couldn't believe it? Because I was on the fence, but because I decided to go there. I was there. Hold on. Now I'm getting warnings from TikTok. So I guess I'm giving y'all too much truth. Now, if they kick me off, whoever's watching me on TikTok, you can always just jump over to the other platforms where I'm streaming as a backup, because this is what happens. When you tell the truth on TikTok, they will silence you. They've already banned my other accounts. This is my last one. No, I have one more, but those are already shadow banned. So that's why I'm just trying to stream everywhere, because I've noticed that the most honest, salient voices of truth that tend to reach out across the aisle to others, those are usually the voices that are immediately silenced. So don't ever think that your voice doesn't matter, folks. I don't care if you got 100 followers. I don't care if you got 10,000 or a million. Whenever you speak out, whenever you speak truth to power, you are giving other people license to do the same. So you present a danger to this corrupt establishment, plain and simple. I just dream of the day where more people find the confidence to step outside of that bubble of passivity that they're in, and they start to stand more in their confidence and realize that there's way more of us than them. We're no longer in a position where we can idly just stand by and hope that things get better while watching other people fight the good fight. Can't do that anymore. Now, you could like Kamala Harris all you want, but every time she gets in front of a camera, she proves why she is the worst choice for president of the United States. Every time that woman opens her mouth, she makes her campaign worse. Every time. And that is with the praise and the admiration and the clever marketing to you by the mainstream media. Remember that she has the advantage of 24/7 positive coverage. She has the advantage of people editing her interviews to make her sound smarter. And yet, for some fucking reason, every time she opens her mouth, people are just like, oh, damn it. She proves to you why she's not qualified. I hate to hear this thing, she's the most qualified for the job. Bullshit. She's the most politically accredited, but to me, that's not an accomplishment. That just tells me that you know how to continue to navigate and take advantage of this corrupt machine. It tells me that you are just part of the establishment. Why is that something that I'm happy about? Why should I be impressed with that? Change takes place from the outside. Outsiders are who change things. That's why you'll never see me run for office, because it's too fucking dirty. So when you have someone who goes into office, who has the advantage of being, who was on the outside of political office, and who has also been a donor to these scavengers, and who clearly doesn't have respect for them, because I wouldn't either. When he comes down that escalator and he tells y'all he's going to drain the swamp, why are you getting offended, American people? It's the fucking swamp creatures who are terrified. So while they come out here and they tell you they're trying to defend democracy, they're trying to save democracy, they're not trying to save democracy or you. They're trying to save themselves, people. They're trying to save themselves. That's why they're getting more and more unhinged. They're pulling out all the stops, all of the insults to scare you, to make you terrified of the orange man, because they have no facts. Why do I say they have no facts? I wish I could play. I want to play a clip of what Kamala Harris said at this rally. Damn, I wish somebody could just share it to me. I think it was yesterday at a rally. Elon Musk shared it. No, actually, I retweeted it. And I couldn't believe what I was watching. She talked about Donald Trump's abortion ban. What? She talked about how he's trying to take away people's women's rights to IVF. Donald Trump is proposing federal funding for it. She talked about Donald Trump's Project 2025. Although the authors of Project 2025, The Heritage Foundation, which is where Project 2025 came from, the president, they all said Donald Trump has nothing to do with it. Donald Trump has said he has nothing to do with it. By the way, moderators, could you block the trolls that keep coming in here, spamming the chat with the clown emojis and the coon and all of that shit? Oh, and by the way, another thing. A lot of these people that come into these chats and they call Black folks like myself who dare to think for themselves Uncle Toms and Sambos and coons, those are white people doing that. Those are white liberals doing that, by the way. There's some ignorant Black folk doing it, but what I'm telling you, there are white liberals who see you as property, Black people, who are coming into these chats and calling your people Sambos and Uncle Toms, even though they don't even realize that Uncle Tom was the hero in the story. That's why Black people don't call each other Uncle Tom. That's just stupid. White liberals do. So anyway, as I was saying, because I don't want to get too far off track. When it came to that rally, that Donald Trump rally, the MAGA rally, before I get into the environment there's one thing that I noticed about, something I always notice about Donald Trump rallies in contrast to Kamala Harris rallies, which always come off to me like they're like paid. But besides that, at every Kamala Harris rally, whenever someone may try to heckle or whenever people get excited, it's always Kamala, Kamala, Kamala. Hold on, wait, don't let. What's up, MJ?
Oh, nothing. I can drop if you're still cooking.
Yeah. I'll be done cooking in like a couple minutes. Just a couple minutes, right? So one of the things that I noticed in contrast is that at Kamala Harris rallies, you hear people Kamala, Kamala, but then every time I go to a Donald Trump rally, all I hear is USA, USA, USA. And then they call the Donald Trump MAGA folks cultists. How does that make sense? But let me go a little bit deeper. So I went. I was conflicted about going. You know, a lot of you guys who are here in the chat, you know, I didn't know what I was going. I didn't know if I wanted to go or not. But I went. And I went there because I wanted to document. I wanted to interview people. I wanted to get an inside peek as to what is really going on at these Trump rallies. And so it was perfect. He came to New York City. You know, New York, and let me tell you something, as a New Yorker, you can see through the bullshit, bro. So I went. There were so many people out there. And I decided to dive into the sea of people that were there. And I'm telling you, bro, as God is my witness, all I saw was love. I saw this welcoming nature. I saw people, strangers, just hugging each other, just picking up conversation. You know how like it was just weird just to see so many people. And a lot of these people, now some people came from out of state like Pennsylvania, Connecticut, but there were overwhelmingly New Yorkers in there. And I saw New Yorkers, and if you're from NYC, you know New Yorkers tend to be very miserable and unfriendly people. Like they're good people, real New Yorkers. Like they're the type, like if you going on the subway and you see somebody with a baby cat, like a stroller, you're not even gonna say a word. You're just gonna grab the stroller, take it down the stairs, and keep it moving. Don't even need to talk no more. Like that, like we're good people, but we're not friendly. What I saw at that Donald Trump rally was friendliness. I saw what felt like a family cookout. Y'all ever been to like a family reunion cookout? Bro, it was weird. I saw black people. I saw Asian. I saw white. I saw like hippie looking dudes. Like I saw Jews, Hasidic Jews. I saw everybody. And it was unity. Yes, that's what I saw throughout the crowd. I spoke to people at length, many people. Now, and there were a few folks who were kind of like standing in the middle of the crowd. Weird too. One dude, he was like 10 feet tall, and he was holding a 34-time convicted felon sign. And I'm like, he wasn't talking to anybody. He was just there, just to, I guess, remind you, 34-time convicted felon. And I tried to talk to him. I was like, hey, but before I even got to speak to him, I saw people, bro, I saw Trump supporters saying, hey, bro, it's your right to protest, but why don't we just talk to you for a little bit? Can we explain? Can we talk to you? Can we try to work out our differences? It was love that they were showing to the dude. And the dude just stood there stone-faced, trembling, looking angry as hell. And I was like, damn, why are liberals so fucking angry? So all of this Nazi bullshit and all that shit y'all saying, bro, it's false. The people, and I got into some debates with some Democrats in there, and that's the thing. In the crowd, in the rally of the sea of Trumpers, there were Democrats in there. Democrats who were in there talking. We were having conversation. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I believe I shifted a couple of perspectives in there, right? And I think that's because of the way we engaged with each other. We actually heard each other. You see, it's we're all stuck in this trance. And you know, Dr. Cleo Manago, he always calls it a trauma trance, right? And I think that is very true as it pertains to Black people. But I also think it's bigger than Black people. I think in this country, we are experiencing a trauma trance because we've gotten so inundated with traumatic experiences through this presentation of, oh, you guys are victims all the time. You guys are being harmed. This person is the enemy. They're going after you. It's been happening for so long. It's traumatic. Did you guys know that according to a Pew Research study, 62% of liberals, of Democrats, I'll just go party because it was on Democrats, 62% of Democrats have been diagnosed with a mental illness. It could be, you know, they're taking some type of medication. Do you know that's some serious shit? Now, to be fair, when it comes to Republicans, it's 26%. But when it comes to independents, I think it's like 21%. But isn't it interesting that 3 times the amount is attributed to the political left? I think that's relevant. I think that's especially relevant when you try to introduce factual information to people on the left and they always refute it, they ignore it, they sidestep it, and they default to feelings. And this is why I got to vote Trump, because facts don't care about my feelings. And yes, I understand that Donald Trump can be brash. I know that he can be rude sometimes, if that's what you want to call it. Me personally, I think that Donald Trump is just giving the smoke to the people who are bringing him the smoke, because we always focus on his responses. Hold on one second. Bro, bye. You're weird. Okay, so you don't got to announce. Just get the fuck out of here. Right. These are the types of comments that I get all the time. But that's feelings, more feelings. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of feelings. I maybe that's just some part of my makeup that I don't have. I don't give a fuck about your feelings right now because we're facing an unprecedented threat to our freedom and our sovereignty in this nation. Y'all don't even know. I could bet 95% of the people who are watching this right now don't know anything about the UN Summit for the Future. Y'all have no idea about that shit. Because if you did, and you understood it, and you read the language of it, you would immediately run down to that poll and you would vote for Donald Trump, no matter what your feelings are. Because you understand the threat that Kamala Harris is to this country. If you knew about the DOD directive that was just recently signed by Joe Biden on September 27th, 5240.01, you would understand that whenever they keep saying Donald Trump says he's going to use the military against American citizens, you'd understand why you get it. You'd understand why you sound stupid saying that. And I'm not calling you stupid, but I'm saying these politics are stupid. Oh, hold on. Wait. Uncle Tom. There we go. Uncle Tom. Yeah. Another faceless profile calling me Uncle Tom. Black folks. How many of y'all use the term Uncle Tom? Or do you call people coon? You say Sambo, buck dancing, tap dancing. How many of you black folks actually say Uncle Tom? That's a white liberal, bro. And that no, I'm on point. Trust me, I'm on task. Trust me. It doesn't bother me when they do that because I think it serves as a good example, evidence for you all. See, I want you all to see the evidence. That's why I'll call out some of the trolls that come in here because I want you Democrat voters to see who you're siding with. I want you to see what you're supporting. I want you to see the people who are bold enough to tell me that I ain't black if I ain't voting for Democrats. Oh, wait a minute. Who said that before? But I'm the sellout. When you allow black people, I'm talking to you. When you allow white people to tell you that you're not black enough because you're not voting for them, that's racist. Sorry, it is. When your current president was best friends with a Triple K leader, sorry, it's racist. Or I would say that that's against your best interest. And when his partner, Kamala Harris, who had equal say in his administration and was present for every decision, according to him and her, when she tells you that she wouldn't do anything different than what was done under this administration, why don't you believe her? When she's asked, are there any mistakes that you made? Anything that you do different? Nah, I don't think so. But she's telling you that she's here to turn the page. Turn the page on what? Is this what we're doing, folks? Have we decided to just forget about facts and logic and just throw all of that shit out the window and be emotional and destroy the country? Bro, I care about the country that I'm leaving behind for my children and my grandchildren. And that is in alignment with the ancestors that a lot of you black folks always tend to invoke whenever you're talking about voting. First of all, our ancestors didn't die for us to vote. No, they were killed. They were killed for our right to make the decision on voting. We're not obligated to vote for anybody because we're free-thinking human beings. So when it comes to this ownership of the black vote, I think it's time we stop that shit now. Can we stop, please? Can we stop? Can we stop making excuses for anti-black misandrists like Sonny Hostin, who get up on The View and say that we need to reach out to these white women who voted for Donald Trump. We need to reach out to the Cuban men who voted overwhelmingly for Trump and those crazy, ridiculous black men. Is it okay that we stop disrespecting black men, trying to shame them into falling in line with white liberals? Can we do that? Black women? That's why I say I so love and appreciate the black women, so many of them who are standing up and speaking out against this anti-black misandrist nonsense that we continue to hear espoused in the media, often delivered through the mouths of black women like Joy-Ann Reid, like Simone Sanders, who's talking about why black men always got to be entering the conversation where they ain't welcome. Excuse me? With her aardvark head ass got the nerve to come out here and disrespect black men who are from her own community in service to white liberal plantation owners? That's why they tell you to get off the Democrat plantation, because y'all are acting like house. You already know. I'm a field nigger. And guess what? You know why I was able to say field nigger? Because I won't get banned for saying that on TikTok, because that's not one of the trigger words. Interesting. But if I criticize your Lord and Savior Barack Obama, I'll be taken down swiftly. So who's in control? If you ever want to know who controls you, just look at who you're not allowed to criticize, folks. So yes, I will be voting for Donald Trump, but I'm not just voting for Donald Trump. I'm voting for the team that he is assembling. That's what I'm voting for. And I'm voting for Donald Trump, who is very good from what I see. And I know y'all say, oh, the man bankrupted 6 businesses. Yeah, out of how many? 500? And anyone who understands business understands how bankruptcy, particularly the type of bankruptcy, is not a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Excuse me. It's not a bad thing. And it's also something that he used to save people's jobs. But y'all don't understand that. But anyway, why I'm voting for Donald Trump, as I said, is the team. This super team that he's putting together of extremely intelligent and accomplished people. I like the fact that he got Tulsi Gabbard on his team. He has Byron Donalds on his team. Vivek Ramaswamy, very smart guy. I have some issues with Vivek, but at the end of the day, I think he would be a very important element to a Trump administration. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., bro. Lifelong Democrat, descendant of JFK, RFK. What the fuck are we doing here? The moment, let me tell you something. You know what's crazy? When I saw at that rally where Donald Trump brought out RFK Jr., RFK Jr. got louder and longer applause than Donald Trump. I saw those MAGA racists, those Nazis celebrating, praising, and welcoming Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So that tells me Donald Trump is able to reach across the aisle in order to accomplish the agenda at hand. He's willing to work with people who don't think like him and who he may not agree with on everything. That's proper management, bro. Elon Musk. Do I need to say more? The man has beat out NASA in the space program. The man, he's like, if he's not the richest, depending on the day of the week, he's the richest man in the world. The man bought Twitter, the DNC echo chamber, and even though after finding out that 76% of all of the activity on that app was actually bots, propaganda bots for the DNC likely, he was still forced to buy it at the same price he proposed. But after buying Twitter, that man decreased the staff by like 80% and has it running way more efficiently. So I love the idea of creating a government efficiency commission. Who wouldn't? Can we all agree, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, that we have a spending problem in this country? We have government, we have an ever-increasing federal government that continues to expand in its size. You have 20 people working, doing the job of one person, and you're paying for it, people. Why would you not want someone to go in there, clean that shit out, get it working better, and at the same time, spending less money, significantly less money. What, y'all want to just keep donating to the coffers of these lying ass politicians and all the people that they're funneling their money through? Laundering your money? Is that what we're saying we want to do? Common sense and logic, people. So when Donald Trump says, I'm going to bring in RFK Jr. to handle the health aspect of this country, when we know we are the unhealthiest country in the world, we know that we spend more money on pharmaceutical drugs than anyone else in the world and pay the highest prices. What do you think that will do for spending when we have much less people who are sick with chronic disease because they're eating real food? Did you know that if you go to other countries, go to Italy, go to England, go to European countries, and you can eat the exact same foods that you're eating here and you'll lose weight. Same amount, same portion, same food, you will lose weight. 2 weeks, you'll probably lose 10 pounds. It's all the bullshit, the additives, the processed foods, all the crap they put in our food that is making us unhealthy. So when you have RFK Jr., who is incredibly focused on that, especially as it pertains to our children, how is it that the moment that Donald Trump reached across the aisle to say, hey, Democrat, I want to work with you and I want to put you in my administration to get rid of the rot and the corruption in here, y'all put out ads to smear RFK Jr. Come on, folks. Come on now. Y'all smarter than this. Come on. They don't argue with the man based on policy. Instead, they insult him. They insult people and they label people, because when you're willing to insult and label people, that's the easiest way to somehow invalidate them, because you now make them, you create this caricature that no one is willing to pay attention to. When you paint Donald Trump as Hitler, guess what? Oh, I don't want to touch that guy. And it may not even be based in you believing that he is, but it's based in your fear of being judged as being in alignment with him. That's what cancel culture is all about. We warned y'all about that shit years ago, didn't we? The writing has been on the wall for a very, very long time, people. Wake up. So you got RFK Jr., who will make America healthy again and decrease all of the wasteful spending in our healthcare industry, which is largely run by the pharmaceutical industry. He'll clean up the FDA. And I didn't even talk about the CDC and them other agencies that was lying to you during that time that we can't talk about. Now, I can talk about it on X, but every other platform that I'm streaming on right now, they will take it down. And this is the Biden-Harris censorship regime. Because if you tell the truth, you don't get punished for lying. You're not getting punished for misinformation, folks. That's not what's happening here. You're being punished for telling the truth. And I'm fucking shocked that I'm still streaming live on TikTok right now. Somebody in the Tony Talks department, it must be sleeping. Somebody on the Tony Talks task force must be on lunch break or some shit. Because that should have been taken down a long time ago. But maybe, just maybe, these people are starting to see the writing on the wall. They're starting to see, oh shit, this Trump train can't be stopped. So we better cover our own asses. Why? Because we know that what they have been doing, I would argue, is illegal. But we can easily say that it will open up these social media platforms to civil penalties. They are civilly liable. There are so many content creators who make money on these social media platforms who have been shadow banned. They've been banned for no fucking reason. And for reasons that have nothing to do with community standards. So there are people who have been tangibly affected by the censorship. And that's what I'm telling you. There are a lot of cases that will show harm based on this censorship. I'm censored on TikTok. I would have over 1,000 people just watching me live at a time. And then one day they just cut it. No one could see me anymore. They started unfollowing people from my account and making me unfollow other people. And there's a certain group of intelligent people that I rock with on this social media platform. For some reason, every time we join a live together and talk to each other, somebody's getting suspended immediately. People will just be sitting in my live quietly, and next thing you know, they're suspended. People have tagged me in photos and got their account suspended. So whether you like Donald Trump or not, he's not calling for censorship. He's not calling to take away your First, Second, Fourth, and Eighth Amendment rights. Democrats are doing that. They're actively doing it. And so we talked about RFK Jr., which is going to have a massive impact on our excessive spending. We've talked about Elon Musk and the Efficiency Commission, which will have a drastic impact on our spending. And also, I like the fact that Donald Trump, wait, hold on, lying, you liar. Okay, yeah, all right, let me get rid of this dude. And also, I like the fact that Donald Trump is prioritizing impoundment authority of the president. How many people understand what impoundment authority is? Because I hear a lot of you guys talking about, oh, Project 2025, which is not his policy. But how many of you have actually looked into Agenda 47? Even you Trump supporters who are always defending him. Listen, you must take the charge of arming yourself with information so you can properly articulate these things to people. So it's not just a screaming match back and forth. So we talked about the excessive spending. We don't have a resource problem in this country. We have a spending problem in this country. Outside of just all the money that we continue to pour into the military industrial complex, somehow under the assumption that it's making the economy better because, oh, well, we're spending that money here. No, that's donors paying off your politicians and they're putting the money into those industries where they're making their money. It ain't helping you. But we talked about all of those other areas, right, where we create more. So I was talking about impoundment authority. Impoundment authority of the president is where, you know, all the extra money that's always left over, the money sometimes get lost, or the extra billions of dollars that are left on the table. Why do you think they put so many big price tags on these bills? And they put so much pork into these and all of these omnibus bills and all of this shit where they're throwing so much money spending in there? You think that's really going towards a problem? You think there's no change? There's a lot of change. And I'm pretty sure it's tens of billions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in change. Where do you think that money goes? Well, impoundment authority allows the president to take that change, the money that they use for the $10,000 toilet seats and the $15,000 brooms. It allows him to take all of that excess money and put it back into the treasury, which will decrease the deficit. Can we be a little smart here? Can we think? Now, if you don't understand the intricacies of these policies, that's totally fine. But you cannot allow your emotions to supersede logic. When you're being given information, accept the information, or at least consider it. You can question it, but you don't have to disagree with it reflexively because you hate Donald Trump. TDS is a real thing. Trump derangement syndrome. It is real. I'm not saying it to insult anyone, but it is real because you hate Donald Trump more than you love your own country. You hate Donald Trump more than you are willing to consider the damage it will do to your community. That's the scariest part. And I know that if Donald Trump doesn't win and Kamala Harris, the Manchurian candidate, gets in there, it's too late. It's too late. What's you gonna say? Oop, my bad. No, I don't want an "I told you so" moment because the cost is too great. You already got the media lying to y'all about how well she's doing. She can't even get throughout a rally without being damn near booed off the stage. Yet Donald Trump is packing stadiums. The man packed Madison Square Garden with like 10, I can't even count how many people were outside. So we're not supposed to believe our lying eyes. Just like in 2020 when Joe Biden couldn't pack a high school gymnasium and Donald Trump was packing stadiums, but yet he beat Donald Trump in the, come on, bro. Look, I'm just tired. I'm tired of having to navigate these social media streets safely. I'm not doing that shit anymore. And I say that to all of you. Tell the truth. Uncompromisingly so. Tell the truth. I don't care if you're black, you're gay, straight, white, whatever. At least be married to the truth. Be committed to the truth. You know what I'm saying? Now, I know I've been running my mouth, for a minute now. And we do have a very intelligent panel that always comes up here. So I think I want to give you guys a little bit of the experience of the folks that we always have up here that stays cooking a lot of these people that come in here with nothing but emotions. You know what I'm saying? Oh, damn, with MJ. He left. Damn. What's up, bro? Hey, Neek.
I'm gonna share it to him right now.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah,
Hey.
you were cooking. You were cooking. And you see your numbers, right?
No. What? Oh, they allowed people to come in the room. Oh, shit. Oh, snap. Hey,
Yeah.
what's up? I wonder if they'll let me keep gifts this time. Hey.
Let's see.
All right, hey, if y'all like what you're hearing, gift me. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so and that's another thing. You know, when it comes to TikTok, I honestly think that we should create a movement, or there should be a hashtag like boycott TikTok or something, because TikTok is clearly acting on behalf of the Biden-Harris White House. They are silencing not only conservative-leaning voices, but there's oh shit. Wait, is this showing up on the stream? These things? No, I don't think it is. It probably
Yes, it is. Jamie, real quick, Jamie P19, she needs to be a mod on here.
Okay. Am I the only one who can do that?
Yeah.
Jamie, can you say something in the chat so I can find you? Because you know we're streaming live and I don't want to get stuck. Just say something. Okay, that's Jamie right there. Oh, so are we getting bombarded with trolls?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we getting a lot of bots, a lot of trolls who are coming in trying to derail the conversation, which is what always happens. And the crazy thing is, I wish people were more privy to these sorts of conversations, because these are the type of conversations that take place all the time when it comes to Trump supporters. And that's the thing. Like, ever since I decided that I was going to vote for Donald Trump and I made that little announcement, I've never been so attacked by my own people in my life. And I'm not going to just put it on black people, because it's a lot of white liberals who I see who have been emboldened to disrespect me and black men even more and more. And it'd be one thing if they were challenging you with a good counter argument, but they're not. They're shaming you. They're telling you that you're not black because you're not voting for us. And that's literally what Joe Biden said. Thank you for the Trump train.
Malcolm X say about white liberals again?
I've spoken about that at length. You know, he talked about what the wolf and the fox, but then he also spoke about white liberals, you know, being the most dangerous people to black people.
Exactly.
You know, and I you know, he spoke about black folks because I see a lot of black so-called, I don't know if you want to call them civil rights leader. I don't really call them that, or social justice leaders or something. You see a lot of them invoking Malcolm X in their rhetoric in support of Democrats.
Yeah.
And I cannot believe it. When Malcolm literally warned y'all about Democrats. And he called you chumps, political chumps, for voting with Democrats, and even traitors to your race. So it's crazy for me to look now, today, in 2024, my own people calling me a traitor to my race and allowing white people to tell me the same for not falling in line with white liberals. That's wild.
He said the Democrats are playing you for a political chump.
Yeah. And then you have the black people who say, oh, you just saying all this stuff for a pat on the head from white conservatives or white people. No. See, I think that's the limited scope of your own self view, and also your political understanding, your political IQ. Because if you can only see a black person disagreeing with a white liberal as being because he desires the approval of a white conservative, that means that you're nothing more than a political chump. You don't understand the concept of thinking for yourself outside of the partisanship that is delivered to you through the white liberal and white conservative lens. Like, or not, forget white, forget color. You know that you can have a different ideology outside of Democrat and Republican, right? Do y'all know that?
Right.
This is why I talk about hyper partisanship, because we're whenever you criticize a Democrat, the default belief is, oh, you must be a Republican. You sound like Fox News. That's so ignorant. That's so ignorant. And I don't have the time for the ignorance, y'all. Can we agree that we can have our own opinions? Can we agree with that? And to all of those who seem so pissed off that whenever I say certain things that say, well, you sound like Donald Trump. No, maybe Donald Trump sounds like me. You ever thought of that? You ever thought of the possibility that I own my own thoughts and my thinking is not based upon any allegiance to some person or some party? Maybe I have my own opinion, and sometimes my independent opinion that comes from my own brain, it may align with someone else, whether they be on the left or the right. Why are you continuing to tell me who I sound like, as opposed to listening to what the fuck I'm saying to you? It's because you cannot let go of your Trump derangement syndrome. What I'm saying here it's just logical. Don't get in your feelings. I'm just being logical. And any person who values any sort of critical thinking and is humble enough to say, you know what? All right, I'll consider that new information. You know what? I'm open into changing my mind after being introduced to that new information. See, you have the advantage. The problem is we have a population full of people who are uninformed voters and also emotional. That is a recipe for disaster. When you don't even know what you're voting for or against, and you're emotional about it, you are the easiest person to manipulate.
You literally vote based off of headlines.
Yeah.
That's
Click
it.
it. Yeah. And I actually wanted to come on today because I was going to just do like a massive debunking video. But I quickly realized that there's so much shit to debunk. it will be a very long video. So I got to figure out how I'm going to do that. So maybe I can just tell people to go over to, We Need to Talk with Tony Lindsay on Rumble, and just start checking out some of the videos that I do over there. And it's also on YouTube. We Need to Talk with Tony Lindsay. So yeah, so I brought y'all up. Maybe y'all have something you want to add to the conversation, because
I wanted to give the actual quote from Malcolm X real quick, because Denise in the chat said he did not say that. So the quote is, and you can Google this. Malcolm X said, "The Democrats are playing you for a political chump, and if you vote for them, not only are you a chump, you are a traitor to your race."
Okay, so I see we're debunking people even now in the chat.
And just so you know, he was unalive 2 days after he said that.
Wow. How'd that happen?
Yeah.
So for me, it's like, especially Black people in this country, we know what it's like to face a system that crushes dissent, that crushes your movements that disagree with your government. We understand the value of being able to protest your government, being able to speak out. We understand the value, as seen with the Black Panthers, the value of your Second Amendment rights. So when you have a political candidate now today and her weirdo vice president, that dude is weird, promising to take those rights away from you, whether indirectly or not. When they are even if they're promising to just slightly wear away, just kind of wear it down. That's something that you should be, completely opposed to. There's no compromising on your inalienable rights. Do you know what inalienable rights means? Those are your rights given by God. They are uncompromisable. No one can take that from you. Period. And you know what? I wonder if there's any ops that want to come up and have a conversation, because maybe people need to see the type of conversations that we have in here, so they can understand what Democrats think like.
I saw Jam in the chat.
Jam? Who's Jam again?
Nah, he's good. Like, you'll have a good conversation with him. He has Trump derangement syndrome, but
I don't even know who it is. We let whoever in.
Hello, Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Hey, what's going on, Tony? I just wanted to kind of piggyback on to what you were talking about with the food and stuff. I kind of did a deep dive. You were talking about RFK, and I kind of did a deep dive. I'm also a chef, so I've learned the ins and outs on what's in our food and what's not in our food, and the dyes and everything that go in there. If you take a bag of Takis, the little tortilla chip thingies.
Yeah.
If you take a bag of Takis and you take the same bag but from Spain, the amount of stuff that you can't pronounce in the American version to the amount of stuff that not only you can pronounce, but you've probably eaten in your own diet, even if you eat clean, the amount of stuff that you can read and comprehend is amazing.
Okay.
I mean, I went to a point in time where I was looking at it, then looked at all the stuff that in the Takis does to you, our kids, and everything else, and behavioral problems and everything else.
Yeah, I saw a kid rush to the hospital who had eaten a bunch of Takis. But yes, definitely our food it's extremely problematic, the things that we're eating here.
Actually, that's why Mr. Kennedy is a big importance in the Trump administration. He's all about regulating and fixing the food that we eat in this country.
Yes, correct.
I mean,
All right, but hold on. Wait. All right, so I'm streaming live on different platforms. So I do want people to kind of be succinct, get to the point of what they want to say, because I don't want to like anyone to kind of monopolize the time, and I want us to do it in order, right? Because
There you
there
go.
are a lot of people watching, and I just want to do this the right way. So it's not like the typical TikTok lives where everybody's up there talking over each other and yelling at each other. We don't do that in this space. So yeah, I'm just gonna go. So Fuzzy, I'm gonna let you land your plane, and then I'm gonna go to somebody else. Go ahead.
and thank you. I appreciate that. Just very quickly, I don't know if you guys remember when you were a kid, used to take you to McDonald's. It was like a once in a month thing, and you ate it, and sometimes your tummy would hurt, and But after a while, once you got older and McDonald's was easy available, you were eating it maybe once or twice a month, maybe 3 times a month. The worst part is your body gets used to that. And then after all said and done, when you're eating a nice meal where you're eating, you're cooking it yourself, you know the ingredients that are going in it, and then you're sitting there and your stomach is like, wait a second, this is actually the real food. Well, what's going on here? Then your stomach gets upset. All that junk that goes into your stomach and into your body, now your body is actually sitting there and getting used to it. And now the good food that you're putting into your body, it's like a state of shock. So people, look. My thing is, look what's in your food, even the frozen food and everything else, the preservatives that go into your food. Try to eat clean. That's all I'm saying. Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me up, sir.
All right, thank you, Fuzzy. Appreciate it.
That was some good advice.
Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I see that a lot of the bots are starting to drop off now, because usually they send like these troll farms whenever I go live, and people are, I guess people are staying in, they're staying tuned into the conversation, and we have good numbers. They send these bots to shut me up. So, but yeah. So next up, I'll go to Miss Jays. How you doing? I'm gonna give you 2 minutes.
Good. Well, it's good morning for me. I guess it's good afternoon. Hello, everyone on the panel.
Hello. Good
Yeah,
morning.
I was just sitting up there, just listening to these people saying all this stuff about Donald Trump. We have 5 more days. You guys better be praying to the Most High, because if he don't get up in there, we're in some big trouble. Big trouble. You're laughing now, but I guarantee you will not be crying. You're going to be crying. That's what I should say. You're going to be crying, and then we're going to be one next step being homeless, okay? So wake up, and it's not even about color. Go vote for someone that's going to put us and get us out of the situation that we're in, because right now we're in a bad situation. And you guys need to wake up, because we'll never go back to the way we used to live. We're just going forward, okay? You'll never have your life back from 2019. That's not going to happen. Wake up, people. You guys are being fooled with foolishness, okay? 5 more days, and if you don't wake up, you might as well just sign your life over, okay? You might as well just get ready to sign your life over, because guess what? We're in some trouble, and whoever gets up in there, it's still going to take some time to fix this mess, because it is destroyed. And I'll be glad. 5 more days. I cannot wait. Hopefully everything will go fine in these 5 days. I don't know.
All right. Well, we're gonna be praying, but let me ask you, are you saying you feel a difference in the way that things are in the country now as opposed to when Donald Trump was in office? Let's say economically.
If Donald Trump was in office, I know that we would be better. We wouldn't be in any war. He wouldn't have never sent any money to anyone. Remember, he's a businessman also. Okay, so we don't even know if they're going to get the money back or tax money that was spent.
All right. All right. Mr. James.
Please.
All right. All right. All right. I'm gonna drop you
Thank
down.
you.
Come back up.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Miss
Okay.
James. All
You're
right.
welcome.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you, Miss Shay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Listen to the elders.
No disrespect to Tony or the moderators, but she should be a moderator. Yeah.
So, what's up, Jam?
What's up, Tony? How you doing?
All right. Ooh, your volume's not good.
Oh, so sorry. Let me
Everybody else mute. Everybody else mute, please. While he's there.
testing 1, 2. Can you hear me better?
Much better.
Okay, cool.
Much better.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if you remember me, but
Yeah.
definitely.
You finally decided to vote Trump?
You know, I didn't. I got to admit, the last time we talked, I was more open to trying to understand what y'all were talking about, because it really is baffling to me, especially that last lady. But I think in this last week, I'm firmly Harris. I'm so sorry, y'all. It just doesn't make sense to me that y'all are seeing Trump as this like Messiah who's going to come in and fix
Messiah.
everything.
Messiah.
Hey, stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, Jam, stop that bullshit right there. Don't come in here and gaslight us with that bullshit. Don't do that. If you was listening to Tony before and you listened to what he stated when people in the Trump crowds were chanting USA and everybody else on your side were chanting Kamala, that's a fucking Messiah. Stop your bullshit when you come up in here, bro. 100.
So when I say Messiah, I think that lady who just talked is what I'm talking about, right? You all feel like Trump is going to come in and just like fix everything
Economically, how does
Right.
that equate to
And-
Messiah?
Right. No. Okay, fine. You were distracted by the Messiah word. I'm going to retract.
No,
Hold
okay, hold on. Jam, hold on.
Sicky.
No, listen, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna make it clear to the panel. Please don't unmute. If you do, I'm gonna have to drop you. Please don't unmute. All right? We're not doing it that way. I'm not talking to you, Angel or Neek. I'm just saying the panelists that we invite up. Please don't do that. Jam, I didn't get distracted by anything. I was literally responding to what you said. And this is, I think, the gaslighting that I want people to see. Whenever we talk about logic, when we speak in terms of logic and factual information, you attribute it to something else. You've already come in saying that we have a Messiah issue with Donald Trump, when literally nothing that was said here today would support that claim. But go ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick, we're not expecting for Donald Trump to be our Messiah, as you put it. We expect for him to be a decent president. Literally,
Right.
just do the basics and do what he did before. Okay, when he was president. So I think it's funny that you guys expect nothing from a president based off of these last 3 years.
Right.
You just expect for things to keep going down or keep getting worse, and that there's nothing that a president can do when Trump has already shown us.
Right. So here's the problem. And I listen to y'all, so it's not like I'm ignorant to what y'all think. The problem is we just have a fundamental disagreement about the state of the country right now. By every measure that I am looking at, okay, by every measure that I'm looking at and seeing the actions taken by this last administration and the promises that Kamala is making, not promises, but like the plans that she's offering, are to address the actual measures of how we decide that that our country's in a good state. So
it sounded like word salad a little bit, brother. But
if y'all can't understand the words that I'm stringing together, I don't know that that's my fault.
No. So are you saying that there isn't a problem in this country economically right now? Like people.
What I'm saying, and what every Democrat is saying, and what Kamala Harris is saying, is that prices are still too high, right?
Why
But
are they too high?
the prices are still too high. I know. You want me to explain it, or do you want me to
explain it,
keep
please.
going forward?
Please
Yeah.
explain it. Yes.
Right. So prices are too high because of inflation. inflation occurred because of the reaction to the economic circumstances coming out of the pandemic. And I understand that y'all disagree.
What were the economic circumstances coming out of the pandemic?
The economic circumstances coming out of the pandemic is that supply chains were struggling. We injected a lot of cash into the economy because we needed to help people absorb the fact that we were shutting down.
Who is we?
We is the country, America, the world.
No,
It's the world shut down.
No. Who injected all of that money into the economy that caused the rapid rate of inflation that we saw?
Okay, there were 3 stimulus phases, one under Obama back when.
Okay, no. I'm not asking about Obama. Hold on. Because I don't want to do the pivoting. What led to because we're dealing with we're dealing with inflation, right? We're dealing with high prices and things of that nature based upon a precipitous rise in inflation that happened. It shot up immediately.
I am not denying that. I acknowledge that.
Okay. Well, what I'm asking you is, what led to that happening?
Great. I've explained to you that the pandemic shut the whole world down. So supply chains were struggling, right? And then there was a shutdown of people working, right? So you have people needing to get cash, right, to be able to weather the shutdown. And that injection of cash had an inflationary effect. You can't. This is just whatever. If you don't agree with me, it's fine.
Injection of cash. I'm trying to get you to be specific.
I'm being very specific, bro. The stimulus checks that were handed out by Trump and by Biden, right? Because both presidents offered a round of stimulus checks in the beginning, if you remember, right? And that injection of cash absolutely overheated the American economy. But what I'm suggesting to you is that I, and lots of people like me, believe that that was a necessary step, because the fallout from not doing that would have been catastrophic. That's not a word, but you know what it's supposed to be.
Catastrophic. Right?
That's the word I'm looking for.
Okay, so let me just tell me if I'm wrong here. Now, we understand with the CARES Act, we understand that there were stimulus that were given to the American citizens, right? During COVID, right?
Right.
But these are my statements, and tell me what you disagree with.
Sure.
We were already in a state of economic recovery under Donald Trump, as indicated by the people who were going back to work, as indicated by the rate of inflation that we're talking about, because Donald Trump handed Joe Biden an inflation rate of 1.4%. But after handing the keys of the White House over to Joe Biden continued to print money. He continued with unnecessary spending, with the American Rescue Plan, and what was the other one? Was it the infrastructure bill?
The infrastructure bill, Inflation Reduction
Act, and that unnecessary spending, because we were already in economic recovery, caused that equated to more quantitative easing.
Okay.
More printing of money, which devalued our dollar. So when you talk about the supply and demand, I'm talking about supply and demand of money.
Yeah, I got you.
When you put too much money into the system,
right,
you're devaluing that money.
100%. And here's where
you saw a skyrocket in the rate of inflation.
You're right about that, but I just want to
hold on. Let me finish, brother. And when it comes to inflation, we understand like deflation, but when it comes to inflation, we know that is an immediate response to a certain event. So I'm asking you, what was responsible for that immediate spike in inflation that reached as high as 9.1%? Who did that?
Where we disagree, Tony.
No, don't pivot.
Answer the question.
Answer the question. Who is responsible for the immediate hike, of inflation from 2021 into 2022 of May?
Guys, this is not the fight that you think it is. I will answer your question. I will answer your question.
Fight. I'm just asking you to answer the question,
Biden passed a bunch of laws that injected money and overheated the economy. I have said this. I have acknowledged this.
No, you didn't say that. You said both.
I literally said that.
To be clear.
I literally said that. Okay. But then here's the part that you're not going to agree with, right? Is that the corporations are taking advantage of a
Price gouging.
No, they're not.
You're gonna say
my
price
God.
gouging?
No, they're not. We know this. We know this.
guys, corporations are making
Tell
record
me the
profits.
percentage. Tell me the percentage of CPI to
Bro,
PPI.
guys.
Percentage gap there. Jam, come on, don't do this. This is what we talk about when we talk about gaslighting, okay?
Guys, I don't know how to connect with you all because you just are denying
Well,
the economic reality, which
Jam,
is that
okay,
corporations are making record profits.
Hold on, Jam. Angel's responding to you like with specifics, and you're kind of dancing around.
I'm not dancing. I'm
but-
right
but
here.
If
Go ahead.
if you don't know the answer to that question, then that's fine because you can't just make general statements without being specific. Because there are people watching this conversation, right? And I think they deserve more than talking points. So what were you saying, Angel?
I said, show me the percentage, right, for between the CPI and the PPI. The cost of goods, okay, the cost of goods for the CPI, okay, compared to what they're paying for, okay. So like, hey, I get something for $1, then I sell it for $8, right? The gap difference is nothing's changed like that. Maybe for a little bit, and that was it. It's not. This is not something that it's a price gouging thing, right? It's that the inflation rate is still up. This is what you people don't understand. The inflation rate is just the rate of how things go up and down.
How fast it rises.
Right?
It's not
But
go-
inflation is still at 9-point-something%. We see that with the
Yes.
numbers.
Thank you.
Yes.
Factually, guys, that is not true because, and you just said it, inflation is a rate, right? Inflation is a rate of increasing.
Increase.
I promise you that inflation is 2.4% today.
Hold on,
That
stop,
is what
stop.
the rate of
No.
increase is.
Oh, you're not understanding. Oh,
Let me explain it for him, okay?
Will you
Did
stop
see it?
beating me so I can
Bro,
actually participate in the conversation?
Jim, because you're not understanding. The inflation rate, okay? The inflation rate is the cost of goods going up. It went up to almost 10%, okay? While it was still dropping, meant that product at that point is no longer going to go up to that point. We
Right.
have to have deflation in order for those prices to come back down. This is why
You
gas
are
prices
literally
have never
using
seen-
the words wrong. Angel.
Stop.
no.
Stop.
Think of inflation as a car going at a certain speed. And
Okay.
I'm just saying, maybe that's the easiest way to explain it, right? Like you're going 60 miles an hour, but then when let's say right now we've slowed down to like maybe 20 miles an hour,
Mhm.
but you still haven't gone back.
That's not the definition of an inflation rate, Tony. Can I just explain it the way that I'm trying to help you understand it, please?
Okay, please.
Let's use the car analogy, right?
Mhm.
If I'm going
Tony.
Angel, just let me just
No, listen, you're not because you're not explaining it. You're
I
giving
haven't
us-
said a word.
Bro, I'm gonna
bro.
drop
Let
you
me
from
just
the
offer it.
No, Andrew, let him go because I want people to hear. I want people to actually hear this.
Because I'm gonna cook his ass. Then I'm
This
gonna
is
cook
really bad. I don't usually have this experience in here, and Angel's
Oh,
messing
cut it out. Cut it out, Jam. Stop acting like you're not up in this box all the time and we get in these discussions. But I'm saying for the sake of the people.
I'm
who
saying
are
right
watching-
now is the worst
All
it's
right,
been.
Jam, hold on, bro. Let me finish. Hold on. For the sake of the people who are watching, Angel, I'll just say we don't have to have the conversations how we always have it. Let him say what he's saying. Because I think the people who think like him, they need to hear him say it and they need to hear him correct it. Go ahead, Jam.
So actually, I want to continue your car example because I think it's the right way to understand it. So if I'm in a car and I'm going from 0 to 80, I'm increasing my speed to 80, right, over time. So like second to second, I'm going faster and faster and faster and faster. That's what inflation is. So if I go from 60 to 80, but it takes me a slower amount of time to go from 60 to 80 than it did for me to go from 20 to 40, that is the increasing speed, the rate of increase decreasing, right? So that's what inflation is. It's the rate of increase. So while prices are still high, yes, the increase is not increasing. It's actually gone way down to 2.24%, which is ideal for an economy to function properly.
Oh my God, bro. The inflation rate isn't the cost of goods. This is my point.
I just said the opposite of that, bro.
Stop, bro. The inflation rate is what is used for the cost of goods going up. Once it hits a peak and it stays there, that's where it stays. When it
Right.
starts to go down,
That's correct.
Meaning that those cost of goods are no longer going to go up. If we go back up to 9%, 10%, it'll fucking stay there, and those cost of goods will completely keep climbing. Now.
That's right. We actually agree
Okay,
now.
great.
We're in agreement right now.
Okay,
Just so you
great.
understand. Even though you sound angry, we actually agree.
So inflation going down doesn't take down the cost of fucking goods. That's my point.
That's correct.
That's
The
not how
price
it
of
works.
goods
We would
is
have
still
to have
high.
we would have to have deflation because this is what happens, okay? This is what happens. We get to a point, we say, like, let's go back to the 90s to early 2000s when gas was 88 cents to $1.10 a gallon throughout the US, okay? We know what happened during Bush's administration into Obama's, right? Gas went through the fucking roof, okay? Gas went through the roof. Inflation rates went up and they went down, but gas prices didn't drop, okay? They made money. They made record numbers to the year before. People weren't traveling. There's always going to be record numbers, right? There's always going to be those. I'm not even saying record numbers, right? But we're going to see better numbers than we did the year before because if they didn't sell that good that year, they might be having record profits from 2022, 2023. I understand that, okay? But we then become to a new norm where gas hasn't reached $1.50 since the beginning of Trump's presidency. Okay, like
stop telling Angel to stop yelling. That's how he talks. That's how Angel talks. Anybody participates on these panels, that's how Angel talks. He's not emotional. That's just how he talks. But go ahead.
And we haven't seen gas go back down to $1, but the cost of the barrels have gone up, though, right? So now what we've done is we've hit in this new normal for the cost of food and the cost of everything. Okay, and then deflation goes back down. Right? The inflation rate starts to go back down. So now those cost of goods stay there, but we're not going to go up anymore. So we're going to stay right here. Okay, we would have to have deflation, right? But say people aren't buying those things, and now all of a sudden they would have to drop the prices.
Right.
It's no different from being in the restaurant business, bro. When you have something extra that you paid for, right, and you have extra of it, now I need to drop the prices. We don't have that. We're at a new norm. Inflation is not down, people. We're not down to 2.4. We're still at that 9-10%. And they changed the fucking code for it.
Okay. Can I just respond, please?
Yeah.
I just want to invite you to just acknowledge the difference between a rate of change versus the actual price. So I get it. When something goes from $2 to $10, that is an increase in price, and the speed with which we got to $10, that's inflation. If inflation stopped when the thing was $10, if inflation was zero and the thing is $10, then inflation is zero, but the price is still high. So what you're saying is correct, right? That in order to get that $10 down back to 3, 4, that's what you need is deflation. Sure.
Yeah, we know that. So
okay, but he's arguing with me as if I'm not understanding the difference between a rate and prices being high, and I just want to make sure that we're agreeing on that.
Okay, so how did we get here? I mean, I asked you
what they do. Like
Yeah.
this is what they do. They want to nitpick at every little number.
take it on a tangent.
Yeah, the
But
GDP.
come on now.
Right, but
I don't care about none of that. Like my thing is, I think it's time for everyone to look at things at 40,000 feet high. Okay, because what's happening right now, while you guys are getting so into the details, the intricate details, our sovereignty as a country has been sold and given away. Okay, we are being invaded. Okay, we had open borders. These people are coming in, they're infiltrating our communities. They're turning our schools and recreational centers into shelters for people that are not even supposed to be here.
we're paying
They're
for it.
unvetted. We don't know who they are. Like the safety, our children's safety is at risk. We don't even allow for our children to play outside anymore. There's over 300,000 missing children from the border, not to mention the American children that are missing. Like, and you want to talk about CPI and GDP and all, and who gives a fuck? At the end of the day, the economy was better under Trump, period. You don't have to be an economist to have common sense. Things were cheaper. Things were better. We were making money, and it was good.
So here, I appreciate what you're saying. Here's why I think it matters, Neek, right? Is that we are in a different moment that's going to require a different approach, right? To get prices down and to get the economy kind of meeting the challenges of our current moment. So when you guys, so
right,
when
but we need a country. We need an actual country before we.
No, Tony. So when you guys like reminisce fondly about what it was like under Trump, I'm having a hard time understanding what you all think Trump will do now in 2024 that's going to return us to what it was then.
Deportation, mass deportation.
Well, that's one.
Tony, can I come in?
But I'm more interested, Jam, in what you think Kamala Harris is going to do.
That's great.
Considering that she's in office right now and a full partner in this administration as described by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So first of all, as you know, and I know you don't agree with this, but she is vice president. She has to go along with the Biden presidency as the co-pilot, right? But I actually think they're doing a good job. So I don't actually want to distance her too much.
Okay, you think they're doing a good job. Okay, but before you go, all right, let's pause that right there. You think they're doing a good job. So I would ask all the people who are watching this stream, whether you're on TikTok, X, or wherever, Rumble, YouTube, do you agree with Jam that what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are doing right now, currently, the state we are in this country, that they're doing a good job? I'd ask that you guys answer that question very, very quickly so I can put the responses in the chat. Now, go ahead, continue.
Tony, can I come in just a little bit? I want to say something. I have a couple questions for you, Tony, too.
Go ahead real quick. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't know if I can ask Jam this, but I wanted to ask Tony about tariffs. Now, I'm a Trump fan, but I'm a little confused on the tariffs because hold
on. Texas, then no, I'm sorry, because I don't want to sidetrack the conversation. That's why, we do it in a certain order. So yeah, I just want to finish what we're talking about here before we go on another tangent. But go ahead, Jam.
Well, so you would ask the chat, I guess, if they feel like the economy is better now, or if Biden and Kamala are doing a good job. And I know that there's going to be a lot of disagreement about that.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to find one person who agrees with you. I can't find that yet.
Yeah, well, if you Google any article comparing, where we are in what article?
Oh, if you Google an article, it'll tell. Okay, so are you speaking more? Damn, the chat is just no, heck to the no.
Yeah, no, I know that there's disagreement in here, but like if you take,
so are you going by article, or are you going by like lived experience, like outside in the world?
Oh no, I'm going by like economic measures, like the way that you might.
So not by what people are actually experiencing in their pocketbooks.
So people are experiencing high prices, Tony. I've acknowledged that. I understand that prices are high and it's hard to afford things. That I'm not blind to that, right? But when you want to try to tackle high prices, you got to make sure that the foundations of your economy are strong, right? And I know that you immediately poo-poo this idea of price gouging, but that is a concrete plan and a concrete problem that is going to be addressed by this new administration. And I understand
okay. I just want to take this step by step. Hold on. So price gouging. So as you all know, Kamala Harris's plan for price gouging includes what did she say? That there is the cost of food. She said that there's price gouging in our supermarkets and the cost of food. Is there anyone that wants to speak to that before Jam continues?
She can't lower prices. I've been screaming in the comment section. I can't, you literally, Jam, I heard you quite eloquently lay out why we got to the PPI the way that we did. And then when we talk about deflation, that when Angel laid that out, I was jumping for joy. But then when you quite literally acknowledged it, but you didn't go over the fact that you literally you can't decrease prices. It's impossible. You already have a market. You already have this market in this economy dependent on the prices as they are now, and it's been going on for the last 2.5 years. You cannot decrease a price. The only way that happens is if the private market decides to lower their prices because of competition. You're lacking competition within the market.
Correct.
You can't decrease the prices on that. So here's where we're at the precipice. Kamala Harris promising to decrease prices is a fallacy. It will never happen. Do you know what combats inflation? Disposable income. Putting more money back into our pockets to deal with the fact that we are never going to see prices regain what we saw at 2-year levels, the last 2 years. That's never going to happen. And if they would stop lying to the American people about it, then maybe it's a bit digestible. But unfortunately, and Jim, I think you understand that. I think you know that, but I think you don't want to admit that price gouging, the way that she's describing it, is not price gouging.
At all.
Everybody knows that. And if you know the economy and you understand those terms, you should know that is a lie. You can't sit here and call it price gouging when you just quite literally laid out exactly what happened. That is a fallacy. She needs to stop lying to the American people. That's what she should stop doing. That's what Kamala Harris should do, is stop lying. Number one. Number two, what do you do to combat this sort of inflation and to level this out? You need more disposable income, right? How do you get more disposable income? You decrease the tax burden.
And put more money in people.
And put more money in their pockets. Thank
Okay.
you.
So
Thank
awesome.
you.
So I love that. And you know what? I'm gonna
Who's
concede.
promising to do that?
That's where I want to come in here, right? Because I want to concede that price gouging and corporate greed maybe isn't the driver completely of higher prices. I agree that it's the injection of money and all of that stuff. What I think you're not seeing, fucking Mott, is that the name here? I'm sorry, I didn't see your name there. Is that Kamala Harris does have a plan.
This is Mod, M-O-D, to say that.
Mod, excuse me. What Kamala Harris is proposing, right, is to increase what?
Yeah, you got the Panther clause, brother.
What?
Yeah, we're gonna have to drop you for now, but you're always welcome to request backup, because
I don't know what happened. What happened?
No, you got the Panther clause. I'll explain in a second, but listen, just I hope you stick around. You can always re-request though, back up, because I'm gonna keep going with what these brilliant folks have to say, and you're welcome to come right back up. All right, yeah. So by the way, just so you all know,
I wish he wouldn't have got that. I really wanted to know how he was going to explain. I really wanted to hear that, but whatever, it's fine.
yeah, I know, but the chat has the ultimate say on who gets to stay in the box at the time by just sending Panther clause.
We can bring him up after.
Yeah, we can bring him up after, but I don't want to derail it. But I do think it's valuable for people to see what the difference is between, like, let's say typical Kamala supporters and Trump supporters. Now, obviously, well, let me not assume. Mod, who are you voting for?
I already voted, and I voted for DJT, baby.
Okay, just making sure. Neek, who did you vote for?
I voted for Donald J. Quan Trump.
Did you say Jaquan?
Sure did.
I love it. That's
Okay.
Jaquan. I love that.
So let me go to Don MAGA first, and then because I want to do it. Go Don MAGA, and then I'll go to Texas Realtor or TX.
Yes,
Tax
sir.
Hey, Tony, she's for me, and she wants to talk a little bit about tariffs. I work for a company that was directly affected by tariffs. I might be able to answer some of her questions on that.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Tax Realtor or Texas Realtor.
Hi, everyone. So I'm a Trump supporter, and I wanted him to stay on because I actually wanted to ask him, and I don't know how people are going to feel about this. I wanted to ask him if he thought Kamala was a Christian, and if he is.
No, he's not a Christian.
He's not. We don't. Yeah.
I wanted him to say no. Yeah.
Okay, but go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm done. I'm just listening to y'all.
Oh. Okay. So then, when you're ready,
I thought you had a question about tariffs.
Okay. So I wanted Tony, but you can explain it to me. So I get on there at TikTok at nighttime after I leave my office. And a lot of people Kamala fans are saying that our expenses are going to go sky high and because of that. And I don't know how to explain to them that it's not.
Okay, let me, if you give me the floor a minute, I'll explain to you what happened at my work. Okay, so the tariffs first come out, it really scared us. I work for a steel industry. We worked in steel and aluminum. So we would get half our steel from the United States, half our steel and aluminum from China and Korea. Trump come in, he put the tariffs on. We sent half of our parts to Mexico. So they was making our parts in Mexico and shipping them back to our plant, and then we was shipping them to our customers because they can make them cheaper in Mexico. Well, when he put the tariffs in, they was paying $4,000 for a container to come overseas. It went from $4,000 to $9,000. Okay, so they had to go to Pennsylvania and Chicago and order steel from here instead of buying it from over there. And it also moved the parts from Mexico back to our plant, which created more jobs here in the United States at our plant and created more jobs. The steel and aluminum plants was actually overrun. They was working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day just to keep up with demand, and they still couldn't keep up. So it actually created jobs in the United States. But I understand it scared us at work because we seen all this.
I'm really appreciative because that's what I was saying to them on this Kamala supporter group is going to bring people back here. So if Ford wanted to move off to wherever, they would consider coming back here because the tariffs would be so expensive. It's going to bring all the jobs back here. But they did not believe that. And I was like, oh.
Can I say something about the tariff real quick?
Go ahead.
I've been selling car parts for 32 years. I'm 62 years old, and I'm voting for Trump. I tried to explain this on a Democratic platform earlier, and they listened, but they didn't want to believe it. This is fact. I'm not lying to you or anything like that. Whenever time a Democrat gets in office, they take the tariff off our scrap, off of the iron comes from China. It drives the iron scrap metal costs way down. And I tried to ask them, who does that hurt when the scrap metal prices go way down? When a car it was paying when Bush was in office, it got all the way up to $13 a 100. When Clinton went out, we was only getting like $2 a 100. By the time 8 years went by and Bush put the taxes back on the iron, it went back to 13. Well, Obama came in, took it back off. It went down to about $4 or $5 a 100. And then when Obama went out and Trump came in, he put the tax back on the iron ore coming from China, and it went back up to 12, 13 again.
Right.
When Biden first went in, it was about 12, 13. Now, I don't think Biden took all of it off. Biden's left a lot of the tariffs on there that Trump put on because he knows it's bringing us money. A lot of it he hadn't took off. But with scrap metal did go down about 7 or 8 2 years ago. It's back up to about 12 now. But it because that's one thing I can say. He didn't take it all off. But most of the time, when you take that tariff off, and where does that hurt people? That hurts poor people. Poor that need people to junk a car or junk appliances to buy groceries, to pay their bills.
Yeah.
Democrats can promise you the world to get elected. And then when they get in office, they do the opposite and hurt people that they promised all this stuff to. She has flip-flopped on everything to get elected. They don't even know what to believe in. They tightened up the border some. They helped the border crisis. They relaxed fuel and let us start making more fuel in America, but with more oil. Yeah, we're pumping more oil than we ever have. And so the gas prices go down. But y'all was talking earlier about about inflation. The inflation started going up because Biden took all the things off of oil that Trump had put on. And the first week, I told everybody when Trump lost the election, gas will start going up in a matter of weeks. When Trump lost the election in November of 20, gas here in South Carolina at the cheapest place was $1.63 a gallon. Within 2 weeks, it's already at $1.80. It just kept going up. Just before he's done all the spending money,
Right.
And then when he did the spending money, it all combined in a snowball effect and made it a lot worse. But most of the stuff I deal with car parts, and I used to get shipping free from a supplier. They started charging me because when the price got up real high on fuel and stuff, all these truck, everything costs a lot more money to ship. That makes everything go up in price. Everything you buy is shipped by a truck.
Right.
When you let the price of fuel go up, it costs more to ship everything. A dozen eggs went for like 50, 60 cents when Trump was in office. They got up to what, $3 or something? Right now, there's over $2 for a dozen eggs, almost $3. So it's just common sense.
Right.
That's right.
All right.
Whenever I drive my little 66 Corvette and I want to go 80 miles an hour down the road to 100, that gas tank's getting sucked up. And I know that it cost me $100 to fill it up now versus me going that speed 3.5 years ago. It cost me 40.
Right. All right. Well, thank you, Texas Realtor and John Maga and
Thank
Jerry.
y'all.
I just get my point.
No, go ahead, John Maga. Go ahead, John Maga. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, one quick thing about the tariffs, though. See, my company had contracts with suppliers. We couldn't raise the price on them, see, so we had to bring the pipe back to the United States because you can't just jack the price up to your customers. You got a 3-year contract with yourself with this part at this price. When the pipe went up from coming over from China, we had to get pipe from here cheaper so we maintain the same price, because if you jack your price up on your customer, they're just going to find somebody else. But what I was going to tell y'all, I don't know if anybody's seen that in Michigan. I seen it this morning where they found a non-citizen had voted, had actually legally registered to vote and voted, and they're being charged, and they're still going to count his vote. Google it. This happened yesterday or last night.
Actually, I do want to talk about that conversation shortly. I'll probably end on that conversation though, because of TikTok rules.
Well, I can understand how they count his. That shouldn't be allowed.
It shouldn't. Well, we did see the Supreme Court ruling where they reversed the decision to allow those 1,600 voter registrations to come back on after the government, they tried to purge them because they were self-described non-voters and they had put them back on the voter roll.
Yeah, I've seen that, but this was he actually voted in Michigan and they said they're going to count it. So I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up and not give you something to talk about. I'm not going to say too much more, but I'll get off there and let somebody else come up. And y'all have a good day, and I enjoy it like always.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right.
So, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wanted to shout out the Don. Her main account got restricted, and she's in the chat right now as the Big Don. That's her backup account. So everybody follow her, the Big Don.
You can come up here. It's easier.
I tried to invite her, and I guess it's not letting her up.
Oh.
Which is crazy because I just saw somebody request up with 0 followers.
Yeah, there's a certain group of us who seem to keep having these issues with. I don't know. I was talking about it earlier. Yeah, like whenever this group of TikTok Avengers comes together, they make us unfollow each other. They don't let us get up in these panels together. But anyway, let's go to Jerry so Jerry can land the plane so we can go to the next person. And let's try to go ahead.
I landed my plane. I just want to explain how the tariffs work on helping poor people.
Right. And you articulated it very well. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
All right. Take care. Who
for following Big Don, the Big Don.
All right, who's next? Is it Chrissy or is it Hood next?
I think it was Hood next. Hood next.
Hood next, you there?
What's going on? How you guys doing today?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. So I actually jumped up, which I don't know if you guys even noticed, but I'm on your lives like almost every day. I will. Let me touch on one thing. How you're saying your account and everything. I had to stop sharing your live, Tony, and it made me sad. But they actually restricted my messaging, and this is my backup account. I can't do drink anymore. You were the only live that I. No, but no worries, brother. Don't let it bother you. But the
so wait,
when that
they've been restricting your account when you share my lives.
Yeah, this is my backup account. I actually specifically made this account so I could get on here and help you out and speak the truth. And when I shared your live, they pretty much put a block. I cannot direct message anybody, and they did a 30-day block, and it was my first violation.
Now, isn't that odd? As I was saying earlier, that all my backup account, like all my accounts, I can't even message people. They're targeting me. They're targeting us. They're targeting these voices. So now, and this is for the people who are watching this, especially on X, which is why I say we need to punish TikTok. I don't give a damn about the Biden-Harris White House threatening them. If they're just going to be doing the bidding of Kamala Harris and censoring the hell out of us, why are we even on this platform? The only reason why I'm doing this right now is because I want more people to see this. I don't want to just be able to complain about it on TikTok, the platform where they are censoring me and not allowing people to see what I have to say, which is why I put this TikTok right here to stream it live to X and the other platforms. Because if you think that I'm bullshitting, but I'm not. People are being censored just for tagging me on Facebook. They're getting community violations. My name is banned on Meta platforms. And now people who share my lives, when we try to have these discussions with each other, they're being suspended. So there's a real campaign to silence American citizens. And we have to take this seriously. This is the #1 issue that I've been bringing up, that I've been talking about from the beginning of this live. When they censor you, when they censor others, anytime you censor people, you're denying them the right to not only share their voice, but you're denying them the right to hear a new point of view, to hear new information that can inform their perspective. So, like, what are we saying here? Are we saying, Democrat voters, that we want to give the state, give the government the power to silence the people you don't agree with? Because what happens when they don't agree with you? Are we comfortable just being silent so we cannot share any information? Listen, the solution to hate speech, to bad speech, is good speech, more speech. That's what happens. I've never known a truth teller who wanted to silence or censor a liar, because the truth is always going to outshine a lie. But liars, you better believe it, that they want all the assistance they can get in shutting up the truth. So go ahead, Hood Next. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take over you.
No, good. You need to say it, and I hope the people are listening to you. And I wish I could share your lives, because more people need to wake up. We're so close to a tipping point. We only have a very short period to correct this.
Yes.
The other thing that I wanted to bring up was going to be with Jam, because he kept talking about how can I say this? It's about the C-19.
COVID-19.
One thing, yeah, the one thing that I just saw the other day, and I found it very interesting. If you get on the WHO website, which World Health Organization, for some of you that might just think I'm an owl or something, they have actually put out that we are in a global pandemic, or are we allowed to say that on here, for TB, and the numbers have actually surpassed C-19 for TB. And I just found it very interesting that here we go once again, so close to our election, and this is going on. and we're sending all these troops, our Americans, over there to fight what I don't agree with. We need to stop the nonsense around the world because it affects everybody around the world. But here we go yet again with another pandemic.
Can somebody block the person who said race traitor down there?
And I think it's funny that, you know, I've heard the left say a lot of times, oh, well, Biden took over from a pandemic and that's why our economy is so bad and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, here we are again in another one.
You know,
what are they doing to resolve the situation?
Right. All right. All right, Hood Next. Well, thank you very much.
Could I just respond to?
Hold on, brother. Thank you, Hood Next. And
Christy is next.
yeah, when you talk about it almost feels like they're causing the problem, right? In order to fix it, right? Because and for an example of that is the border. Now, we know we've always had a border issue in this country with illegal crossing, but we know that the border was way more secure under Donald Trump. We know that as he was trying to build this wall that everybody called him racist for, we know that he faced massive obstruction from Democrats in that endeavor. Even when he offered to make concessions with what was it? The birthright citizen? Is that what it was? The birthright citizenship thing? Remember?
Yes. It was the DACA kids that he was going to allow 1.6 million DACA kids citizenship for $25 billion to build the wall, and Pelosi denied it. And you know how we know this is true? Because when she did something, I think in Sacramento, she did like a little gymnasium press conference, whatever. Those DACA kids went there and told her to her face, why would you do that? Why would you, if you want us to have citizenship, why would you deny us to get it? 1.6 million people, right, who have been here for so long, who have earned it. Why would you not allow us to get citizenship? Because we want the wall built, basically, right? So we can protect us from the shit that we and our parents ran from.
Yep. And so, well, there's that. So then when you think, I'm sorry, I'll let you go after. But so when you think about it, it's like, so we know Donald Trump was trying to secure the border even further, but he faced massive obstruction. Also, y'all remember when there was like people took out some GoFundMe because they wanted to actually help him pay for it because he was getting no help from Congress, and then they like shut down the account and gave all those people back their money. So it showed that people did want a secure border. And the thing that bothers me about that conversation is that they framed it as racist, even though it was about protecting the sovereignty. You don't have a sovereign country if you don't have a border. That's just the facts. And when you continue to allow illegal immigration to flood in at the rate that it does, it tends to impact poorer communities. It tends to impact Black and brown communities. And so one of the worst ways to gaslight people is to tell them that they're racist, even when they're speaking in protection of Black and brown groups. And that's what I hate, because when you're a Black person who speaks more conservative leaning values, you're labeled as a racist. It's just so stupid. And it takes away from the value of the word racism, because you're using it so much as a cudgel against your enemies that it has no more steam. So the people who are experiencing real instances of racism, it devalues honestly. And so if Joe Biden was so interested in protecting the border, why would the first action that he did once he got into the White House be to like reverse all of the executive actions that Donald Trump took to secure the border? Why would he remove the rapid DNA testing at the border that was actually implemented in order to ensure that those children were not being trafficked, to make sure that those children weren't being used as mules and that they were actually with their parents? Why would Joe Biden remove that? Why would he remove so many policies? Why would he sell the remaining pieces of the wall for scrap metal for pennies on the dollar? Like, that's a clear signal. You're saying, come on in. And then we're seeing these same illegal aliens flooding into poorer Black communities. You see that happening. Look at Chicago, look at New York City. And it's not just Black communities now. See, now it's starting to go into a lot of those privileged white liberal neighborhoods. Now y'all getting pissed about it. But when it was coming into our neighborhoods and they were taking our resources and putting those people in hotels and giving them welfare, giving them cash money, giving them medical, you didn't have housing, you didn't care about it until it affected you. And that's the selfishness that I see in the Democrat Party. And I cannot be in a line with that shit anymore. And I'm astonished to see so many Black people who are willing to twist themselves into all types of pretzels in order to justify that bullshit. But go ahead, Hood, next. I'm going to shut up and let y'all cook.
All right. I'm actually going to touch on, this is why I love you guys so much. I'm going to touch on what you were saying. I brought up about
try to stay in the mic because your voice keeps getting off the mic. I don't know. Maybe he got a phone call.
No. I don't know what's going on. I keep getting muted. Anyway, I love this live because you kind of added on to what I was saying. With what's going on overseas right now with the TB and how you were touching on why didn't we keep the border more secure, not only for the women and the children and the people that want to come in and do it the right way. Wouldn't we want to keep ourselves safe from all these other diseases that we have spent? I don't even know how much money through the medical fields to make sure that these diseases that are in other countries don't make it here. And with our borders open, it's just flooding in. Like it's all around bad. And I'm not saying I don't want people to come to our country. That's how our country was made. But we got to do it the right way, right? And I'll let you go. I'll let you go off of that because I know you're going to. That's why I love this live.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate you. All right. MOD, you want to say something? Because I know I don't want you to just feel like you're just sitting there because you're a valuable contributor to the conversation. Is she there?
She'll pop up when there's
when the time comes, when it's smoke.
Yeah, right.
Okay. All right, who's next?
Chrissy was next.
And then Macedon.
Hey, so I just wanted to actually just pop on and say thank you for the truth. I have watched your lives for a while now. I'm almost on every single day. I am a mom of 5 children, so I can't always get on. But I just want to say thank you because I think it inspired my husband. He hasn't voted since 2000. And he is voting for the first time. He is a registered Democrat, and he is voting for the first time for Trump.
All right.
So 24 years it has taken him to vote for a Republican.
Hey, Mama of 5, I want you to go play those numbers tonight. 2024, 24 years, right? Figure out how to play the words on those, play those numbers. What's today? Wednesday? Thursday? What's today? Thursday. I think the Mega Millions is up there in a couple 100 million right now or something like that. Just $2. I know things are rough, but just and say a little prayer because those numbers just came out to me. 2024, right? 24 years, and he might be just a heads up.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, the funny thing is he's 42, so if you reverse that, but no, I like I said, it's incredible to we have felt the effects over the last almost 4 years. And just this last year, it has been so difficult. Like I said, as a mom of 5, we have an almost 18-year-old, an almost 17-year-old, a 12-year-old, an almost 9-year-old, and an almost 8-year-old. And you can tell with growing children, that's all they want to do is eat. So trying to figure out, like, what are we going to afford this month? What bills are we going to pay for just to put food on our table for them to eat? like the effects of it. My husband, he's seen it, he's felt it, and I think that's what has pushed him a little bit more. And then plus with me diving into politics over the last year and a half,
Right.
I think it's really pushed him. So I just want to thank you guys.
All right. Thank you. We love to hear those stories.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank
you're
you.
welcome. You're welcome.
You see that, guys? You never know who you're going to reach. That's why I do it. This is why I do it. I know it gets frustrating sometimes, especially when they come up here to gaslight you, but it's not even always about the person who you're debating with. It's usually the people who are watching. Those are the ones who are getting some value and information from the conversation. And that's, I believe, why they try so hard to silence us. What's up, Macedon?
What's up, Tony? What's up, Neat? What up, Angel?
What up?
What up?
Man, last night was crazy, bro. Yo, I jumped in there and I couldn't do it, bro. After Angel and Trump belly left, I couldn't do it, bro. Bro, Tony, I am so sorry that they are attacking you the way they're attacking you, but you're right. You're doing this because you're letting the people see what's really going on. Bruh, when I got out of that truck this morning, I made it my mission. Bruh, I live in North Charlotte, in Huntersville, predominantly white, right next to Lake Norman. When I got out of that damn car and went to go boat today, I pimped that joker like Sherman Hemsley did on Amen. And the funny thing, Tony, all those liberals were sitting right there. Good morning, how you doing? Like trying to hand me a pamphlet. I said nope, and did a beat to the door, right straight to the Republicans. they looked at me like they knew they were gonna give me some pamphlets for Kamala. No, I don't want that.
Oh shit!
Don't want that. I made a beeline right to the door, straight to the Republicans.
I know that's right.
But
I wore my Trump sticker and everything. I wanted somebody to say something to me.
No, Neat, I know they felt bad, Neat, because they was like, I could see the smile on their face, like I'm the only black out there, like pimping to the door. And I know they was looking at me like, yeah, we got another one. No, you don't. Not today. But Tony, I love your live, man. I love the way Neat, keep getting them, Neat. Keep putting that knee on their head, because I really couldn't stand that girl last night, bro. Yeah. Oh my God.
Well, they can sometimes be very rude. Well, they tend to be real different.
Yeah, and I can match that energy.
Right.
So I just want to explain. I really do want to explain a little bit on that, okay? Because like Do Better was in there, I was in there, Goon was up in there, and the reality is, people, right? So what happened was there was a man who is on the fence a little bit about who he's voting for, but he cares about his daughters, right? 100%. He's probably more liberal Democrat than anything else, but he cares about his kids.
Hi, thanks for me. I didn't mean to.
Hold on, Miss Ruth.
Yes, right. So what happened was he came into Tony's live and was, hey, I need some evidence to show these people. And the reality is, okay, is that they're passing laws in California, in Minnesota. There's court cases in Maryland, okay, that the school system is hiding the fact that these children want to do some type of gender affirming care, whether it be therapy, whatever the case might be, whether it be changing. But I understand, because I have to be, I get it, right? But so what their claim is, you can't show me a case where this is happening. And I'm thinking in my head, like, well, you're not going to see it open in the public, right? That would be a HIPAA violation if anybody put that information out there.
Right.
And they don't understand that. They want to see a case. And we're just like, well, you're not going to see a case like that unless somebody goes out and talks about it. Otherwise, you're not going to see it, like they don't want you to see it, considering the fact they're passing laws that the parents, they don't have to notify the parents if the child goes to the school and says, hey, I want to be a girl. my parents don't like that and I want to do it anyway, they don't have to notify the parents. Now, for all 600 of you in here who are, if you are parents, would you be okay with the school not notifying you what is going on with your child? And that was the basis of them trying to shut us up because there's no case. Well, then if that's the case, tell me a case where a woman was not given an AB for either grape, incest, or the life of the mother. And I'll wait.
You'll never find that. Right.
Angel, I could see you was holding your own, but it's like you was gritting your teeth, bro, because I could understand where they coming from with like they want a specific case, but when you gave them names, when you gave them states, they still wouldn't accept it.
Okay, I do want to say something though, right? When it comes to those sorts of conversations, one, I don't believe in the term gender affirming care when it comes to children. I think language is important. And I think they wrap certain things in language, in certain friendly language in order to justify it, make it seem more friendly and helpful, and even in a way to kind of make it approvable, make it something that's more acceptable in the medical industry, right? Whenever you label something as care, that's the way that you usher in this sort of bullshit. But secondly, we're talking about a conversation that we had with a group of Democrats who wanted to debate Trump supporters. But from the moment we got in there, they were muting mics, they were being disrespectful, yelling at people, blocking people. So it's a bad faith, conversation already from the beginning. But the questions are also bad faith. It was a bad faith question that was set up in order to make you wrong before you even enter the conversation. And that's the problem I have with bad faith conversations. Because if you truly care about your children, right? If you truly care about the future that we're leaving for them and the protection of them, you're not going to lead with bad faith questions that are aimed at gender confusion in children. When we know that 80% or more of those children who have gender dysphoria, they grow out of it naturally.
Right.
So when you have adults telling kids who may be confused based on social factors that they are not sure what they like, who they are, that's when, one, you need to make sure that those parents are involved so they can guide and teach and indoctrinate their children, not the school system. And that's when you can also consider counseling from someone who didn't get their degree based upon gender studies or gender identity or some non-binary whatever bullshit that they're throwing in here. Now, you can identify as whatever you want to identify with as an adult, but the moment you start implanting that shit into our children and telling them or trying to teach them that they can make permanent decisions without the involvement of their parents, then we got a problem.
Right.
When you have children, minor children going into doctors' offices and then they're stopping the parent and saying, hey, would you like your mom or dad to go with you? I'm leaving that doctor's office immediately.
Exactly.
Hey, Tony, before I go, all seriousness aside, as a divorcee 50-year-old man who had two sons, and I got one daughter. Now, my oldest son passed away last year, right? Now, my middle son is 17 years old. And he's in that phase now where he wants to be another gender. So by us being separated and divorced, I had no knowledge of this because he didn't come to me. So his oldest brothers, when he was alive, he used to taunt him. And I used to tell him, like, look, leave him alone. That's nothing, he's not like that. Da-da-da-da. So fast forward, last year when I had to go make funeral arrangements for my oldest son, when I got to his mom's house, when I tell you, it's not just the father who will chastise these kids for being who they want to be, bruh, it's his mom. His mom was calling him prissy, sissy, you gotta do something to him and da 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 da. And I'm like, yo, and you're the mother. Bro, that hurt me to my heart because I'm like, regardless of what he is or who he thinks he is, he's still my son.
Right. And I think a lot of these things it's a byproduct of many decades, maybe even more, of indoctrination. And you know, that's why I think we need to break away from a lot of the politics that are governing, you know, our country and our society today. You're seeing this really heavy push towards confusion, gender confusion. And it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean we love them any less. We can talk to them with empathy and guide them. But at the end of the day, an adult has the right to make whatever decision they have to do as an adult. A child, a minor child, you know, you have no right to interfere with that parent's relationship with their kid. And I don't care. My daughter's 30 years old. I got 2 grandchildren, and she still knows what daddy says is what daddy says. Period.
Hey, Tony, before I go, I for the people on this panel and in the chat, if you don't have kids yet and you wanting kids, please, I advise you to date these people, vet these people, because there is a science to breeding. Because you don't know who you're procreating with, because you one night stand and you met this one in the party. Please vet each other, because you don't know what's going to come down the road later on when this argument or something pops up. And I had to learn the hard way. It took me 50 years to learn that there's a science to breeding. So, because you're not gonna breed a Shih Tzu with a Rottweiler. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same to us as well. That one night stand can be 18 years of hell, bruh.
Right.
And I'm gonna drop down, bro, because I'm about to eat and I'm gonna tap this screen. I love you guys. Y'all have a good one, bro. And I'll be back.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah. Let's just say procreation. I know y'all didn't like the word breeding, but procreation. Who's next? Shay Baby? Is that it?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was giggling at your comment. Anyway, I had originally came up because of the censorship topic, but then after hearing everybody talk, I was like, man, I can speak on all of this. Because when you were mentioning the censorship topic, I had actually put in the comments, but they're going by so fast. There's actually another platform that I personally feel is definitely more constitutional when it comes to these topics and so much more.
What is it?
Clapper.
Clapper, yeah. It's just kind of filled with too much like
the other side. Yeah,
other weirdo stuff. Yeah.
I get it. But no, I was agreeing with that, how the censorship is going, because I've noticed, like, going through like my For You page and stuff, like I'll see content creators that are leaning more Trump, that like their comments will like disappear or their likes will disappear and like the videos will glitch, and then I'll swipe somewhere else and then all of their stuff is there. I think that's really weird, and like creators are getting taken off this app because of their views. Like, that's just insane to me. But yeah, so there was that, and then like with the immigration stuff, like it's so funny because like everybody thinks that like we're just like, oh, we don't want anybody here. No, that's not the case. Like, we want people here, but we want them to come the correct way. And I'm a mother as well, and like I think about, like, there's people in this world that I know that I find out I can't trust, and now you want me to be okay with bringing people I know nothing about into my space. Like, that's, or we're not vetting, we're not making sure that these are also decent humans coming across our borders. I guess that, if that makes sense. But, and it was crazy because we were actually at Walmart, like me and my mom were actually at Walmart, like, oh, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and we had someone in the parking lot that was like trying to sell stuff from their home that was made. I can't remember where they were from, but they had been here since January. And I said, "Oh, how did you get here?" And he was like, "On a plane." And I'm in Kansas City. Like, it's not an area that anybody really talks about as far as people coming over here in that manner, but it's happening here too, just like it's happening anywhere else, but nobody talks about it. And it's crazy.
All right. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I want everybody to be able to be heard. Hey, Miss Ruth. She's teacupping.
Miss Ruth.
I don't feel good with people that teacup. Oh, okay.
I remember her from the one and only Live.
Oh, okay.
I'm here. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm slow. I'm old. Give me a minute. Hello.
No problem. Hi.
I've been being polite, listening.
Okay, it's all right.
Okay, sorry about that. So, wow, you guys are talking about a lot. So what? I'm would like to know what you would like to talk about because I'm older. I voted in 5 presidential elections, and was born in a political family. So I just want you to know that I am pro-Trump. So if you want to cut me off right now, go ahead, because I really am not in the mood to argue. But if you want to hear what I feel, I'm a very strong conservative. So like maybe somebody asked me a question. I think that would probably be the best because I've been listening to the conversations are all over the place.
Miss Ruth, no, I'm actually we're actually pro-Trump. We're voting.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
I'm in the right room.
But what's interesting is how she was ready to get attacked. Did you all notice that?
Yeah. Oh no, I've been attacked. Trust me.
She was like, "I wanted to smoke." So what?
I
Miss Ruth was like, "I'm here. What's good? I like that shit." I'm sending her a follow. Miss Ruth was pouting.
But
I'm ready.
She didn't. She was like, "Oh, I'm already friends with Miss Ruth." Well, damn.
No, I've been in some.
Oh, you already followed her.
I've been in some rooms where I had to defend my stance. I've been in some rooms where I had to defend my stance. I mean, seriously, and I held my own. No, I don't. I really don't. She really don't.
MOD said, "I like this one here." She said, "I like this one," and then she goes, "Wait, I'm following you."
Like, I'm in a room full of I don't know, but I'm ready to get it in. What's up?
I know.
Oh, damn.
God bless you guys.
Okay.
Oh, a friendly room.
Finally, right? Finally
in heaven.
Okay, so I mean, I could talk. I mean, let me just say this. I mean, being my age, being raised in a political family, being grown up and paying attention. And I can say like 3 years ago, I already was preparing for this year. But it is, and my, let's see, let's say 50 years of voting, I have to say this is the ugliest election I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Yes.
I've been sucked in to other lies where they just chew me up and spit me out, but I don't leave intentionally. I'm like, I will not back down. And I think that's where we as Trumpers, because I personally think they're getting paid. This is where all Harris's money's going, is to go on TikTok, go on these lies, disrupt everybody, get it to where nobody's understanding what's being said.
Yes.
And they're trying to destroy us from within, and we cannot let that happen. And that, I want to be a calm sounding voice to say it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen.
Listen, do you all notice?
Not on my watch.
You all noticed that we were talking about this issue earlier, and you see Miss Ruth just wandered in here. Like she didn't even know if this was a friendly live or unfriendly, hostile environment, but she just spoke to exactly what I spoke about before, which is the typical way in which liberal leaning politics they gear towards confusion, trivialization. They try to take you into weird tangents, go into the weeds where it gets confusing, and then you forget what you were actually arguing about, and then you never get to tackle the point.
And they are pros at it. Trust me.
Gaslighters.
They're pros. I think they have like a script that they're reading to like chew us up and spit us out. And I mean, and I promise you, I will not back down from them.
That's
I'm
right.
not.
For example, you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys know those young kids, Dean and Parker, and I think Harry Sisson, and like these Democrat shills, they have them going on all these little panels. You know, they're paid gaslighters. That's what they do. And
that's exactly what I'm trying. That's the only reason why I'm online right now, because they're paying them to do this.
Right.
And I don't want to let them do it to your live. And apparently, from what I've
they
heard,
can do that to my live. Listen, they're welcome to come in here. They're welcome to come for the smoke.
Oh, they don't want to go. They want you to come to them. Well,
Right.
they throw Trump's picture up. They act like they're promoting Trump, and then you go in there, and then it's like whoosh, chew you up and spit you out.
Yeah,
And
it's bullying because they like to
very
control
much
the space.
bullying, and I'm not going to be bullied, and I
Right.
haven't been. And I think that's probably why, I'm seeing less and less of her now, because I'm
Right.
not going to be bullied.
See, and that's another thing.
one.
A lot of people don't understand that as it pertains to the Kamala Harris campaign, from earlier on in the campaign, even till today, you'll notice that outside of that brief moment where she was doing this little fake media blitz, the overwhelming majority of all of the policies and the arguments in favor of Kamala Harris were always being delivered by these weird, social media hired hands that were just used to kind of fend off all of the hold on. They were used to fend off all of the talking points, right? All of the truth. They were used as a way of deflecting from the real issues. And so, and then when you look at the other hand, and you look at the other side, Donald Trump has been consistently out there talking by himself every day, speaking to a hostile press, speaking to friendly, hostile, doing press conferences, rallies, interviews. He's been doing all that consistently from the beginning, no matter who it is. But whenever it came to Kamala Harris, it would be these finely curated interviews with all the cuts are perfect, and they downsize her word salad answers, and she still can't manage to give a coherent answer. And the majority of everything that you hear about Kamala Harris's policies are coming from these spokespersons, and never heard. You never hear anything. The only thing I hear from Kamala Harris is about her lawn and taking care of her mother who had cancer. You can ask her, what are you going to do about the border? We protected our lawns. Okay, so what do you think about the economy? 79% of the people in the country, they're unhappy with the state of the country right now. What do you plan on doing about that? Well, Donald Trump has been running for office for 8 years. What the hell are you talking about? And it bothers me to see so many people who allow her to get away with that nonsense. So I feel like the Kamala Harris campaign appeals to the lowest common denominator of people. And while there are some people who now in the 11th hour, they're saying, oh yeah, now she has some policy. Most of that is a cut, copy and paste from Joe Biden's previous policy. It's
And
it's
and I agree with you 100%.
right. As a matter of fact, in the beginning, they
doing
forgot to
everything
take
in
Joe
their
Biden's
power
name
to
off
cut
of
us
a lot
off.
of it. But go ahead, Ms. Ruth.
They're doing everything in their power. They're taking all that money that he had for campaign money, which they really didn't want her. I mean, but they're all acting like they do, but they didn't want to give the money up. So right there shows they're a greedy party. So that right there was a turnoff. And then I have yet to hear out of her mouth what she's going to do. I go on these lives, and I mean, trust me, I mean, I get sucked in to the wrong lies, and they chew me up, and I stand my ground. I'm not going to be bullied. And I'm like, oh, well, you need to go work for her, because I've yet to hear her say that. You know, they're all like saying she's got this and she's going to do this. She ain't said nothing that's impressed me.
That's
and
the
so
point.
she's out, period.
All right, Ms. Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
I hope you found a home here.
Oh my
So please
God, I
follow
found
me.
a home, Tony. I like you. You follow me back, so I mean, I can find you, because it's hard for me.
Yeah, they might make
you know,
you unfollow me. So I've also followed you. So
You
just
did. I follow you already, so I just want you to know that.
okay.
I support you.
Well,
But
thank you very much.
Don't get bullied, guys. Don't.
Oh no, we're not getting bullied.
All right, good for you. I'm
All right,
proud of
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right,
We
take care.
bully the bullies.
Yeah. What's up, No? And then we'll go to Miss Martina.
Hey, how you doing today, sir?
How you doing, brother?
Not
we
bad. Not bad. I'm happy to be up here too. I feel like Ruth right now, man. She put it all in a nice little bowl, man. So I just want to touch on a couple things about Trump and Kamala. This whole thing. To me, the whole Democratic Party had just went dark, man. Like it's like I can't believe it. This can't be the same party that was here when I was young, man.
For real.
You know? And I mean, for somebody like Michelle Obama to give that speech that she gave, it was the most disgusting thing
Wait, what happened?
Are you?
Hello, I was getting a phone call just now.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, somebody
yeah.
coming around. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so and then on top of that, for one thing
You were
I am
talking
happy
about
to see.
Michelle Obama's speech. Somebody
Oh,
said,
yeah, I mean-
Michelle's truth hurts. No, it doesn't. She said that Michelle Obama in that speech said that Donald Trump was trying to prevent IVF treatments when he literally.
Yeah, this whole campaign is just all about, you know, taking rights away from children. Like it's not, and I know this might sound extreme, but when you become impregnated, that's not your body at that point. It's the baby's body. It's your job to bring that baby into this world at that point. You get what I'm saying? And I keep hearing, oh, it's women's right to, what they say? Hold on
Yeah.
a second. Yeah, so on top of, I keep getting phone calls. I'm losing sight of where I'm at.
No. All right, you know what? Let me hold on. Let me mute you for now. I'll let you stay up.
Okay.
But all right?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. But just to touch on that a little bit, because I saw a couple of people in the chat get offended the moment he called out Michelle Obama. So see, this is the cultish behavior that I talk about. Like, remember how Jam said earlier about worshiping Donald Trump? No. See, y'all be worshiping the Obamas too much. So much so that you're afraid to criticize them. If your loyalty is to the truth, you're gonna call out whoever the hell you gotta call out. You're gonna call balls and strikes as it comes. Michelle Obama lied. Yes, folks, she lied to you in that DNC speech. And to be honest with you, I couldn't stomach it. I couldn't stomach watching that convention because I couldn't take all of the lying. It made me feel sick to my stomach. But when she said the thing about how Donald Trump, how he was threatening their rights to IVF, which is the first time I've even heard anything concerning quote unquote reproductive rights where they were actually talking about reproduction. But she flat out lied. Like, there's literal video showing Donald Trump saying the complete opposite, where the man wants to actually use federal funds to go towards IVF. So to me, it speaks to the lack of respect that these people have for their own audience, for their own voters. It speaks to how they see you as unintelligent, where they think they can just lie to you and say anything to get you all riled up while giving you no information, while completely giving you false information. Mr. Obama. I remember Mr. Obama running on a platform of hope and change and unity. The man never wanted to talk about race ever, ever. Remember that? When y'all tried to talk to Barack Obama, why you not doing nothing for black people? What did he say? I'm the president of all Americans, not just black people. Remember when you tried to talk to him about policy and he told y'all, no, stop complaining and pick yourselves up from your bootstraps. I'm tired of being talked down to. I don't know about y'all. I'm tired of hearing the rest of my community make excuses for that man talking at you. And so the same man who never spoke up as a quote unquote black man, and I don't really care, honestly, I really don't care how he identifies, but let's be real. Y'all are the ones that was pushing the first black this and black that, because he had to get painted into a corner, backed into a corner to finally admit that he was black. But even outside of that, the man who does not ever want to talk about race, never talked about race throughout his administration, suddenly, when it's time to get votes for Kamala Harris, he's going in front of black men and lecturing you as to why you're not standing up and voting for her due to our shared experiences with her. What shared experiences do black men have with Kamala Harris outside of the relationship between a prosecutor and a defendant? What? I'll wait. It's embarrassing. It's disrespectful, and it's insulting that you try to talk down to black men like they are political children while simultaneously trying to shame them into acting and behaving like political children by pledging their votes to a woman who they don't identify with and who is their prosecutor.
Didn't she go to Howard College?
Howard University. Yeah, let's stay off of mute. Let's stay muted, please, until you're unmuted.
I do want to know, I mean, obviously Todd, just by his voice, I can tell who he's voting for. But Kyle, who are you voting for?
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Oh.
Yeah. I'm doing a science.
I know
experiment.
I know who you're not voting for.
I'm doing a science experiment.
Okay, hold on. Let's give the floor to Miss Martina, and then.
But Kyle,
is
real
Todd
quick.
the only opposition? Is he opposition? So
Kyle, who are you voting for?
I'm voting for Kamala.
Oh, okay.
I can tell too.
Okay.
Martina.
Neat.
Yes, ma'am.
Only because he doesn't have he has.
I ain't gonna be long. I'm not gonna be long.
Go
but
ahead,
I
Ms.
think
Martina.
that our how you want to call them, battle states or swing states, I think they might be switching. I think Virginia is turning into a swing state, battle state. I have the feeling Virginia is going to turn red. I had some experience today, what I never had before in the grocery store. There are black women and they are chanting Trump. Unbelievable. And they asked me who I'm voting for, and they said, if you vote for Trump, we are sisters. I'm like, looking at them. I'm like, what the world is going on here? I'm telling you, here's a change in Virginia. Here's a change. I see it. I smell it. I'm actually very positive thinking. I just pray, and man, Tuesday cannot come early enough, and then we got to go from there. I'm kind of worried between Tuesday and Inauguration Day. what's going to happen there, you know. And so, yeah, but I think Virginia, I think is going to be a state to watch, you know. It might change. I have that feeling. That's pretty much all I wanted to say. And thumbs up to Tony. I hear a lot of something weird is going on some other sites. There are some sites completely eliminated. Some people completely eliminated from TikTok.
Oh yeah, it's happening all over the place.
Yeah. All right, you put me down, bring somebody up, and thumbs up, toy for Tuesday.
Thank you, Martina.
All right, thank you, Nick.
All right,
See you
thank
later.
you. Hey, Kyle.
Actually, I think Todd was next.
Was it Todd or was it Kyle? Neek,
It
check
was
your.
Todd.
It was me. It was me.
Oh, okay, check your phone, Neek. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, you know me, the guy you've stereotyped already. Go ahead with your open mind and your open mic.
Go ahead. I'm not stereotyping you. Go ahead. So what? Why
All
are you voting for Kamala?
Because I don't think that she is a threat to democracy, and I think she may not be perfect, but she's not a felon.
Okay, so we're gonna go with that. We're gonna start with that talking point. Okay, so when you say she's not a threat to democracy, what do you define democracy as?
I would keep it as maybe the way our government currently works, where you have checks and balances within 3 branches of government. The fact that Trump is already openly saying that he has some secret plan with Mike Johnson in the House of Representatives is a little troublesome. What do you think about that?
I'm still trying to figure out your definition of democracy.
Well, what do you mean? Our definition? Do you really want to get into that?
I'm asking you the question. What is your
Oh yeah, we want to get.
Well,
into
the definition of democracy is a form of government where people vote for their representatives. They have a voice.
So great. Did you vote for Kamala Harris to be the nominee for presidency?
I did when I voted for yes. When I voted
no. Tony, I got this.
Yes.
Tony, please. Let
No,
me cook,
please.
bro.
Let me have a piece of this guy.
Great.
When Biden ran, when Biden ran,
stupid. Was Kamala Harris on the primary ticket for Joe Biden when Joe Biden was elected?
Yes,
right?
she was on the ticket as VP. She was on the ticket as VP.
That's not how it works. That's not
That's
how it works.
exactly how it works.
In primaries, there is no VP. Stupid.
Who do you think? Who do you think was going to be his
Who do you
VP?
think?
Fucking
It doesn't
idiot.
matter. This is how dumb you are, bro.
Hold on. Okay. I want Todd to be able to say the things he's saying, even if he's wrong, because of the 1,000+ people who are watching this. I want them to hear it. And I get it. It's annoying.
Okay. Who do you think was going to be the VP?
I know that it's annoying because we go through this every day with people who come up here deliberately to gaslight, but the people they don't know.
Is this guy the best you got, Kyle?
So I would appreciate it, Todd, if you let me finish saying what I'm saying, and I'll allow you to speak. All right? Because I have not been disrespectful to you. I have not said anything rude to you. So please don't be disrespectful to me. I'm going to allow you to speak. So what I'm saying is, even if we don't agree with him, I'd rather allow this guy to speak so that he can share the perspective that probably a lot of people out there have. And I want them to be confronted with those beliefs through this conversation with him. Go ahead, Todd.
Great. Thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate your civility in this conversation. Unlike that other guy. So when Biden was running for a primary, okay, and
hey, you came up here mad condescending, right? Like you wanted it. So I gave it to you. So get ahead.
I just said hello and
finish speaking. Don't bring me into a conversation.
Go ahead, Todd. Go ahead, Todd.
All right. So for those who aren't that familiar with how democracy works in our country, political parties are private companies. Okay, primaries are and have not always been open. Okay. And so in this case, Biden ran on the open primary for re-election. Yes, and in that running and in his campaign, he had already chosen Vice President Kamala Harris as his running mate.
That's not true.
So absolutely it was. She was already on his re-election campaign.
Tony,
There was nobody else.
Tony, can he define democracy again real quick? Can he do that?
He hasn't done that yet.
I already did. I told you.
So explain it again.
Democracy is very simply is a form of government where people have a voice in
Okay, stop
who
right there.
leads them.
Stop right there.
Angel, you got nothing, bro. I don't know why you're talking.
I know, right? So listen to what he stated, right? Bro, he put you on mute, stay muted. Thank you. Right? So this dude's just gonna be a dick.
No,
bro.
don't worry about it, Angel. Keep talking. I got it.
Angel,
yeah, I got nothing. So he stated that democracy is the voice of the people choosing what they want, but he just stated that the DNC, right, and the Democrat Party is a private entity. Are we understanding the bullshit that the government uses, giving you the illusion of democracy when the only democracy they have is what they have, right? Like, so when hold on, shut up, bro. When they say Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, you're damn right he is, to their democracy, because they're the ones who can choose whether or not you can choose Joe Biden, and they say, you know what, we don't like Joe Biden, so we're gonna give you this. They kind of did that with Bernie Sanders in 2016 when they gave you Hillary Clinton and she got mollywopped in the presidential election, right? It's the same concept. The people choose something, and then the government says, not even the government, the private entity states that's not who we want. That's not really a democracy.
And that's actually what they did when they faced the lawsuit for what they did to Bernie in the primaries. Now go ahead, Todd.
all right. Well, let me educate you guys for just a second. If Angel can just keep his yap shut for a second. So
okay, Todd, let's stop doing that. You can just say what you have to say without constantly unmuting yourself. Because the more you unmute yourself while I'm talking, I'm gonna just keep muting you because you're just showing a lack of discipline. I'm just asking you to please explain as succinctly as possible what you think democracy is, and explain to us how what's her name, Kamala Harris, being designated as the candidate is the democratic process.
okay, so I will explain it one more time. Democracy is the people having a voice. A republic is a form of government where you have representatives.
I don't need a definition of republic. So
well, let me explain the difference though, because here's what you're sort of missing.
I never asked for the difference. I just wanted to know your definition of what a democracy is. But
well, you said we weren't a democracy. You were saying that.
But you're right. You basically said that the people have a voice. So I don't even want to go as far as how they selected Kamala Harris. I want to go before that. I want to go before that where the DNC announced that there would be no primaries, that there would be no debates, that the other candidates who were running under the Democrat ticket were actively silenced, sued, blocked on all media platforms like RFK Jr., Marianne Williamson, Dean Phillips. How it is that most Americans had no idea that there were other candidates running on the Democrat ticket. So,
Tony, have you ever been part of it? Go ahead. I'm just going to ask, have you ever seen a challenger run again, like a primary, when let's say in 2020 when Donald Trump ran again? Did you know that there were Republican challengers to his ticket in the primary? Did you know that?
Yes, I did, and they were not.
The same thing happened. The same thing happened with
Okay,
Democrats.
here's the thing, though. I don't do the pivoting. I like to stick to the topic. So
okay, let's stick to it.
Yeah. So relax, bro. What I'm saying to you is, do you find that what happened when they laughed, when literally Simone Sanders said, I'm trying my best not to laugh, there will be no primary. Do you think that that's a democratic process as it pertains to Democrat voters? And I want the Democrat voters out there who voted for Joe Biden. I want you to hear this answer. Do you believe that that was a democratic process to not allow those people and vehemently fight against their ability to be able to vote for the other options? Was that democratic by the Democrat Party?
You know, I'll be honest with you. It wasn't. It's not a democratic system.
Okay, so was that a Democrat? See, your answer now just went towards a system. I didn't ask you about a system. I asked you about the Democrat Party, the Democratic Party. Did they engage in a democratic process for their voters?
For the primary. Yes, it was a primary just like every other primary.
That's the only thing that has happened thus far, correct? So did they engage in a democratic process by allowing
in their primary? They did it just like every other party has done it.
Everyone an equal voice.
How do you mean otherwise? I don't understand. When you're talking about when Biden ran.
Okay, so to the people watching this, I think any person with a good degree of common sense, you understand the question that I posed to this gentleman, and you understand, you're seeing in real time how he's evading the question.
I'm not going to evade it, Tony.
So
I just
then
don't
stop
understand the
talking for a
specifics.
second, and I'll let you go on your tangent. I just don't do tangents and then answers.
But you're not clarifying my question. You're not clarifying the question, Tony. I'm asking you.
I'm not clarifying the question. Let me clarify it for you again. Was it a democratic process for the Democratic Party to ignore certain voices, whether they be other candidates or voters, in suppressing the access to the other candidates running in their primaries?
Okay,
hey, Tony.
I assume you're talking about when Kamala Harris was selected. Is that the point in time?
Okay, so that's pretty much the last time I'm going to ask that question. It needs no more clarification. As a matter of fact, look, wait a minute. Maybe I'm not.
Okay, let me answer it. Let me answer it.
I'm
No.
not doing it. Keep muting him. If he unmutes, somebody keep muting him. So for the people who are watching this, I would like to ask you, was there anything confusing about the question that I asked? Maybe I have a problem with articulation. Did you all understand the question that I asked?
Tony, I think he did answer it, and he quite literally destroyed his own argument when he said she was selected. So
he said
she was selected. She was
selected.
He acknowledged
Yeah,
it.
yes,
now
absolutely.
twice. Yes.
I'll say it out loud. She was
So then-
absolutely
so you
selected by
admit
the
it was
Democrat.
not a democratic process.
No, it wasn't. Absolutely not. No, that was not. When Biden
didn't
said
hurt,
I choose Kamala Harris as my replacement, that was not democratic. No, absolutely not.
Okay,
But it doesn't have to be.
So when I asked you, right, when I asked you in the beginning, right,
Why is that
did
so
you
offensive?
vote? When I asked you in the beginning, did you vote for Kamala Harris to be the president? You stated yes. That was a lie, knowing damn well that on the primary, vice presidents aren't on there. Just like when Donald Trump was running, the VP was not on there. We voted for Donald J. Trump in the primaries,
correct,
not the VP. So once again, right, and I didn't want to have this, but you came up here all condescending. I was really going to let MOD have you, right? Because she likes to play with her prey before she eats. Me, I go right in for the kill. You know, and that's the God honest truth, bro. Because you came up here so condescending.
Bro, you're gonna need more teeth than that.
Listen, bro, even with 2 teeth, bro, I would eat you alive, all right? So stop.
So let's.
Just gumming me, man. Just gumming me right now.
Go ahead,
Because
I'm
I would like to, because I listened to you describe democracy,
saw it.
but then
bring it.
acknowledge. Okay.
Let her eat, Tony. Let her eat real quick.
So as far as democracy, and the constitutional republic, because I think we both acknowledge there's differences, right? But within the way that we have our government set up, it is a form of democracy, right? Because we talk about that democracy is for the rule of the people, right? You would agree with that, Todd?
That's right. I would say that we are a democratic republic that is constitutional. A constitutional democratic republic.
Okay,
Yes.
so I would disagree that it's a democratic republic, seeing as though that within the constitutional republic you have to have there's key differences. One of them is the separation of powers. The other is the limits on government power. And then also the ability on a micro level, so within the state level, to not only choose your candidates, but also have the power to recall them.
Exactly.
That does
Well,
not
let me
hold on. That does not
Okay.
exist in a representative democracy. You cannot recall your representatives. That does not exist. So within the context of our Constitution, right? So on the federal level, sure, it may be a bit more of a representative democracy, but on the micro level, which is honestly where most of the laws exist, or on the states and the local levels, you do have a constitutional republic, because you're quite literally your state is bound by their own constitution with a separation of powers that does not exist in other countries. That's what makes us uniquely different. So when you describe us that way, you could say, yeah, on a wide scale, on the federal level, sure, because we don't have the power to disrupt. We don't necessarily have the power to disrupt the federal government process, right? As far as recalling a president, but we can impeach them. So we do have a semblance of it. I will also point out that other countries do not have different types of court systems. We do. We not only have a federal court system, but we have a state court system and we have a local court system, even the municipal court system.
That's right.
That does not exist in other countries. So that's why I'm saying I would disagree with that assessment, seeing as though that there are stark differences between us and other countries that are democratic republic or democratic.
Okay, I would agree. Yes, you're absolutely right. There are some very distinct differences, but at the same time, the definition of a republic is really simple. It just means representative government. Okay, so it just means that you're not doing a direct democracy. Oh, and let me finish. So there are three levels to our government. We have a democracy that we can vote. We therefore vote for representatives to represent us. That makes us a republic, and those representatives are held to a constitution that decides what they can and can't do. Absolutely, that is democratically elected.
I understand that Democrat describes the process. What we are is a constitutional republic. There's the difference. So when you can't just stop. You kind of cheapen your own argument when you stop at just democratic process.
I'm including all three.
Okay, so we
don't have a House of Lords that selects people for us, right? So we have a democracy that selects representatives that then follows the Constitution.
Anything other than a constitutional republic? I mean, it's just again, it cheapens your argument when you stop the buck at just democratic representatives, because that does not. It goes way beyond that.
I mean, I don't stop it there. I absolutely continue with the Constitution.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So what exactly was your point in bringing that up as far as the voting process of the Democratic Party, which you acknowledged is a institution that exists within the United States, a private organization? So what was the point in bringing that up if you know that the issue have to follow the Constitution?
I think the issue that Tony was trying to make was that by selecting somebody and not electing them within the party, that's anti-democratic. And I would say absolutely it is. Yes. But that is not, but the party is not, again, up until the 1960s, there was no open primary. The party and its delegates decided who was going to be.
Why is that? What does the Constitution tell us about Article 2? What does that tell us?
But the Constitution doesn't dictate, doesn't regulate parties. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, so what it does, what it does is it allows the states the times, places, and manner, Article 2 of the Constitution, Section 1, Clause 2, right? So it tells the states that they have the power to regulate within their states how a federal election should go, but they're still bound by the rules of the Constitution.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not arguing that, but primaries are not considered federal elections. These are in-party within
the states elections. Correct, but they're still but they're still bound by what constitution?
By state constitutions.
Hold on.
By the state constitution, which
go ahead. Go ahead. Because I think what's happening here, I just want to be able to give the lay person the explanation of what's happening here, right? He's admitting he's admitting to all of you that the Democrat Party did not engage in a democratic process in allowing you to select your candidate. But his argument is they don't have to, which is exactly the argument that was presented in the lawsuit. So whether it's right or wrong, my question to the voters is, were you under the impression that your vote didn't matter when you voted for Joe Biden?
I want to correct something here, because you said that the state primaries are not bound by the Constitution. So what is an elector?
That's not we're talking about delegates within the party. An elector is someone.
What
No,
is the Constitution tell us about how electors are chosen?
The electors. We're talking about the general election. I'm talking
Electors
about
are
a primary.
No. I know, but electors are chosen during the primary, are they not?
No,
Really?
no.
You want to double check that?
Absolutely, electors are selected by the party after the primary, not before.
No, it's during the primary. You quite literally vote for your electors in the primary.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What are you talking about?
Look, the electors have nothing to do with who the
vote-
party picks.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Because
you vote for your electors within your state during the primary. That's
Yeah,
what
but
the
they're-
primary is for.
Yeah, but they're bound.
Yes,
they're
during
bound.
the
They're bound.
primaries.
Yes, you vote for your electors during the primary, sir.
Look, the
That's
primaries are nothing but.
constitutional. Article 2 of the Constitution.
Okay, great. So we vote for electors. The point I'm trying
During
to
the
make is that
primary, which is
that's
bound
great.
by the Constitution,
Fantastic.
the
But
United
point
States Constitution.
Awesome. Here's what I'm trying to say. Okay, is that
Okay.
primaries are nothing but straw polls. They are straw polls. They are
Okay,
straw
so
polls.
one more time. Okay, so one more time.
Primaries are
just
straw
acknowledged-
polls.
You just acknowledged that electors are chosen during the primary election, which is Article 2 of the Constitution, which they are bound by the Constitution, right? Because otherwise, electors, why do we have them? Why does the Constitution tell us that we vote for our electors, that you may choose electors, right? What is the Electoral College for? This is like Constitutional 101, right? We have the Confidence in Elections Act of 1877. We have all this federal law to back this up to show that it's constitutional. So then if you know that you choose your electors at the primary, according to the way the Constitution lays that process out, then what electors are being chosen when you select another candidate if the electors are bound by that party to whomever they choose, right?
No.
Based off of the vote.
See,
right?
let me explain something though. Let me explain something. I think you're forgetting.
Okay.
You're forgetting something. Okay. Electors and delegates, delegates to a party go to the convention. It is at the convention that the party selects their candidate. Absolutely. How do you think Abraham Lincoln? Do you know your history? Do you know how Abraham Lincoln became our president?
So is the
Do you even know
primary
the
before
process that happened?
I do.
He
But
was
do you
not.
know-
He wasn't on anybody's. He was not chosen by any state to be
Was
there.
that before
to be
the
their
Confidence
candidate.
in Elections Act of
I
1877? It was.
I think we're getting
So-
deeper and deeper into the weeds, which is what
We
happens.
are absolutely, but it matters because I
Hold
don't
on,
think.
hold on. I'm
matters.
gonna swing it back. Don't worry, I'm gonna swing it back here because again,
Don't change the topic.
whether you talk
Mr.
about
Tony, I thought you
we're
wanted to
not
talk about
changing
this.
the
Don't change the topic. The audience has already
changing
given you like 15 Panther calls to get you out of here. That's what I'm trying to get to. Something that they're interested in because they feel like you're deflecting, word salad, wasting time, getting into the weeds, and
Hey
not.
Tony,
the point.
I know this is a talking point for the right. I know you guys think that this is.
It's not
Why
a
is he on
talking point for the right. You're. I just feel like he's wasting time. But I get it. I enjoy you cooking, but I feel like
I got stuff to do today. I'm just here. I'm just here talking.
But I feel like everything that Mod, I think everything you're saying is going in one ear and out the other. He just wants. So I maybe.
I think that he thinks he's right. I mean, I would really implore you to research what I'm telling you because I understand that you really can't do anything about the DNC choosing their own candidate, right? You can't do anything about that, right? But
That's
here's,
right.
But here's the deal.
Literally
But
like
here's the deal. But here's the deal. The electors were set up to either vote for Joe Biden Marianne Williamson, Dean Phillips, and what other
I'd like
Democrat
to say
was
something.
particularly there, right?
Who are they sending the clause to? Are they sending
Yeah,
it?
but again, the candidate isn't chosen until the convention. We all know that. That's
Can I
remember
say
Trump
something?
even
I
said
understand that, but
Trump even said he wouldn't debate anymore because they hadn't picked their candidate yet.
Okay. Hey Tony, can I say something? All right,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead real quick.
Okay.
Because he's
So I just got a quick question. By the way, I'm Jesse. I'm from Kentucky. I'm voting for Donald Trump. Todd, let me ask you a question, man. So if the Democratic Party, instead of selecting Kamala Harris to be their representative in the election, they chose somebody, well, say it was possible and they chose, I don't know, some horrible Republican, say Mitch McConnell. If they chose Mitch McConnell to be their presidential candidate, would you be upset?
Absolutely.
I rest my case.
okay. Okay. So
Okay, I don't know what case that was, but okay.
do you?
I mean, you're okay with it because Kamala Harris is a you guys are okay with her and whatnot. But if the Democratic Party selected someone that you weren't okay with, you wouldn't be okay with the fact that they did not elect her as the representative.
Right.
Yeah, I might be a little upset, but that's inside baseball. That's our team, not yours. What would you care?
Well,
okay,
I understand. What I'm
on.
saying is,
All right, hold on, Jesse. I get it. Hold on. I don't want this. We got to stick to a protocol here. So, Todd, you've been given like 100 Panther clause, but I will say this: you are showcasing a very convenient argument. You're offering all types of justifications for undermining the democratic process, which most voters believe, in which most voters, Democrat voters, believed that they had a say, that it was their decision in who was going to be the candidate. And the fact that none of them, zero of them, voted for Kamala Harris, and you're here making excuses for it, and saying you'd be upset if it was something else, that just shows to me the hypocrisy of it, because you're only okay with it because it yielded the result that you like. So I think the main question is for any voter out there, are you okay with the political party that you vote in, which you voted for a candidate, switching out and ignoring you, switching that candidate for who they decided they wanted through their donors and those backroom deals? Are you okay with them ignoring your vote when it's someone that you like? Because what happens if they ignore, if you set that precedent where they can ignore your vote, period, the next time, what happens when it's not someone that you like? This is the danger of allowing the democratic process to disappear from the party where you are placing your votes. You're investing your voice in it. And Todd is actually right here telling you your voice don't mean shit.
Hey, Tony, I gotta go, Tony, but let me just say this. I'll leave after this. But I hear what you're saying. I mean, I wanna say, hey, maybe you're putting up the good fight here. But keep in mind, the only people who are really upset about this seem to be Republicans. Democrats almost have moved on. We've all sort of turned the page. We're all down for it.
Good point.
The only Republicans are upset about picking Kamala Harris.
Yes. Neek, listen to what he said. Everyone, listen to what he said. Hold on. He said, but the only people who are concerned about the right of these people to choose their candidates is the people on the right. He's telling you that the people on the left don't care. And because the people on the left don't care, that is why Kamala Harris and the Democrat Party are treating you like you're stupid. That's what I was waiting for. I wanted him to admit that. He's basically telling you, yeah, they cheated, but we don't care. We Democrats don't care. So the question I have to all of you Democrat voters out there, are you okay with them erasing your voice?
Tony,
Yes,
Tony, they're not okay. That's why you're seeing a record number of Democrats registered Democrats voting for Trump. They're not okay with it. It's just these leftist, communist, socialists that are okay with this.
They're okay with removing any semblance of a democratic process.
That's actually insane that he said that right before we. Like, you know,
He
like,
thought he ate with that point.
the party that has been touting, preserving, and instilling and defending democracy does not care that that said democracy was not adhered to, regardless if it was legal or not, right? We understand the process of primaries, but it's completely disingenuous to just take a long-standing process of selecting primary candidates and just throwing it out the window.
Throw it in the garbage. Yeah.
It's just laid out in the Constitution. That's what I was saying. Like, so how could you just forego the Constitution and just be like, oh, okay, well, you know, we're not going to lay out that this is a constitutional republic and just forsake everything.
How
That
can you
essentially
do that?
just-
Guys,
You
it's
can- I
fine.
can tell you how you can do that.
It's unprecedented.
Don't care.
Guys. This is an unprecedented election. There have been so many unprecedentedness aspects of this cycle. It's all unprecedented. It's fine.
We also have Kyle. Kyle.
Hi, Kyle.
You.
Yes, I'm here.
How you doing, Kyle?
Doing great. I just want to kind of jump in. I don't want to continue with that talking point and stuff like that, but I do have a couple like my 2 cents to add on to it. I agree everybody needs a voice. Everybody should have a voice. But everybody's voice in this system isn't fully counted because we have the electoral colleges that ultimately decide. That's why everything is towards the race of 220 and all that stuff. It's not the popular vote that matters. It's the electoral colleges that matter.
Right.
But as far as going back to the primary situation, I don't get
Wait,
to
I'm
vote.
sorry. Before you continue,
like
hold on. Just before you continue.
Yeah.
But you know we're speaking to the primary process, which is before we get to the general, right? So do you agree that it's important that the people have a say-so in who they're going to put in the ring of that competition, you know, before where the electoral college, like, do you agree with allowing the people to participate in the process in some form?
Yeah, 100%. But what I was going to say is I'm unaffiliated registrant because I believe that it's the candidate that you should be voting for, not the party.
Good.
But to that point, I've never been able to vote in the primaries or in a Republican primary and a Democratic primary. You know, that's not the way it is. Correct?
You got cut off.
I don't understand.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think my signal's bad.
Yeah, but you
But
said
like you don't get to choose both primaries. As a Republican, you have to be choosing and speaking in the Republican primary, and as a Democratic, you have to be speaking in the primary. Correct?
You can
Right, if
vote
you're a
for
party.
whoever you want in the primary. You're not required
Right,
to.
but you can only vote for one party.
He's saying if you're a registered Republican, you cannot vote in the Democratic primary.
Oh, that's what he's saying. Oh, okay. Right.
Right. So then, like, when you go to the primary system, it's already flawed because all voices don't count.
I agree. But isn't there? I think there are some places where they have like that open primaries, right? Where everybody can vote in them. Is that there are places like that?
I think
correct?
so. I mean, honestly, like y'all, possibly. I mean, y'all. From what I've been hearing, y'all are more in tune with the constitutional law and stuff like that than I am. I don't have that.
I remember when
background
Bernie was
knowledge.
running for the primaries. I do remember that there was a reliance upon certain states where they did have open primaries, where they allowed non-Democrats to vote in the primaries. I don't remember it being very much. I don't remember where it is, but yes.
Yeah,
But-
and that's
but
the thing is I don't know specifics either.
I know
But you can-
Pennsylvania is a open primary state.
But I think that has
So-
complications as well, though.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But each party has a primary to which you vote for the candidate within that party, and that's two for the nomination. So you don't have to vote in the primary.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to
But-
understand.
Correct.
You don't
Right.
have to.
Yeah, and that's I mean, like I said, I didn't want to get too much into that, but that was my 2 cents on the primary situation.
Okay.
The one big reason, like, why I jumped in here, I mean, it's been a while that I've been sitting here, but I do appreciate, like I said, I'm unaffiliated. I am voting for Kamala because of things that I've seen in different sects of the Republican Party and different things like that.
Like?
So there have been some videos and some podcasts that I have found that are talking about, like, some people are talking about abolishing the 19th Amendment, which is the woman's right to vote. And the one video that I saw that I haven't done more research into it. I haven't looked into it further, but it was a Christian guy talking about it, saying, yes, that is the Christian position. That is, this, that, and the other. And I believe that if Trump gets in power, and these are hypotheticals, and obviously, voting on a hypothetical you shouldn't do that. But
Right. You shouldn't do that.
if
Go ahead.
there's even the slightest inkling that when Trump gets in power, all these people that do want to abolish the 19th Amendment can weasel their way in and work on that, we have no say.
Hey,
Nobody
can I-
has a voice with that.
Can I ask him a question, Tony?
Damn, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tony. Go ahead, bro. I just
go ahead.
like it's the what if, right? Like, and we know right now under this regime, right? They're censoring people, taking away people's First Amendment right. Like we know that, right? So while you're worried about women not voting, I'm more worried about all of us being silenced right now because that's what's happening. So
I agree.
So then, but why would you then vote for the person?
Why are you prioritizing a hypothetical over what's
happening right now?
Happening right now.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
it just
it's not even about that.
Because from
It's-
what I'm seeing, it's not the Democratic Party that is censoring those things. And that's what I'm seeing. Yeah.
But I'm confused.
Can you explain that?
Well, before, can you just clarify? You're saying that you saw these podcasts. Were there any politicians or prominent political figures that were attached to these conversations or these podcasts that would cause you to have this fear?
No, it's not. But there aren't. But like, I've got kids. I've got a 7-year-old daughter that I care about deeply.
Oh God.
And
this is why I wanted to talk to you about. I'm sorry. This is why, because you were brokering in hypotheticals, right? The one thing is,
yes,
for your hypothetical, the basis of that hypothetical was conversations that you heard from some people who I guess identify as Republicans, I assume, who are not connected or in any way shown to be in agreement or have any support from a political candidate, someone who can actually affect policy. But at the same time, if we're going to broker in hypotheticals, right, I would argue with you that you consider the other hypotheticals, which are far more reasonable hypotheticals. How do you feel about predators having access to young children? You said you had a daughter, right? So I just want to know, how do you feel about the what would be more priority on your list? Predators having unfettered access to children, or the concern with maybe somebody somehow would try to abolish women's right to vote based on no connection to a political party or official or elected official?
that's not an either or for me, though.
Okay.
It's both.
It's both.
Like, because Yeah,
So,
because
okay, so let's
if
stick
there-
with both. Let's stick with
Sure.
it's both. Let's try to figure out what would be more likely. Because now, and based on the situation I just laid out, would we agree that what would be more likely is if I could present to you some sort of evidence of an elected official supporting policies or enacting policies that can open the door to predators having access to our children?
Say that one more again. I lost you for a second.
Would it be a more viable hypothetical if I was able to present to you an elected official who has supported or signed legislation that makes it easier for predators to access our children? If not immediately so, but in the near future, or opening the door for it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So y'all can continue because I'm gonna pull this up. I just wanted to see it. I don't want to say it. I just
Go
want
ahead.
them to see it.
Go ahead, Goon. Go ahead, Goon.
No, I mean, I'm failing to see, because I mean, I get the concern, right? I get the base level concern of that there are actually conversations like this taking place, but again, like if it's not tied to a prominent political figure or somebody that is in a position of representation that would actually have, you know, leeway to making influence on policy, I think it's misplaced fear or misplaced anxiety. Because for every one podcast you could find me of maybe like a devout traditional Catholic Christian who just has like really, really, really archaic views on societal roles, right? I could find you a podcast of complete anarcho-communists who want to see an upheaval and overturning of the current American system as it is. Or you know, given the current escalative conflicts in other parts of the world, people who happen to despise a certain race of other people who feel that they have no right to safe spaces on university campuses. Like the potentials are limitless for certain content made by random people that have access to the internet that really and truly have no way of affecting actual policy that would have a realistic chance of passing. So I just feel like that's, in the grand scheme of things, I feel like that's misplaced fear, especially when considering reasons to vote for one side or the other, because both sides, frankly, have the same reasons for concern that you've displayed.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Okay, so basically, to not get too deep in the weeds, I'd rather just give you the information so you can look it up for yourself, and for other people to look it up themselves as well. You know that Minnesota is a trans, what is it? A trans sanctuary state for children, minor children, right?
I mean, I haven't heard that specifically.
Yeah. Well, Neek, you can break that down, because what I want to do is I want to also introduce him to HF 1655, which is a law that Tim Walz signed, removing the word. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I walked away from my phone for a second. I just want to clarify this, Kyle. You're voting for Kamala because you saw a podcast of Christians, so-called Christians, who said that they would like to abolish the right for women to vote.
No, that's not the only reason. I mean, there's a laundry. Obviously, there's a laundry list of reasons that I'm voting for her. Because like I feel like Donald Trump can be bought as a president. That if you stroke his ego enough, then he's going to let you do whatever you want.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get. I wanted to get to the bottom of the real reason why you're voting for Kamala. The whole women's right to vote and all of that. That's you know, you're smarter than that, right? You're smarter than that.
It's
so
Trump.
let's just get to the fact that you just hate Trump. What are the reasons? So you already
I
said
voted
that.
for Trump back in 2016.
Yes,
I
but
believe.
you just mentioned that Trump he likes for his ego to be stroked, and you think that he can be bought. Okay, so what else?
I mean, is that not a concern though?
Well, okay. Well, does it make a difference to you that Donald Trump left office with less money than he went in? He's the only president that left poorer.
I'm not talking about money. I'm not even talking about money.
So you're
That's
talking
not-
about buying him off through his ego. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Schmoozing him. Can you
Yeah.
give me an example of how you have seen something like that play out in his policies?
I can. When he was president, I mean, go back to the whole North Korea situation. He did, like, he was very strong and using the fire and fury lines of, if North Korea tries us, then they will be met with fire and fury. We all remember that.
Yes.
But then they started, Kim started realizing that if you go about it a different way with him.
He's no match. And so he actually kind of.
But even so, like Trump's words on the fact of, like, they wrote love letters back and forth to each other and that they were in love.
Kyle.
There it goes. Now it's coming out.
Kyle,
Now
look,
it's coming out.
here's the thing,
What
though.
love
Let me
letters?
ask Kyle. I mean, do you think it's the president's job to? You think you see diplomacy as a part of the president's job, right? Like, even if you start off with hot, rhetoric that might scare people, would you agree that the ultimate result is to be in order to build relationships with people from different countries, even if they've historically been seen as enemies, but in order to build some sort of diplomacy between those countries? You think that's a part of the president's job?
It's 100%.
Do you think it brought people a sense of relief when they saw that Donald Trump went over to North Korea and was like the first president in I don't know how long, if ever, to set foot on North Korean soil? Did you find that to be a bad thing?
At the time, it was more shocking to me than it was.
Well, now
comforting.
today, looking back on that and the state of the world today, the state of these wars that we're seeing, do you think that was a bad thing that Donald Trump did by developing a positive relationship with a historical adversary as president of the United States?
I don't know if it was positive for the U.S. or not, though.
Can I say something about that?
No, hold on. Do you? So you're saying you cannot say if you think that was a positive thing, that all of the talk of escalation was ramped down, and our leader of this country developed a positive relationship with another leader of a historical adversary? You're saying you cannot say if that was a positive when they stopped doing all these tests that they were doing to try to saber rattle and with their.
But that's not what happened. When Trump went to North Korea,
Sorry, JT, it's not your turn.
Each other.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I don't.
Hey, I want to say something about that.
Okay.
No.
I'm sorry, brother.
Please let me say something.
Brother, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, if you cannot discipline yourself and stay muted, you're going to get put out the box. You're always welcome to re-request, but we have rules here that you got to respect the panel.
I appreciate that, Gene. That's one of the reasons why I jumped on with you as well.
Right. Yeah. So the reason why I'm saying all of this is I'm just saying that at the time, I remember when it happened, it was presented as the worst thing on earth that Donald Trump could ever do by building a positive relationship with North Korea, by building what they thought was this super friendly relationship with Vladimir Putin, even though we found out later on that Donald Trump was actually more aggressive against Vladimir Putin than anybody else. So I'm just saying, do you think it's possible, outside of what the media was saying to us for the past 9 years about Donald Trump, do you think it's possible that Donald Trump de-escalating the hostile relationships between foreign adversaries was a positive thing, as opposed to today when Russia has openly declared for the first time the United States as an enemy?
I mean, if that's what was happening, then yes, that was a good thing.
Wait, what do you mean if that was what was happening?
I feel like there's surface level that's what it looked like and that's what it was, but I feel like
He was probably taking money from them or something, or they were extorting him.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. As a president, I would hope he wouldn't take money from them.
Okay.
I'm not saying that he did, and I'm not speculating that that's
right. It's the same way we don't want to speculate about Joe Biden taking money from Ukraine and China, things like that, right? We don't want to speculate on that type of stuff.
I don't have no clue what you're talking about.
No idea what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay. So basically what I wanted to talk to you, what I just wanted to introduce to you, I wanted you to look up what was the bill name? It was HF.
Hang on, let me grab a pen and paper.
Yeah, it's
go ahead.
Yes, HF 16, I think it's 1655. Yeah, HF 1655. It's a bill that Tim Walz, current person who's running with Kamala Harris as VP, he signed redefining, I think, sexual orientation to exclude P3DOs. You know what those are? I don't want to say the word.
Yeah, I got you.
Right. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh, no, he didn't do that. He didn't include. Well, when you remove certain language, you know that you're actually opening the door for it. Because if you removed it as being included in something that is being restricted, then you know you're kind of not saying that you're opening the door for it, but you kind of do that. Kind of the same with the AB laws that everybody's always arguing about, where they say, oh, you can't go all the way up to 9 months, but then there's language that doesn't prevent you from going up to 9 months. Like consent by omission.
Right.
Mission by omission, right? So I'm just saying, if you're seeing legislation that makes it easier to allow children to make adult decisions without the consent of their parents, and then you see other legislation that is making accommodations for MAPS, minor attracted people, to be identified as merely a sexual orientation as opposed to predators. Do you see how it can lead to what I said before? Facilitating pedophilia.
Sure, but and there's always going to be there's always going to be a way around something.
So we should just ignore it. It's not a big deal. I'm just saying, because you were concerned. I'm speaking to your concern. Just a second ago, you spoke about some random podcast you heard from Christians, and you were worried about women and their rights to vote, even though it was not connected with an elected official. I just told you about legislation that was signed by an elected official, and your response was, well, there's always going to be a way to get around stuff. You understand the confusion now in the positions that you're espousing?
Yeah,
or I'm a little bit kind of befuddled by your response.
Well, what I'm saying is when you talk in absolutes, there is no.
But I didn't speak in absolutes. I spoke in hypotheticals. I gave you the legislation to look into. I told you what basically was done. You can research that yourself. But the hypothetical is, do you think that it's possible or more likely that is going to happen, as opposed to some random church folks who are saying some shit on some podcast somewhere? He's not playing me, chat. I don't think he's playing me, and no one can play me. This conversation is not even so much for him. Even if he is playing, thinking
he's more so playing himself.
Right.
I'm not trying to play anybody. I'm just here for an open debate. That's
right.
Because
but you know what? I would rather, Kyle, an open dialogue, not even necessarily an open debate, because I'm not even looking to debate you. I'm just trying to agree your way of thinking what would lead you to vote for Kamala Harris when you've already agreed that she's censoring people. Do you also know that she's going after your Second Amendment rights as well?
I have not seen anything about that, because she is a gun owner herself. So what do you mean by going against?
So that's more of a what if though, right? I'll give you that one, but that First Amendment one though, which is the number one thing on our amendments, right?
Correct.
Is one that they've gone after. Like there's not even a what if, they've gone after it. Okay, but they've been violating. I mean, and this is just government alone. They've been violating our Second Amendment rights for fucking decades now by making you fill out government forms to be able to bear arms, right? Like if you called Hunter Biden being found guilty for possessing a firearm, okay, considering because he had to fill out a form and he lied on it. Show me in the Constitution where it states you have to fill out a form to be able to conceal carry. Like there is none, right? But this is government once again taking a little bit of that right, and then all of a sudden taking more and taking more. Like we see this consistently. And Donald Trump was never a part of those politics. But Kamala Harris has, Joe Biden has, every other freaking politician that has been in power for the last, I don't know, quarter century to half a century have all been doing it.
But I would
and that's
argue
not Donald Trump.
But Angel, I would argue that it's not a what if because she's promising to do it, which is why I don't want to lump it in the bag of what if, because if she says that she's going to, by executive order, force mandatory buybacks, I think that's more than a what if. And, you know, when you see her on video saying that she's willing to go into the sanctity of your own home to make sure that you're storing them properly, that's a violation of your Fourth Amendment right. So I don't think that's a what if. I think she's telling people what she's going to do.
So, I mean, I can understand that. And obviously, like speaking about this, like gun reform, I think we can all agree that the mass shootings that are happening in our country is not a good thing.
Yeah, the mental illness behind it is terrible.
Correct.
Right.
And those things need to be addressed.
Can I ask you what is gun reform? What does that mean?
Me?
Yeah.
So, I mean, gun reform, gun legislation, or gun laws, or like whatever you mean, restrictions, whatever, there are already restrictions in place on firearms. You can't go out here and buy a machine gun.
Okay, chill out. You gotta
okay, but hold
modify
on.
your language because we're on.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're on TikTok.
Yeah,
There's no TikTok Live.
You don't have to tell us you don't have to explain to us that there's already laws against or laws restricting access or purchases of firearms, because in the wording of pew pew reform or firearm reform, meaning that you want to change what already exists. So I'm asking you, aside, because I'm well aware of the 60,000 pew pew laws we already have. When you say firearm reform, what does that look like to you? What does that mean?
In my personal opinion, and this isn't based in anything that I've read or anything like that, it should be like we should have a country that checks and balances are in place that stops
violent crime
and violent crime against our children.
Like
We
mental
already
health.
have that. Yeah, but we already have those, though.
But it's not working.
In what way is it not working?
It's not working based on all of the mass shootings that are happening. Like one thing.
Hold on. Specifically in schools, because school shootings account for a very low percentage of mass shootings. Mass shootings happen on a daily basis, yeah, but they're more domestic. Most of your mass shootings are classified
handguns.
And most common used weapon is a hand pew pew, and they're honestly more restricted to a domestic issue. So school pew pews are a very, very small percentage of the total amount of mass shootings that happen. There are more gang related shootings, more domestic violence shootings, more police interactions than there actually are school shootings.
And these are with
again,
people who are not registered gun owners, usually.
Right. So yeah, again, when you're saying that you want to put regulations in place to stop this, we already have laws against it. What else should we be doing to stop this? Where it never happens.
Hey,
yeah, what's up?
Ma, do you have the statistics on the amount of lives that are saved from pew pew owners?
So the stat, I've heard of this stat, but I'll be honest with you, I don't really use the stat because I don't think we have a good metric of it. Now, I did hear it was like
Okay.
Because
over
it's based
2
on what
million.
if.
Yeah, because I mean, and that's completely subjective.
Subjective.
Because, but I will say this: I will give you a better stat. The more
Okay.
likely, the likelihood of you being in an area that's more concentrated with legal firearm owners, the safer the
Yeah.
community is. Case in point, Kennesaw, Georgia. Kennesaw, Georgia, every single resident is required to have a firearm and own and possess a firearm, and they have no pew violence.
Right, right.
I hate
And
the
then
fact that we
also,
have to say
Kyle, I
pew-pew.
have a question for you. How do you feel about the fact that Kamala wants to remove resource officers from schools? She wants to demilitarize. She used the quote, demilitarize our schools and remove resource officers from our children's schools. How do you feel about that?
I mean, that situation. It depends on the reasoning.
Okay. What would be the reason to remove a resource officer who's there to protect our children from our schools?
So I'll put it to you this way: as
Come on, Kyle.
one, I am a veteran as well. That doesn't that doesn't matter.
But go ahead.
So I believe that resource officers there to protect children is a
Uh-huh.
great thing. I believe.
Why would she remove
Hang on,
them?
give me 1 second. I believe that resource officers, they're giving kids rap sheets that don't need it is a bad thing, because they are kids in a school environment and they are still trying to learn how to be adults.
Okay.
Well,
So my argument is so why wouldn't Kamala Harris maybe support some sort of reform or new training or something like that? Why would her default be to remove all protection from those schools?
That's a good question. Obviously that's not a question for me.
Because
That would be a
your
question for
main
her.
your concern here are mass shootings in schools, right? And I can show you several videos of resource officers neutralizing a potential mass shooter at a school. So my
And that's
question
amazing.
again, I'm sorry.
I said, and that's amazing, and that's great. Like I said,
Yeah.
For
So
that,
why
for
would
that
Kamala, why would your candidate, why would the person that you're voting for, why would she want to remove that type of protection for our children?
Or better yet, why would you vote for someone who wants to remove that protection unilaterally from our children? You don't have to answer that. You don't have
No,
to answer.
but I will. It's one thing. Like, obviously, we all don't agree on 100% on who the people we're voting for. We have two choices. Like,
But that was
right,
your
but
main-
wait, hold
that
on.
was your main concern, though.
But-
the children.
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
All right, we've covered a couple of topics here, right?
Yeah.
And I think, it's hard to argue, right? But I'm trying to find your hesitation in voting for Donald Trump, right? Outside of feelings, right? And because the thing is, we're presenting you with actual information about what Kamala Harris is doing. And listen, don't take it the wrong way, but
No, I'm not.
But we have a lot of veterans, a lot of military who come on these lives and they talk with us a lot. And the one thing that they all, honestly, the overwhelming majority of them are voting for Donald Trump, right? But the one thing that they always talk about is that they swore an oath to the Constitution, right? To defend the Constitution, not even the president or people, the Constitution. So if the candidate who is currently running for office is clearly a threat to the Constitution of the United States, I try to understand, how do you make peace with the fact that you're going to vote for that?
Because I haven't seen anything that makes her a threat to the Constitution.
But you just admitted that she's censoring people.
I never admitted that. I haven't heard about that.
You haven't heard about what?
I don't know. No, I have no clue about what you're talking about her.
Okay.
Specifically Kamala Harris.
Go ahead, Goon. Go ahead, Goon.
I was just going to try to push back. I'm not going to lie, man. I've been listening intently. I'm kind of concerned because you just said something, and the way I perceived it, you went so far out of your way to defend the character of Kamala Harris. You actually made a statement that is concerning. Like this is how absurd the statement was. Okay. You said part of your hesitations, right? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I understand that, right? You said part of your hesitation would be in terms of the context of school resource officers due to children getting rap sheets that they shouldn't be getting. The absolute leap that type of a response was to defend the integrity and character of Kamala Harris, because you would basically be saying that if a child does something in the absence of school resource officers, that they still wouldn't contact the police to come take care of the situation. Like, you understand that, right? Like that the presence of a school resource officer does not necessarily inherently cause an increase in a child's propensity to commit some type of offense that would necessitate them to get involved. Because if the child would do it with a school resource officer present, then they damn sure would do it with a school resource officer not present. And when the presence of the school resource officer isn't there, the child is still going to have school administrators contact local law enforcement to come handle it. But the problem is that now you're taking away resources that are supposed to be dedicated to areas outside of school, where the school resource officer is strictly dedicated to all things dealing with school matters.
I'm glad you said that.
And they have.
I'm so glad you said that, because my mouth was open, and I was wondering when somebody was going to point that out, because my mouth was sitting here open. I'm like, did anybody catch that? You like?
I didn't even.
Which I'm trying to. Can you bring that together for us? Like, how does that equate?
No, I mean, yeah, honestly, that was very eloquent and that was very well put. And I agree. Like, there's nothing I can say to that. That makes total sense. That's logical.
He seems very reasonable to me.
So he's just willfully ignorant, going to vote for Kamala Harris because he can't stand Donald Trump for the little things that MSNBC and CNN told him, right? Like, and this is what. And listen, I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this. I really am not, because you have been very disrespectful. But listening to everything that has been said to you, okay, about your First Amendment rights being violated, you spoke about the 19th Amendment, right? And that was a what if hypothetical, and we're giving you something that is literally done right now. And then there's plenty more that we can give you, but we're just kind of staying away from those things right now. We're just giving you the First Amendment violation right on us, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, I get that. I've heard you say that, but I haven't seen anything of that. Like, I haven't seen anything in the media. I don't.
Okay, so I'll give it to you, right? I give it to you, right? The owner of Telegram, the CEO of Telegram, was arrested, right? And then what did he do? Tony, what did that CEO then do?
He caved.
What was the reason for us to delete Telegram? He caved.
They arrested him,
right?
Right. They arrested him for not sharing our private information on that encrypted act with law enforcement and with the government. And so when we saw that, we immediately uninstalled that app. I'll never participate on that app again.
We saw that with the Twitter files. We told you, Telegram, right? So we saw that with the Twitter files. We saw that when Mark Zuckerberg came out and stated what he stated. I mean, these are just
with the Fifth
this
Circuit
is evidence of them silencing our First Amendment right. Like, I don't understand how you.
I can play this for you so that you can hear it from your candidate's mouth, what she plans on doing to all social media.
Okay, one thing can I say something about social media?
Back in the business of justice. We will double the Civil Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold social media platforms accountable for the hate infiltrating their platforms because they have a responsibility to help fight against this threat to our democracy. And if you profit off of hate, if you act as a megaphone for misinformation or cyber warfare, if you don't police your platforms, we are going to hold you accountable as a community.
That's an open threat.
Okay. That's one. I can tell you another one. There's plenty more, you know.
Sure, but
no,
sure, okay. What I take from that, and please be open-minded and let's have a discussion about it. What she is saying there is she wants to get rid of the hate speech.
What's hate speech?
You know what hate speech is.
No, I don't, because that's a subjective interpretation. Everyone has their own understanding.
You know what, when you see it, obviously like racist comments and talking about how a certain group wants to unalive another certain group, like those kinds of things.
Bro, I want racist people to say racist comments.
Yeah.
You know why? I want them to do it so that way we know who they are. And listen, just because I don't want nobody to be silenced for what they believe, right? But that doesn't take away from the consequences behind what they're saying. Right? And the consequence is when I punch somebody in his fucking mouth for saying some dumb racist shit to me, right? I want to have that ability to do so, because when the cops come, they're gonna be like, well, guess what? You shouldn't have said some racist shit. You wouldn't have got punched in the fucking mouth.
I agree,
right?
But that would be in person. That wouldn't be over the internet.
Well, you can't. It's not like you can't get punched in the mouth over the internet, right? It ain't nothing but a fucking hop, skip, and a jump away.
No,
you
but
meet somebody face to face.
No. But let's use this example. When someone espouses hate on the internet, what's the best way to deal with that? Wouldn't it be more speech? Wouldn't it be correction? Or whether you cooked it? Somebody got mad noise coming from the
That's
back.
my bad.
Oh no. Wouldn't you rather? So would you rather? So are you saying, because I don't even want to take this out of context, because Kyle, she just spoke in terms of law enforcement.
Right.
She spoke in terms of law enforcement against private companies.
Sure.
And American citizens who are speaking
because they're private companies. A social media app is a private company.
Yes. And as a private company, are you saying the government has the right to impose upon them how they conduct their practices within their private company?
Right.
Yes, there are government rules and regulations all over the place, all over our country that dictates what companies
Please tell
can and
me.
can't do.
Please tell me the government rules that dictate how a social media platform is allowed to have their members speak.
There aren't that many because there haven't been that many.
Do you know what
laws
Section
passed
230 is?
in the 27 years that the internet has been open.
I'll let Maud talk about it. I don't know if she wants to talk about it.
Sir, I would actually argue that we have more precedents in our legal system. I think I'm echoing. Hold on.
You're breaking up just a little bit.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
I would actually argue in our legal system, we actually have more precedent to protect speech than we do against it. Like we have the Brandenburg test, which, if you know anything about that case, it's whether or not certain speech, and whether it incites violence or directly incites violence, right? We have the Lemon test. We have so many different court cases involving whether or not certain speech is allowed. Also, with the freedom of the religion aspect, to practice one religion, or in terms of like the whole cake maker situation, and whether or not a cake maker is allowed to deny services based off of their religious ideology, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, but let me ask you this: what would be more prudent in a free society? Is that if the government promises that that right shall not be infringed, that by the First Amendment that they will not make laws that infringe on your right to your freedom of speech, is it more prudent to make sure that that right is protected, or is it more the government's job to regulate what is said and what cannot be said in the context of your own private home for other people to hear? What do you think is more prudent for a free society?
So, I mean, obviously, taking away somebody's right of free speech and right to say what they need to say or want to say is going down a bad road. But there are rules and regulations out there that already restrict what can be on TV. Whatever, like the FCC has rules about what you can put on TV. You can't blatantly throw everything out there. So specifically, I don't know specifics.
Pornography is allowed on television.
There are some things. He's right. There are some things.
Not on daytime TV?
No, but not on daytime television, but it's still allowed on television, correct?
Okay, correct. Yeah.
Please don't unmute.
Yeah. It's still allowed on television, but what do we inform people of the nature of things before people are able to view it, so then that they have a choice whether or not they want that into their ear gates or not? Or do we say that this type of material is so obscene that it cannot be shown anywhere?
No, yeah, we have those warnings, and we have those ratings of like TVMA and NC-17 and G and all that stuff. Yeah, that's good. That's regulatory systems in place that limit that access and limit that speech and limit that ability to be shown.
I don't think it's limiting. It's not limiting speech. It's
not limiting the speech. You're correct. Yeah, you're correct.
Right. It's not limiting speech. It's allowing people to choose what they want to hear and what they don't want to hear. Right. So in the same context, if I don't support the current administration, and I say that I believe that they are a bunch of fascists or they're trying to push communism, whether I'm right or wrong, do I have the freedom to say that on a social media app?
Currently, yes, we do.
Okay.
What?
Okay. On a social
Or
media
am I
app,
wrong?
okay. Are we allowed to also say that Donald Trump is a racist? Can we say that?
You can say that all day.
Are we allowed to say we
Wow.
don't trust white people? Can we say that?
Or Donald Trump is Shitler.
Yeah, I mean, we can say it. Yeah.
Or
Right.
rapist.
Or a rapist. Yeah, we can say those things. So, and then just to round this out, so if those things are true, then when Kamala Harris says that if the platforms do not police hateful speech, what speech exactly are they talking about suppressing? Because if racism should not be allowed, then why is it okay for people to say, I don't want to vote for a white man? Why is it okay for that?
It shouldn't be.
So that's hate speech, isn't it?
It is. It is.
It is.
Race is race one way or the other. It doesn't matter, correct?
But you're not allowed to say, I don't want to vote for a white person. You can't say that.
No, you should be. And you're right. Like there just needs to be regulations in place. Obviously, the term of what she's saying needs to be defined in a lengthy discussion.
Kyle, what was the first thing I said to you? Hate speech is subjective, right?
Yes, and you're correct.
So who gets to be the arbiter of truth as it pertains to what that is?
It would be the lawmakers and people's
masterminds. So the government.
It would
But
be.
they're
yeah.
not making laws. If they're a lawmaker, they're not making laws, right? and you already agreed they cannot make laws that infringe on that right to do so.
Correct? Right, Kyle?
Yeah, they shouldn't.
So do you think that it's circumventing the law when they, let's say, threaten those private companies with taking away their protections, their Section 230 protections, unless they fall in line and do what they demand they do? Do you think that the government should be able to do that? Threaten them into compliance lest they bankrupt their companies?
I mean,
Kyle, it's not a complicated question. It's not a setup question. Do you think the government should be allowed to threaten private companies that you say they should not be infringed upon? Do you believe the government should be able to threaten them, coerce them to do as they say with their private businesses, what the government wants them to do?
No.
That's what Kamala Harris is doing.
That's one. You're taking that. To me, that's a big leap because you're
That's a
taking
big
that
leap?
Yes. Here,
Angel,
please
can you
hear me.
read this? Hold on one second, Kyle. Angel, go ahead. You want to read for that? Because I know people can't read.
I can't read from it because my eye. I'm getting a little bit older
damn it,
than
I
that
can't see
2020 vision. You know what I'm saying? So, but listen, this is Mark Zuckerberg's letter. You can actually take a screenshot of it, Kyle, and then blow it up for yourself so you can read it. It'll probably be a lot easier doing it that way. Just take a little screenshot of it. It's right there for you. I mean, look, these things are out there. Okay. I mean, we keep saying no, like it just kills me. It just does. Like every aspect we bring something up. It's not a what if, right? You know, it's not a what if Donald Trump does this. They're doing it right now. And if we allow them to get another 4 years, they will implement more laws that take more of our rights away. It's not even a discussion. And they're telling us they're going to do it. And you people are just sitting there saying, govern me harder. Yes, I want more regulation. I want more rules on top of what I can or cannot say. And what happens, Kyle, right? When you have a disagreement with something that the left, Democrats, or even Republicans, the deep state, right? Let's be honest. The deep state says, and you're like, wait. You told me one thing, now you're doing something else. And they say, you know what? We don't like what you're saying. It's hate speech. Put the cuffs on them. Then what? Because they determined that what you're saying now is hate speech and you voted for them. Then what?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right.
So like, and listen, I don't even care. This isn't even for you to get you to flip your vote. I think you're going to vote for who you're going to vote for regardless, or if you already voted. This is more for the people, the 700 people in the chat that are just listening to how bad
you are watching outside the chat.
Correct. Right? How bad that you are literally going against all your beliefs, right? All the things that you know are wrong to vote for somebody because of your feelings.
To stop Trump. Feelings.
Because of your feelings. Because your feelings, you don't like the man. Listen, I don't even like him sometimes, right? Sometimes I'm like, damn, shut up. When he said they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, we're alive. I screamed. Why would you do that? He was doing so well.
Yeah.
Why would you just point that out, right?
Can I add something to that too? That you know, the execution of this would take place within our law enforcement communities. Like you're quite literally eliciting the help of the DOJ and the FBI to use our resources, government resources, in order to help the government and enforce a law, because that's what law enforcement would do. So can you imagine the resources of our law enforcement community spent time going through and sifting through everyone's posts, everyone's comments, their thoughts, which a lot of people don't articulate very well. So someone may say something that can be misconstrued. It happens all the time.
It can literally have a typo in it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, but like, do you really want our law enforcement community using their time and resources that they could be out going and dealing with people who do take this quote unquote hate speech and actually put it into action? Like, you know, trying to firebomb Black people's homes, or, you know, whatever the case may be. You want our law enforcement resources, or you think they're better spent scourging the internet for things that they deem offensive, rather than actual law enforcement activities to which, like, why we put them in place in the first place.
Right.
They were never designed to police the internet. And in some ways, we do understand that a lot of crimes do occur on the internet, and a lot of crimes can be stopped via the internet. Like we have protocols for looking for terrorist activity and for you know, domestic, gang activity, or even confessions online about an unaliving, right?
Yeah.
But do we really want to get into the minutia of ordinary citizens giving a thought? Just like I can say, you know what, I want to unalive this person because I could just unalive them for what they said, right? Will we take that seriously in a sense that this is now a premeditated attempt to try to go on? Will we arrest them for attempted unaliving, right? Do you really want our law enforcement resources to be spent that way? I mean, because that's what it would be. And how would you really feel if you had to be careful about everything that you wrote? And because law enforcement could be watching you, and the next thing you know, the FBI shows up at your door and says, hey, I want to talk to you about something you posted on social media. And then you have to explain to the government and then try to convince them that what you meant is not really what they're thinking. Because remember, at the end of the day, if they believe that you committed a crime, they can charge you. And they can scare you half to death and tell you that you're going to go to jail for the next 25 to 30 years because of this. And then you end up pleading out.
Yeah.
And your candidate, she's all for that. She literally bragged about the fact that with the swipe of her pen, she can ruin a person's life. Okay. And so, and I hope you don't think that this is something that cannot happen, because it's actually happening in the UK. People are getting arrested
That's
for
what I was about to
Facebook
say.
posts.
Yeah.
People are getting arrested for
And that's
Facebook
good.
posts.
So with all that, I agree that free speech should be free speech, and when you start restricting that, you start getting into a situation of, well, I said I wanted restrictions, but when it's my turn to speak, then you're going to restrict me too. Obviously, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, and just so you know, if we were under that type of ruling, a lot of people on your side who's voting for Kamala, if everything was fair and even, they would be up under the jail. Because when that thing that happened to Trump on July, what was it, 13th?
13th? Yeah.
Yeah, on July 13th, and that thing happened to Trump. You saw so many different people posting videos saying, dang, you missed. How you only had one job. Oh my goodness, how did you miss that?
How about the liberal that went on Instagram and was talking about take him out, Joe, after the presidential immunity decision with the Supreme Court? All the people that openly called for assassinating him. Why is it that those people aren't in jail, thrown under the jail? So it's hypocritical for us to be talking about how Donald Trump and Trumpers and MAGA are these violent people, when all of the violence that I've been seeing has been coming from the left. Even now, as they call that man a fascist, as you have a presidential candidate calling her opponent a fascist and likening him to Adolf Hitler.
He's doing the same thing.
Hold on. You're seeing her do that openly after there were 2 attempts on that man's life. How do you not obviously acknowledge that she's trying to get him done off? Like, let's be real. Why would you do that? This is why I say we appeal to the lowest common denominator, because any sensible person, after multiple attempts on your opponent's life, and you allegedly acknowledge that it's due to the rhetoric that needs to be dialed down, you immediately go right back to the same rhetoric in order to get that guy done off. So let's be real.
Did you just hear what he said though, Tony? He said
What?
Trump is doing the same thing.
Is he not calling her a fascist, communist, Marxist person? Has he never said that?
So communism is an economic theory. It's not like communistic is not necessarily inherently, quote unquote, the same as saying somebody is a full-blown fascist, akening them to Adolf Hitler.
I
You
understand
can
that.
you can call someone like a democratic socialist or a
Sure.
full-blown socialist or a communist, right? Because of their viewpoints on how the economy should work, how they feel about price fixing, right? External price fixing, which, I mean, my God, you're going to have to explain to me how she doesn't display some of those antics with some of her views that she's made. But again, like, to equate that to essentially calling someone Adolf Hitler, I mean, if you want to.
Yeah, well,
Hold on. I want you to see. I want you to see not just what the political, not what your elected officials are saying on the left, but also what your media has been presenting to the public. This is what they've been telling the public about Donald Trump. And I want to know how this.
And not only Donald Trump, but they're demonizing us. They're calling us Yahtzees.
So what do you think about always seeing shit like this in the media presented to us all the time, while simultaneously saying that this man is a threat to democracy and there'll be no more this and that, and we need to stop him at all costs? The only way to stop him will be is if he's unalive. I've heard all of this. Who is the one responsible for the violence?
I've heard it too.
So tell me where Donald Trump or MAGA supporters have called for the unaliving of a president, of their political opponents, because I can sure as hell show you where they've done it to him.
They have, and that is wrong.
That is wrong. That's
because
it.
nobody should be unalive.
Do you agree that Kamala Harris should be arrested for inciting violence?
But has he not called her
Do you
a
believe?
fascist?
Hold on. We're talking about speech here, Kyle. Right? If someone incites violence, if someone says things, engages in hate speech, calling someone a Hitlerian figure, in order to rile people up with the full knowledge that there have been attempts on that person's life based on the exact same rhetoric, is it foreseeable that that person did that shit on purpose?
It could be. I don't know.
Could be. Okay. So based on,
I mean, it could be.
All right. So based on the fact that it could be, wouldn't that warrant an investigation, possibly an arrest, maybe even a disqualification?
Sure.
Okay, good. But that's who you're still voting for?
But again,
he
has called her a fascist as well. Correct?
Not that I know of.
No, and I actually did this yesterday. I did it on the live, and a lot of people were in there, where someone said the exact same thing, and I looked it up, and I didn't see that. If you do find something calling her a fascist, sure.
Yeah, it happened. It happened 2 days ago. CNN has a report on it.
I've got multiple videos that, verbatim, he is calling her a Marxist, fascist, communist.
Hold on.
Kyle, what's wrong with being a Marxist, Kyle?
Yeah, again, right? I think you might be conflating Marxism and communism to just automatically inherently include fascism, and that's not the case.
No, he specifically called her a fascist.
No,
Right.
he called her a Marxist or a communist, but not. I've never heard fascist.
Okay, I'll send the receipts to you guys, but I mean, it's regardless.
We can look it up right now.
Are you guys, MOD and Goon, are you guys done eating? Like, you done playing with the food?
Well, I mean, if he says that he has evidence of him calling her a fascist other than 2 days ago, when he was responding to her
calling
allegations of him being a fascist, then I'd
Thank
love
you.
to hear it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to deny he's called her a Marxist. I'm not going to deny he's called her a communist. But I to date, other than just recently, as of 2 days ago, I haven't seen where he's called her a full-blown fascist without provocation.
And I actually,
Her father is a Marxist. He's a self-proclaimed Marxist.
But I also And we know he said that shit in response to her saying that. I mean, they've all been saying that about him for 9 years. But the moment he says it, it's outrage. But then I will say this, right? I think that Donald Trump has a much stronger argument in proclaiming that she's fascist based on the ideology and the things that they're doing.
Down that road.
I'm sorry?
Because I said, let's not go down that road because you
No,
don't
we
want.
don't. Oh, that's fine. We don't have to go down that road. I'm just saying, because you like to default to both sidesism every time we talk, every time we present you with evidence. So if you want to broker in both sidesism, then I'm happy to, show the disproportionality. Go ahead.
So I did find it. So you're right. He did say, he said, if you want me to call her a fascist, okay. She's a fascist. But
fuck?
he also,
What are you talking
before
about?
he said, but he also said that she called him a schnazi. And he said, I'm not a schnazi. I'm the opposite of a schnazi. But she keeps calling me a schnazi. And she called me a fascist.
Oh.
And so people were in the crowd saying she was a fascist. And he's like, okay, you want me to call her fascist? So she's a fascist. 2 days ago.
Wow, like
I've
it's
got
always
more from before.
but it's always to Donald Trump, right? It's always a response to something with him, right? Every time they say he said something is in response, right? It's almost like, hey, that bully that's always picking on you, right? And then one day you sock him right in the freaking mouth, and next thing you know, you're getting in trouble, but nobody wants to see the fact that you've been pushed, antagonized the whole damn time, right? I mean, come on, man, like this is what I'm saying. Like you willfully, I just think you're having even this conversation in bad faith, and that's just and you're nice about it. You're nice about it, but he's gotten like 4 to 8 Panther claws already, and I think the people have spoken. True democracy, no dictatorship. I think the people have voted.
Sure. Can I leave on one last thing then?
Sure.
So what about all of his former people and John Kelly talking about him stating that why aren't his generals more like what's his name?
I mean, honestly, I get it, right? I do. But would you agree that if somebody's integrity and credibility can be called to question in one aspect, would that call to question their validity and verification in other aspects? Like if they've been proven to not be credible with one situation that they've said something, would that call to speculation that they could also be questioned in credibility in other statements?
Yeah, I mean it would, but you can do that on both sides as well, correct?
God!
Just answer the question for what it is.
Out with the both sides.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get you a gotcha. I'm literally there's a reason I'm asking this question. I just want your honest opinion.
So ask me the question.
I don't care what side does it. That's not what I'm alleging. What I'm simply asking is if a person makes a statement and that statement is proven to be inaccurate, would that call to speculation the questionability of his credibility in future examples? Yes or no?
Yes. If you discredit someone, obviously they're credited. So yeah.
So John Kelly came out and said that Donald Trump said, "I'm not who pays $60,000 for a fucking Mexican's funeral." Okay, he came out with that allegation. Not only did the people in the room allegedly disagree with that ever being stated, the family members came out with a public statement in immediate response saying that absolutely is not what Donald Trump ever led us to believe. He was always respectful. He was always engaged, always nurturing, and therefore immediately calling to question the credibility of the statements entirely made by John Kelly. Which again, if that was able to happen within literal hours of the initial report being released, that would call the credibility into question of other allegations John Kelly has made, such as suckers and losers and other things that he is alleging against Donald Trump.
I would also ask how do you think it would make it even more questionable that at the time that those comments were released about fucking Mexicans, that it was on the same day that Donald Trump had a roundtable discussion with
Latino roundtable, yeah.
the Latino roundtable with the Latino community, and also the same day Kamala Harris popped up with some plan for the Latino community.
Well, and here's the other aspect, right? And Kyle, I think you would agree with this as a veteran, right? When it comes to integrity and it comes to character, that's not necessarily something you can teach. Somebody that has like strong character and you know, an internal motor when it comes to morals, like deeply held principles and morals. If John Kelly is all of a sudden supposed to be considered this hero for speaking out, why did he wait 5 years? Because that, wouldn't you agree that saying something like nobody's paying 60 grand for a fucking Mexican's funeral, wouldn't you agree that anybody with any type of moral backbone would have immediately had issue with that statement and went public with it? Because clearly that, I mean, if that doesn't scream somebody that is unfit to run for office, Donald Trump ran for a second term after that statement was made. Why did we not find out about this statement until this election cycle and not the 2020 election cycle? Why is that?
And until a week before the election.
That's a great question.
You know what I'm
And, I
saying?
mean,
Like it
like-
seems too convenient of an allegation to suddenly drop 5 years later.
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally agree because I mean, even with Pence coming out and saying stuff now when he ran with him back in 2022, like I understand.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't have an answer to that, but.
Tony, can I get the big box just to kind of back up what Goon was stating real quick? Yeah, there's the sister.
Wow, I don't
Okay.
appreciate how you're exploiting my sister's death for politics. Oh shit, what happened? Hurtful and disrespectful to the important changes she made for service members. President Donald Trump did nothing but show respect to my family and Vanessa. In fact, I voted for President Trump today. I'm just saying, y'all, like, let's be honest. And you know what, Kyle? You're going to say both sides all the time. I would just act like, isn't it kind of obvious the fact that they're pulling out all the stops the closer we get to election day? All of these wild new allegations are coming out. They're focusing on a roast comedian who said something that it was a flat joke, a joke that fell flat even in the room of MAGA supporters who were like, nah,
Right.
get out of here. That shit was corny. That's terrible. They booed that joke actually, but somehow they attribute it to Donald Trump and they're calling it a Nazi rally. Like, can we cut it out with the bullshit, please? Can we get out of it?
And to be honest with you, Kyle, if you can find a montage, because there's multiple montages that I'm about to show you of the left, of Democrats, basically inciting violence towards Donald Trump.
On what side is that?
If you can find, hold on, if you can find a montage of what I'm about to show you of Trump supporters or Republicans or conservatives inciting violence towards Kamala or Joe Biden, I would love to see that. But I just wanted you to hear
Donald
this.
Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
And I thought he should have punched him in the face.
I feel like punching him.
You guys like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school.
If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell
All
out of him.
elected.
You know, I used to in high school, I could take him behind the gym.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Take him out now.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president? They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump. Show me where it says that we're supposed to be polite and peaceful.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Please get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to...
This is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be? Does one of us have to come out alive?
So outside of
That's
that,
just one of many.
Right. And Kyle, outside of the other clear violent rhetoric that we just saw, that last one with Kamala Harris, you agree that was a joke, right?
Yeah, it was a joke.
And you don't think that, you know, we should be condemning her for that joke, right? Honestly, like it was a joke.
Honestly, no.
You agree with that?
Yes.
So how do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he'll be a dictator on day one by closing the border and drill baby drill?
I mean, it's. Do you think that was? Do you think that's a joke?
Come on, Kyle. Come on, bro.
Come
Come on, Kyle.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we were rooting for you.
If you do, then great. I don't take it as a joke.
Then we don't take the thing that you just watched as a joke, which is why Kamala Harris will never get our vote.
Hey, Kyle, put some hair.
Kamala should be
Kyle,
arrested.
I want to take this down. Kyle, put some hair on your balls, bro, and go vote for Donald Trump. Okay, enough is enough.
Come on, man. Come on, Kyle.
You're a man.
Come on. You do what you know is right, but it doesn't feel right. But you know, it's the feelings. That's why I say I don't focus on feelings. Facts.
Yeah.
Don't care about the feelings. I'm telling you. Come
Yeah,
on, man.
exactly. I agree about the facts as well.
But you can't have. Come on, man. You can't apply your logic only in situations that are favorable to your own bias. I mean, you're clearly looking for confirmation of your bias in certain areas. Like, come on. Did you hear Donald Trump when he had that interview with Sean Hannity? And he said, only on day one, look at this guy. Only on day one, I'm going to drill, baby, drill. And I'm going to close the border. You took that seriously? When the question was actually, are you going to seek retribution against your opponents? Like that was the full question. Donald Trump just responded as he always does without listening to shit. He just said, no, only on day one, gonna drill, baby, drill. But just saying, you actually believe that shit? Or did you hear him say it? Or did you just go with like the soundbite, what the media gave you? Because it could be that. Maybe he didn't watch the full context.
Honestly, I didn't see it, so I can't speak to it. Right? I mean, obviously, yes, the soundbite.
I got it for you. Hold on.
Oh, because I was about to play. Were you gonna play it from the room?
You can play it. You can play it if you got
No,
it.
I don't have it in front of me because I don't want to disappear from the live stream. So, and we only have a few minutes left anyway. So,
all right. So,
do you want to play it or
yeah, I got it right here.
Yeah, I think it's important to debunk it now.
Yeah.
And if you're not convinced after this, Kyle, hey, Godspeed. I don't know what else to tell you. I can just hope that all the people watching this will get something from this that you didn't. Come a little closer.
That's not retribution.
No, go back. You heard it's not retribution? Hold on. Go to the question.
Wait, hold on. This video is not showing the question. Hold on.
Right. Of course it's not, because most of the media is not showing the question.
Okay.
You're on my Rumble video.
Except for day one. You are promising America tonight you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody, except for day one. If I happen to be president and I see somebody who's doing well and beating me,
Wait, they cut that one off. Hold on. Oh, that's from a leftist. Hold on. Oh, that's from a leftist. Hold on. Hold on.
Anywhere?
You can find it. You can find it on YouTube.
Okay.
Try YouTube.
Let me pull it up. Hold on.
That's usually where I go.
She's having dance parties with Beyonce.
I mean, I don't even think, Tony, I don't even think that's going to change his mind, right? I think he's still going to vote for, he's going to vote for. I mean, out of
No,
all
no,
the stuff we've brought
I
up,
don't
all
care
the
about
things
him.
that we said, this
No,
is
no
actually the
disrespect.
least. This is the
Hold-
least, Tony. I know.
Angel,
I know.
hold on. I don't care about him in that regard. I'm talking about the 2,000 people that are watching this.
Retribution against anybody.
Hold on, go back.
Except
Right.
he's going to
And
except
Angel,
for day one. Meaning, I want to
No,
close the
Zeke,
border.
go back.
You're promising.
Hold on, Kyle, hold on. You need to hear this.
You're promising America tonight. You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody. Except for day one. Except for he's going crazy. Except for day one, meaning I want to close the border and I want to drill. That's not retribution. I'm going to be.
That's not
I'm gonna be,
retribution.
he keeps- he says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No. Other than day one, we're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator."
Okay,
There
Kyle.
you go. There you have it.
So are you saying that wasn't a joke where he didn't even listen to the full context of the question? This is why context is everything.
Well,
Kyle.
he didn't even care to hear the whole thing.
What do you mean? He said he didn't want to
He
hear it?
just took the headlines and ran with it. No,
No,
I'm
hold on.
saying you
Yeah, I
asked
mean,
if
that
he
sounds-
never heard the
sounds
whole
like a
thing before. He
Right,
never
but hold on.
listened to the whole thing before, and he took the headlines.
Right. Well, go ahead, Kyle. So what do you think now after watching that?
I was gonna say, yeah, that sounds like a joke.
That sounds like a joke.
Okay.
But I mean, it still doesn't. Yeah, it still doesn't change other things that. I mean, obviously, like y'all said, it doesn't change my opinion.
No, that's fine. Okay.
fully.
No, it's
It doesn't
fine.
change.
Kyle,
Can I
listen. Go
can I
ahead.
ask him a real question?
Oh man, but we got it. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to, because it seems like you're just like hesitating. And is it more or less that you don't want the backlash of being a Trump supporter? Because I don't think you disagree
No.
with Trump. I just don't. I think you don't like the way he talks, and that if you did support him, you would get backlash.
Listen, I come from a area that is very heavily Trump, so there is no backlash.
Okay.
I'm getting more backlash
So
now
you-
than I ever have. So
all right, I would argue you just have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, because and I'm not saying that to insult you, but you're
As you should, you piece of no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, man. Listen,
Yeah, I just.
What'd you say?
I haven't.
I'll say good luck to you. I appreciate
giving
that you were. Yeah, I appreciate that you're respectful in the conversation, but you know we're gonna move on. But thank you for being respectful throughout the conversation. All right, Kyle.
definitely.
All right, thanks. Take care. I know a lot of y'all were getting annoyed and
No, I had to
frustrated.
drop. I wanted to be the one.
Oh, you wanted to be the one to drop him. No.
I wanted to be the one.
But you know what? I'm glad that we did this because I want people to actually see what Trump supporters actually look like. Right? I think this is showing you that we're not all a bunch of what do they call it? Like Nazis and racists and violent. And we're actually having conversations where we want you guys to present your ideas, but you got to be able to actually articulate your thesis and understand. Listen, if you don't know what you're talking about, there's no harm in saying, okay, I got it wrong. But when you're so married to your opinion, when it's based on nothing, when we prove to you it's based on nothing, and you still have to cling to that opinion, that is Trump derangement syndrome. So I'll just let the remaining folks up here in the panel go ahead. And David, and let's try to keep it to a minute and a half. Honestly, let's go.
Yeah. I just wanted to say I think that type of logic coming from a man, I can't even really wrap my head around it. Is because like, how are you operating in a feminine capacity through hypotheticals, and then even when presented with information that goes against what you're saying with hypotheticals that are even worse, with back statements and things of that nature, how are you still in this feminine mindset clinging to your emotions. I just can't really wrap my head around it, and it's crazy to see something like that.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna let everybody in the queue up to say what they got to say. Okay, because I know a lot of y'all have been waiting for a while. But
Sure,
let's try to keep it. Let's try to keep it to 2 minutes max. You know, maybe a minute and a half. And if you got questions, that's fine. We'll kind of engage a little bit. But I want everybody to be heard.
Less than 30 seconds right here. David, I appreciate what you just said, and you're right.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, we agree with you. Oh, damn, he dropped?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that, David. I don't know if he dropped on his own. But go ahead, Tulips.
I just wanted to come up here and share my political testimony, I guess. I used to lean very heavy to the left, and I did have Trump derangement syndrome, whatever, TDS. I was paying attention only to media headlines. And I think also because I would never classify myself as a racist, but I was terrified of being classified as a racist. So it was easier to point a finger at everybody else around me instead of recognizing that I was being lied to. So not until this year, when I started to do research on .gov websites and actually looking through the interviews and everything that Trump had, I got to know him as a man instead of just being fed the lies that I was, or believing the lies I was being fed. And so I really encourage anybody that's still on the left to actually go and do your research, do your due diligence. I know we don't all have time to do that, but take the time because it's very important to save this country. That's all I wanted to say.
Wow. Wow. You see that, Angel? It's worth it. Thank you, Tulips. We appreciate you.
I didn't say it wasn't worth it, brother. You know what I'm saying?
I know you lose patience. I know.
like that. Like we gave him a lot of rope to kind of do it to himself, and I don't mind it, but it was boring. Like that wasn't even like that was like playing with like a cub or something like that, right? Like it wasn't even fun. There was nothing. So I mean, it is what it is.
I think Liquid Thoughts was next.
Yeah.
I'm just going to give you 30 seconds, a little quick update. Thanks for bringing me up, Tony. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. How you doing?
My mother, lifelong Democrat, just flipped her. I've been giving her information for the last 2 months, and all she ever wants to do is bitch, piss, and moan about the Republicans. And I said, listen, you have to start asking questions why. You have to think about why they're doing this and why it's happening now. And then all of a sudden she started listening. She searched out the stuff I told her to look up. I let her make her own mind up. And then today, as I'm driving her to her doctor's appointment, she goes, yeah, I don't see how you can trust her. I just don't even like hearing her talk anymore. And I was like, oh, mom's been flipped. Mom's been flipped. We're going to vote next week. I'm going to pick her up. We're going.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that for your mom. My mom actually called me. I was in my office downtown, and she like, can I come see you for lunch? Because my mom's she's half European, so she's like very like demure. So she wants to talk to people face to face. She literally called me out of my office for an hour and a half to take me to lunch to tell me that she was going to vote for Donald Trump. She knows I'm a Republican, but this was like over a year ago. And I was like, Mom, you could have just set this over the phone. She's like, well, I wanted to see you. And she's like,
the thing I was the most proud of about my mother is she said, I took my emotions out of it.
What? Say that again. What did your mom say?
I said, the thing I'm the most proud of about her is because she still thinks he's a jerk, but she said, I took my emotions out of it.
Yes.
And I was like, yes, that's the way to do it. So I'm sorry I interrupted you, ma'am. I'm going to go ahead and drop down. I said I was only to do 30 seconds. Just wanted to share the good news with the fam. So I'll talk to you guys later.
I appreciate you, bro.
Great. I'm glad for your mom. That's always good. It makes you feel warm and fuzzy when your parents are.
Can I say something? Can I say something? This is why we're dangerous to the establishment.
Right.
This is why. This is why they want to silence us. They don't want these types of conversations. They don't want these types of forums to exist where you get people to abandon their biases and their emotions and think clearly and think critically. Instead, they prefer for people to come in like the hundreds of people that have come in throughout this conversation with all types of racial epithets and, you this, you that, they know what they're doing. They're trying to derail the conversation so we don't have these conversations. So go ahead, Fabulous.
Yeah, Fabulous. Fabulous, you can unmute.
Fabulous? Probably fell asleep.
Fell asleep.
I don't know. He probably, you're sitting there for a while waiting. Fabulous.
No, they were just added. What you talking about?
Oh, they were just added? Oh, I don't know. Cause we go so
they only been up here a few minutes.
Fabulous going once.
If you fell asleep that
twice
that fast, I'd recommend seeking professional clinical help.
Hey, Goon, check your message on.
Bro, I told you to stop sending me that
Yes,
stuff.
I know.
All right,
I
you're
know.
not my type. It's
I
never
know.
gonna happen.
Listen, just one time, okay? Just this one time, check it, please. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Chops said they were waiting. Oh, you didn't bring up Chops? I was trying to bring up Chops. The next person bring up his Chops, please. All right? Because y'all are pulling them up before I get a chance to pull them up. But pull up Chops next.
Mayor.
Wait, David is back up? Wait, David, was that intentional?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, all right. Sorry, bro. Thanks. Yeah, because David just went. Let me bring up Chops. Go ahead. Wait, where is Chops? Oh, shit. They left.
Chops was up here and then left.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Chops was in the panel. Then something happened. But Mayor is next and then Katie.
Hi, Tony. How are you today?
Hi, Mayor. How are you?
I'm fabulous. Hello, everybody. I was thinking, I voted for Donald Trump last week. And I was listening for the past couple of days on different lives. And what I'm seeing is it's like it's a division where we're going to win. No, I'm going to win. And I thought to myself, everything that Harris is actually supporting, they don't realize it's going to affect them too.
Right.
And I don't understand why people in this country aren't paying attention to all the rights we have already lost. And it's really concerning to me. And that guy wore me the hell out you were talking to. I mean, I'm an old Italian woman and goddamn, he wore me the hell out. Because he wasn't saying anything that was rational at all.
Oh my God.
And God bless you, Tony. You have so much patience. I would have came right through that phone and snatched him. I'm telling you.
It's okay.
But I just wanted to give you my respect. I just adore you and everybody on this panel. And God bless all of you. And let's just bring it home come Tuesday.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Happy Halloween.
Oh, wait. Is today Halloween?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, happy Halloween. Oops, I don't really. Oh, got you. Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Trump Project 2025 will take your rights. Why are we still doing this? Why are we still doing this, y'all?
I don't see Chop in the queue, so.
No, that's all right. Whatever.
Okay.
Maybe they changed their mind. Maybe they were opposition and they were like, damn, you know what? They're speaking too much sense. Let me just get out of here. Let me regroup. Hey, Katie.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Tony. Been watching you guys for a really long time. Really excited to get to be on the panel for a second, but I just wanted to remind you and Angel, especially because he, he always talks from his heart, but this isn't about Republican and Democrat. This is about good versus evil. So we just need to stay close to, God and our Bibles or whatever you guys believe in. And, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say, because there's just a lot of people that come up here and it's like, I don't understand why. And it's like, that's what it is. It's just a matter of good versus evil. And we just need to pray for our countries and the people who are on the other side. So that's all I wanted to say. But thank you guys. And I appreciate all of you and coming up here and speaking the truth. So
All right.
thank you for letting me speak for a second.
Absolutely. Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome.
All right. I also think at the end of the day, we're allowing our emotions to be manipulated, and we're not realizing that we're actually in class warfare. We're under class warfare. And unfortunately, we have a political party, and I'm going to say in the Democrats, that is very good at weaponizing like virtue and race as a way to keep us distracted and unable to identify who the real predators are in this system. And I think when we get to a place where we can reach across class lines, racial lines, even religious lines, everything. But when we understand that this is a class war, it'll be much easier to bring people together because we have one shared interest and one common goal. That's what I'm trying to get to. We can work out all the smaller differences in between us, but we got to realize that a lot of the problems that we're experiencing now, they're being intentionally escalated and propagated by parties who have one collective interest in continuing to extract our wealth and continue to foster division amongst us. Just imagine if we weren't so divided and hating each other, if you weren't angry at your neighbor and you weren't breaking up families because they're voting for Trump and they're voting for Harris. Just imagine if we were all able to sit down at the dinner table and talk to each other. The greatest danger to a corrupt government is an informed public. Think about it. And how do we get informed? Not through censorship. Go ahead, Neat.
Oh no, I was just gonna say Diva is next and then Afro.
I'm sorry. Oh no, Bush.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I'm used to saying that it's allowed on TikTok. They don't care if you say AB or the other word.
Okay,
Sorry.
what I was saying was Diva
I
is
respect
next. What I was saying was Diva is next and then Afro. Diva, you could go ahead.
Hi, Tony. Hi, everyone in the panel. Before I came up in the box, thank you for bringing me on. I saw a comment that said, where can we get the information? So I don't know if you want to address it later or may have someone put in the comments where they can go get the right facts. Okay, because apparently people really want to know and research the truth. So with that being said, thank you guys for having me on here. We are just a couple of days away from bringing the win home. I wanted to share with you all that today I was censored by this platform heavily. I put up 3 videos and they were immediately removed. I made a comment on WW1WGA on 2 posts that got blocked. So the censoring is being done to the 100th power. I will not stop posting. I will not stop speaking my mind because that is my First Amendment right. And I don't want to bring your chat down, but we are in America. And if this company resides in America, no matter, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, no matter what your community guidelines are, you are in America. And the First Amendment is in America. Okay. Second, I used to be a Trump hater. As a child leaving Cuba, I was called the maggot. And in my adult years, I've been called so much that I've learned to practice the quote, sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. It's like you said, people have to step back and put their feelings aside. There is so much going on with this administration. It's not just economy, it's lives, it's humanity. and people have to step back and say what is best for the future of my child, of my grandchild. Okay, I personally don't like a lot of the stuff that Trump says or his behavior, but in reality, he is the best option. So do your research, guys, and get educated by people that really know the political part of this election. Okay, put your feelings aside, put your feelings aside, put your feelings aside. And if you cannot multitask when you're up in this panel and you're listening to the evidence that's given to you, you then don't multitask. Drop everything that you're doing and focus on what is being shown and what is being said. And my advice to Tony is give these people that are undecided or have doubts 15 minutes in a box. If you see that you cannot make headway, don't waste your time, my love. Okay? Your energy is so important for other people. You know?
Thank you, but respectfully, no, I'm going to give them all the time that I want to give them because it's not just about them. I thank you for the advice, but no, I'm going to give people whatever amount of time they need because I also know that when I'm talking to them, I'm not just talking to them. I'm talking to all the people who are watching. But I get the sentiment. But no, that's not the way I conduct my lives. I don't give up on people. Now they
understand. I understand.
Yeah, just want to make that part clear though. But I appreciate the sentiment, what you're saying.
No worries. All right, guys, I'm going to drop because I have to go do something. But thank you for having me and Trump 2024.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Afro, you're next, and then Texas.
Hello. I'm more on the AB side of TikTok. I'm more advocating against AB. I've just gotten into this because of my parents been trying to give me be an anti-Trumper for some reason because I'm African American.
What are you dripping on my feet?
Trying to claim that Trump is a racist and he's trying to make African American people go back into like not having jobs and all this stuff. It was really crazy. So I've just been me and my significant other voting for Trump because we want more economic rise. As a young person, I'm 23. We want to be able to own a house in the future without having problems like it is now. Like, yeah, it's like almost $175. $1,000 to afford your first home. So, like, I want to be able to own a house while also trying to make my career better. So, yeah.
I'm glad you said that.
I'm pro-life, so I want to make sure that I advocate for the unborn. Very smart.
And she's so young. I appreciate you saying that because you know she's espousing a mindset that I grew up on. Like, remember when we grew up and we always thought about the American dream, right? Where you get married, you have children, you can buy a house. Now, just the idea of buying a house, it seems like just a dream now, like something that just won't happen. I think we've denied a lot of the next generation of that, or we've made it a lot harder for them to achieve that dream based on a lot of the policies that we've allowed. And I think now is the time where you really want to actually turn the page and create to help create a system of economic growth, you know? And I don't hear any of that coming from Kamala Harris or the Democrats. I don't see it at all. And I think our young people deserve an opportunity to get some real wealth. So, you know, financial independence. Like, damn, isn't that the goal?
Yeah, and I feel like our young youth with like the Kamala Harris using like Beyonce, for instance, and using Taylor Swift to try and influence the young people to get a vote. They're very heavily propaganda heavy. And they're not doing their research. And I've debated several of them, and they don't know anything. They don't know anything. So it's like they're easily manipulated by social media like TikTok and CNN and all these other propaganda websites because it's so heavily advocated online. And it's so sad that
So what are you saying? Beyonce, knowing that Beyonce is going to be voting for her, you're not going to vote for her?
No. No. I look past all that stuff. I know.
What is she saying? What is she saying at the rally?
Okay, and that doesn't discourage me from listening to her. Still, I'm still going to vote for Trump for the future of my children and the future for myself. as a black person.
Wow. Now, why would Kamala Harris think that she could get away with that weird empty symbolism with young people?
I have no idea.
What was it she said about Gen Z?
He said that they are stupid.
Oh,
Yeah, he said that.
Oh.
Not all of us. Not all of us are stupid.
Right. You're
All of us have brains.
Well, thank you. It's so funny how people just conveniently forget everything that Kamala Harris said. Bro, it's crazy. But thank you, Afro. We appreciate you.
Afro.
Hold on, let me follow
No
you.
problem. Thank you guys. Oh, thank you. Follow John. Thank you guys.
Give you a follow. Word. All right. Make sure to come back to our lives.
I definitely will. I see Goon all the time in like Trump Valley's live, so that's why I came here. Because
Oh, you go to Trump Valley's live? All right, cool.
Yeah.
All
Y'all
right.
have a nice night.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright.
Yeah, Texas is next.
Texas Dan.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Hey, how you doing?
A little ticked off, I'm not gonna lie. So oops. So last night we had another discussion with a fellow vet, and I mentioned I was a vet myself to him, and then he wanted to proceed to question my service and this, that, and the other. It's like the second time that has happened, and I just got to a point to where I just said that I enlisted. I went to the military because there was supposed to be a brotherhood, a sisterhood. We're supposed to have each other's backs no matter what. All politics and stuff aside, we have each other's backs. But it just seems like this election tore that apart, and because of the service members on the left are saying that if you voting for Trump, you're a disgrace to uniform. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, it's been said. Yeah, it's been said plenty of times, Tony. Plenty of times. There's actually a TikToker by the name of Jolly Ginger, or whatever the hell. He was actually one of them that had said that, and that ticked me off. So, it, like I said, it's just really been pissing me off to the extreme because, like I said, we're supposed to have each other's backs. But I mean, I've told him plenty of times, I got the paperwork, I could show you. But if you still want to hate on me because I have a different viewpoint, then hey, whatever, dude. This ain't how we were supposed to be. But yeah, I just can't wait to get this election over with. So hopefully, if you can go back to normal. So, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, you went through that. There are some people who are just blinded by emotion. They don't even think rationally. And I think a lot of them are just saying things that they really don't mean because they kind of get outside of themselves. The same way that people got outside of themselves during COVID. Remember that?
Right.
Remember how people they were openly wishing for other people to die. Like that was crazy to me. I think that was a huge social experiment that we failed. Like we really failed, like in the worst way. And it was a test in compliance. And you saw people who were willing to abandon all their moral values, everything. They just threw it all down the trash and under the guise of protection because they were afraid. And to me, that speaks to people's character, because when I'm afraid, my instinct is to protect others, not to attack them and demonize them. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
I don't know, I just think situations like these where people are facing this unrealized fear that they may not even understand, I think these moments actually reveal their character. And it should be a learning experience for those of us who are the ostracized, those of us who are the condemned, the judged, because it shows, honestly, to me, it shows the strength of those people, of the people who are being called the problem. It shows, to to me, your level of commitment and dedication to standing in the truth and righteousness. Because if you know what you're doing is right, then it is what it is. You're not gonna fall for all of the fear mongering and the nonsense. So, bro, listen, you vote the way you want to vote. You know what I'm saying? Don't let anybody try to shame you or disrespect you. Don't even let it get to you. Because I look at it like, damn, I feel sorry for that person because they don't know any better. So
Yes,
I
sir.
want to be so upset.
Especially not from Jolly Good Ginger.
Yeah, I seen plenty of his videos. It's ridiculous. But
Yeah, that dude's always been about TikTok drama and like life drama, and then all of a sudden happens to make one opinion about his political stance, receives some checks from pallet management, and changes his entire content. So I wouldn't worry about it, bro.
Oh
yeah.
Meek, check your text. Yeah.
But I
by the way-
appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I appreciate you too,
No, no.
brother. Thank you very much. For those of you who want to join the Discord, because someone asked earlier, like, where can they get access to the information? I put a link. Well, it's not a link, but it's on the live stream. There's the Discord link right there. That's the URL for it. I don't know if somebody is able to go to my profile there, go to the link tree and copy the URL for the Discord. But yeah, that's where
Just know there will be an interview conducted by yours truly. You will have to sit down, be subject to certain questions that we're looking for specific answers. There is no study guide. Just come as prepared as possible. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. DJ was awful how she spoke to Tony last night. Oh, the lady who chews on cigarettes. Oh, okay. No, I don't care about her. Okay, so who's next? Oh, thank you, Texas Dan. Appreciate you.
Yeah, Goon, Mod, Nanique, Tony, thank y'all. Y'all doing great. Angel, you too. I'm sorry. You over there in the corner.
All right.
Oh, y'all, thank y'all.
All right, thank you.
Good work.
Coco is next, and then Amy.
Hi guys.
Hi,
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
we're good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to. Well, I had a quick question for Aunt Angel. I was gonna say Aunt. You're Puerto Rican, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, perfect. I don't know if well, okay. No, I'm thinking in Spanish when I'm trying to like say something in English. I apologize. But I was in a conversation a while ago with MOD, and it was about the Puerto Rican comment, and it was because my mom and my sisters were kind of dolia. I don't know how to say that. Like they were very hurt by that comment, and they were already kind of like looking for maybe an excuse to I guess vote for Kamala. And I don't know, like after that day, I was able to just like have a really long talk to my sister and my mother, lifelong Democrat, and they were able to cross Trump's name on their ballot, and they voted for Trump. So I'm really happy that I actually had that conversation with MOD, and yeah, because I mean.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad. That's great. I knew you were worried about that, so I'm glad to hear that.
I really was, because I mean, I don't know, like maybe being in the military, I've been, I don't know, I get dark humor, I guess, and it didn't really hurt my feelings, because I know the situation that Puerto Rico is actually going through, right? And yeah, I don't know, I was just like super happy about their decision to vote for Trump, and I was really excited to see Mod here, and just wanted to kind of say that. But it all started with Mr. Tony. If it wasn't because I found you guys' live and followed you guys, I wouldn't have the courage and the I don't know, confidence to actually just talk to my family about politics. I mean, I don't really talk to anybody in a way, but you guys gave me that empujon that I needed. And I really do appreciate you guys from honestly, from the bottom of my heart. It's thank you. Yeah.
So coming from Tony, you're muted, bro. I think, but coming from one Boricua to another one, right? I was a little upset at it because there was no context behind the statement, and we're not going to go deep into that. But so I know Puerto Rico has its own problems with its own government there, right? And it's ran by Democrats. You know, we saw what happened with Maria and before and afterwards. Okay. And then some information was brought to light to me, right, about that statement that was they gave me. So Goon gave me the context to the joke that was being made. To where it put me at a little bit more ease and was like, wait a minute, hold on. You know, for me, what's more concerning is how does Joe Biden have $3 billion to pull out of the Inflation Reduction Act to give to Puerto Rico? Not just Puerto Rico, he named a few other things, but to fix that problem. Number one, he's the leader of the free world. How did you not know about this issue and this problem that's been going on in Puerto Rico for so long? And why haven't you addressed it, whether it be to the Puerto Rican government stating, hey, we've given you money for this. How come you haven't fixed this problem yet? And then remove those people from, you know, or have them, whatever, whether it be freaking sanctioned, I don't know, just something, be like, you know what, you're not doing it. Tell the people, hey, we've given the money to Puerto Rico, right? And they still haven't done anything. You guys need to do something better. Give the information out there to them that we've given the money, but that transparency doesn't happen. You know, so like I said, I was a little upset, but then, you know, like I said, Goon the next morning kind of he put my mind at ease with the information that he was able to give me. To where I was like, okay, well, obviously Joe Biden doesn't know shit about what's going on over there because it's been 3.5 years and hasn't known. But I mean, Donald Trump did. He's given money. So
And the thing is,
But
that,
also-
I mean, oh, sorry.
No, go. I was just gonna say, but also Donald Trump didn't say it. It was a freaking roast comedian. But go ahead.
The only thing that I was gonna say is that I mean I have my father and my baby sister living in Puerto Rico still, and that's something that it is constantly kind of brought up just because they live in the area where the what is it called, landfill, or I don't no sé cómo se dice, but it's where they just, because there's no recycling in Puerto Rico, that doesn't exist there, so they just throw all the trash in these areas that it's like at maximum capacity, and it's just like, I mean,
Isn't it crazy that this has become now an issue that people now actually recognize now? So now we can deal with it.
my mom, but the thing is that my mom and my oldest sister, they don't really talk to my baby sister as much, and it's something that I kind of maybe I didn't take into consideration to just kind of let them know as well. But it's just, I don't know, I'm just, I kind of am like a little bit of a shy person when it comes to just talking in general. But yeah, it's, I mean,
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. I mean, glad they voted Trump. I'm
Yes.
glad they decided to stand on the right side of history. So, you know.
Me too. I'm just hoping that these elections, I'm ready for these elections to be over, just because of the everything that's really going on. It's just the division that we have in our country. I mean, we're supposed to be one under God.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, Coco.
Thank you. You guys have a wonderful one.
All right, you too. Appreciate you. And meanwhile, while Tony, what's his name, Hedgecliffe, while he told that tasteless joke that even the MAGA crowd didn't like. Can you guys hear me clearly, by the way? Because I just put in Bluetooth and I don't know if I'm sounding like echoey or anything. Y'all can hear me good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Meanwhile, Joe Biden is calling all of Donald Trump's voters, half of the country, I would argue probably 3/4 of the country, garbage. That's what he's calling us.
Are those noodles?
Thanks, Joe Biden. I'm sorry, I had to do it. Go ahead. Who's next? Oh, we did so much last night.
Amy is next.
Go ahead, Amy. They said, I'm proud to be garbage. Go ahead, Amy. Amy, hi. Amy?
Amy?
Okay, but wait. Oh, there she goes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Tony, you just really hit on one of the things I was going to talk about. I just find it so amazing that what the Democrats can do to the Republicans to try to bring them to their knees. We always come out on the good side. Biden called us all a bunch of garbage, and you don't see the reaction from the Republican side like you would have from the Democrat side. We made light of it. We're laughing at it. We think it's funny. And I think that by us reacting that way, I could just see in my mind Kamala and Biden stomping their feet and shaking their fists because we're not reacting the way they want us to. You know what I'm saying? And I just find it amazing that we have that kind of sense of humor. And I wish everybody would, you know?
Right.
Other thing that I really wanted to talk to you about, my mother is 90 years old. She has not voted since JFK. She doesn't get into politics. She has no part of it. Let me tell you something. She went and voted for Trump yesterday morning.
Ooh.
She does not like Kamala. She can't stand to listen to her on the TV. She wants to throw things at her television. Because, you know, and like I said, she's not a political person. And she's 90 years old. She's been around for a long time. And she sees the detriment of Kamala not getting in office. She sees what's going to happen in this country if it goes that way. She's scared. You know, so she got out there and she did her, you know, her due diligence, got her vote in.
So a lot of people are actually indicating that that's one of the most cautious groups that you can't really predict, but that they're starting to become movement on, are groups who have not participated in the previous 4 elections, who will be participating in this election. And those individuals, based on certain polls, have indicated more sway towards Trump than they are Harris, and that is scaring the Harris campaign.
Yeah, she's really worried for her grandkids, and you know, most of her children were all grown. You know, the youngest is 55 and the oldest is 65, but she has children and great grandchildren, and she's very worried about it. And that's why she got out there and did what she did. You know, but Tony, I love being here and listening to you. I've been following.
Hey, real quick, Amy, before you jump out of here, can we find out what was dripping on your feet?
What was what? What was dripping on my feet?
Yeah, when you
what
first
dripped on
came
your
up,
feet?
your mic was on.
Oh, my granddaughter, she went to a fall festival last night. They got ices, and she put hers in the freezer. She just got home from school, and she's trying to thaw it out under the water.
Oh, okay.
Tony, y'all have a great day, and
You too. Thank you, Amy.
bye bye.
All right. Take care.
Me Fly is next.
Right.
Tony,
But-
what's up now?
Hey, what's up? Oh, what up, bro?
Hey, baby, I'm back in here with you. We getting close. We getting close to Trump taking the black job.
Yeah.
I went on a panel of Democrats, right?
Oh,
I gotta
man.
just say this. I went on a panel of Democrats, and they was going off. As soon as I said Trump, right, I was so happy they was all mad and everything. They was going off.
What the fuck?
So I actually, it was a panel of all black folks, too. I was so happy I busted in there, right? They said, what you come in here for and you know you want Trump to be in office? I said, man, I kicked the door down. I wanted to see what y'all was talking about, my man behind his back. So, someone was laughing, right? I said, man, listen, y'all talking about all these policies. Trump don't know nothing about no policy. Y'all know he started off as a crook. Everybody in America know that. I mean, Tony, they all know that about him. Everybody on the panel had to get quiet. He started off with the 1%. Tony, his daddy gave him millions. He turned it into something, and he was around the 1%. The 1% hate us in America, all of us, all colors. See, they're gonna have a problem this year. Whoever get in office, if it's Miss Harris or if it's Trump, I'm serious. People are watching. You have educated a lot of people. You see people coming on the panel saying, I'm going to vote for Trump. You did your job, man, this election, man. You even got me voting for Trump and a couple more people in my family, bro. You did your job. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit. Don't say that too loud. Secret Service going to come knocking on my door.
You crazy, boy. They might come get you, T. Hey, but we got to come together at some point. This the problem we dealing with as we the people, with them being down there in office, the Republicans and the Democrats. This is what we dealing with, what we seeing and what they portrayed over these TVs, over hollering and talking bad about each other, both parties. That's why I be asking, I asked the Democrat party, I say, man, they both being horrible. But we got to come together as the people, man, and get all them jokers down and exactly what needs to be done for our children's children's children. You see what I'm saying? So at a point in time, we got to come together. I just hope we don't continue to stay divided. Right? Straight up, because these people been making real bad choices for the American people, man. For the American people, they've been making bad choices, man. And I'm so happy. All them suckers need to get out of there. Trump needs to clean everybody out and start over.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Serious.
No, for real.
I'm
That's why
serious.
I like this whole idea on this government efficiency commission where he's going to have Elon Musk work with him towards downsizing, the federal government and getting rid of all the wasteful spending and the unnecessary employees. Hell yeah. I'm with that.
In that order. Yeah. I love you, Tony. Great panel,
love you
man.
too, bro.
God bless you, bro.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, cool. All right. See, nice, concise, and sweet. There we go.
Dozer is next.
Trimming the fat. Yes,
afternoon,
I like
Tony.
that.
Good afternoon, Tony. Good afternoon, panel.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
All right, man. I'm bringing amazingly good news. I just heard it on CNN 2 hours ago. I'm so excited. The U.S. economy has achieved the rare feat of a soft landing. Isn't that awesome?
Really?
Almost done, baby. I will bring it back in. Let me just have this one moment to shine. Because I'm going to.
Yeah, sorry.
That's awesome, Tony. It's good news.
Soft landing. Yeah. We love it.
Yeah, not even 2 hours ago. I'm so excited.
2 hours ago? Damn.
Not even 2 hours ago, yeah.
Just in
time. Yeah, brother. It's so exciting.
Don't you love that though? Like, man, when you can tout 2.8% growth in Q3 off the back of a potential supply chain shutdown due to port strikes, in combination with a complete 0.5% of growth due to government spending in the form of defense funding of foreign entities. Don't you just love when you don't have to talk about the specifics and you just get to say, hey, baby, 2.8% now. Soft landing. Yep. Let's go.
Hey, Goon, you know way more about that stuff than I do. And I'll just drop down and listen. I just want to tell you my pronouns are Go Trump. And y'all have a nice day.
All right,
isn't that funny though, Tony? Like the fact that that's like people will sit there and boast about GDP growth over the past couple of years, but isn't it funny timing how every few months there seems to be another aid package? Why is that? Yep. What does that contribute to, Tony? GDP growth.
Hey.
It's almost like that military industrial complex is complexing.
You know what I'm saying? It sure is. The military industrial, I like that. The complex is complexing. Hey. Get that money, baby.
Candace,
who's next? Candace. Hi, Candace.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
Did Miss Linda write you?
Yes, she did. She is very excited. I wish I could show you what she wrote me. She's really excited to get it. So I'm gonna go tomorrow to. Did everybody see it here? For anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, I will show you.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that later. 'Cause
Oh, sure.
we're
But
doing the
anyway,
live
yes,
stream.
she yeah, she's excited to get it, and I will be sending it to her before the weekend.
Okay. All right.
So I remember, Tony, we were talking about at this point, you know, spending our time trying to really speak with undecided voters and stuff. So I was really trying to stick with that. And I've been in and out of lives. And what Angel and everybody was talking about before is the only thing being talked about now, which is so crazy. That's what I was going to bring up, but it was brought up before I could speak. So not to beat a dead cockroach, but just saying that being in and out of lives all day today, they are truly trying to use this to vilify Trump, what this comedian did, which, like you said, he is a roaster comedian, and he's just doing what all comedians do by roasting. And the joke failed in a lot of ways because people don't really know what's going on in Puerto Rico. So yeah, so that was really all I was gonna say, and just say hi because you guys had brought it up before my turn came. So like I said, not to, and just listening to what Angel says, just like I just love everybody in this group because he brought up how Goon spoke to him and kind of eased his mind a little bit. And it's like everybody that comes up in this panel, everyone is like that. You know, we all support each other and we listen to people. And that's why people come on here. And that's why 600 people sit around and listen. And, you know, it's just really a testament to what's been built. And to have people say that just having a conversation with you and with other people on here changes their mind about something so significant as to who they're voting for. It's just a really, really big deal. And I just feel like, you know, we just need to keep going to the very last second of the day. And that was really it. And just hope everyone has a great rest of their evening.
All right. Thank you, Candace. We
You're
appreciate
welcome.
you.
All right, guys.
All
See you in a
right.
bit.
All right. Take care. Who's next? Chrissy? Hey, Chrissy.
Hi, Tony. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. This is my first time actually seeing you on here, and I've been sitting here listening to everyone, and I just love the safe space that you create and allow people to kind of just talk, and everyone's so respectful. And there's another wonderful woman that I listen to. Her name is Coach. I don't know if anyone's familiar with her, but I follow her lives, and she runs it pretty much like you do. But I am the reason I came up here is because my main focus is on these platforms is to kind of just talk and inform people that might be on the fence or undecided, like who they want to vote for. You know, maybe they're first time voters, or they were a Democrat and they're torn between, you know, which side to lean on now because things have, you know, gotten so ugly on both sides. But a lot of things that I've been realizing when I'm in these different lives is, you know, what has Trump done for the American people? And before I speak my half, I want to make sure, is there any rules that you have on your panel that you do not want said, talked about, etc., before I point out major points where I feel he has had the best interest of all American people?
Well, it's just there is a time constraint because, you know, we're trying to get through the panel, but I would say you just go ahead, hit your talking points, and it's good. Just be careful with some of the language because, you know, TikTok has the censorship thing going on. When you say, you know, unapproved words, they try to take down the live. But go ahead.
Okay. So one of the things that I, upon my research, that I really fact check too, because I'm a big fact checker, because you out there, you don't know what's real, you don't know what's not real, etc. So I went to a .gov to do a lot of my research on both parties to compare and contrast policies, etc. When I went under a administration achievements on an archive, there's all his policies, and you can pull them up individually. But the one that really stuck out to me for the American people was this. So he promised to deliver a greater future for citizens of all backgrounds. Okay, so with that said, what has been fact checked and proved, unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, Native Americans, veterans, individuals with disabilities, and those without a high school diploma all reached record lows. Unemployment for women hit its lowest rate in nearly 70 years. Nearly 7 million people were lifted off of food stamps. Home inequality fell for 2 straight years and by the largest amount in over a decade. The bottom 50% of American households saw a 40% increase in net worth. Wages rose fastest for low income and blue collar workers, a 16% pay increase. African American home ownership increased from 40% to 46%. He created more than, I think it was like 1.2 million manufacturing and construction jobs, policies to bring back supply chains from overseas. Small business broke a 35-year-old record in 2018. And America gained over 7 million new jobs, more than 3 times government experts that had a projection. Middle-class families increased nearly 6,000. That was more than 5 times the gains during the entire previous administration. 40 months in a row, there were more job openings than hiring. So that's just a minuscule amount of things that he did during his presidency. People aren't focusing on policies and they're focusing on emotions. And that's what's scary, because these are proven statistics. These are proven things that he's talked about since 1988. And he still talks about them. Sorry, I have an autistic son. Sorry. Hold on, I'm sorry.
She ain't lying.
She's not lying, but I would like her to, I guess, maybe join our Discord and drop that information in there, because at the end of the day, it arms people with information. I prefer that everyone watching this has access to information, just so it'll help you become a better informed voter, and also to help you in, possibly impacting someone else in their decision on what the best way is to go for the country. Because me personally, I think this is the most important presidential election that I've ever decided to participate. And
Me
so
too.
I think it's very important.
And I actually, to go off a comment that was down in the feed, I did share this in a multi group where there was Republicans and Democrats. And when I was reading these statistics off, like I just did to you off this website that I can share with you guys, it was literally crickets. Everyone had something to say until I started reading off percentages, years, facts, legislations that he's passed for the first president, and in decades, and people were just silent. They had nothing to say.
Right. Thank you, David. You can look in the chat if you get a chance. In the chat, you'll see the URL for our Discord. You're welcome to join if you ever would like to.
Yes, I will look at your Discord. Yeah. I have it. I created it just the other day. But can I say the website on here, or do you want me to type it out?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it's all one word, TrumpWhiteHouse.archives.gov.
Oh, right. Yeah, we've shared that. Okay.
And then there was an independent that was actually on that live that fact checked a lot of this. And she said that there was some things in there that she wasn't 100% confident about, but she said about 98% of the stuff that was on this was fact checked and true. And then I would go in and read something, and then I would go fact check it. So it's like, you can read something, but make sure you're still doing your research and fact checking that what you read is still accurate. And that's what people need to understand.
Okay. Well, thank you. The only thing is, I thought the new job. Well, I guess it was new job creation. It was 6.4 million, but I guess when you go with the overall,
Yeah, the overall.
excuse
I
me,
think it was
overall jobs numbers
Yeah.
over 7 million.
Yeah.
But then shit, that's amazing. If
Correct.
6.4 million of that was in new job creation, hell
Correct.
yeah, damn.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and people aren't focusing on that. They're focusing on feelings and emotions and comedians. And honestly, like, do I feel comedians should be at a rally on either side? No. George Lopez was making, innuendos against Mexican people, but that got slid under the rug and no one said anything about that. And they calling them thieves and saying, they
Yeah,
hope-
but at the same time, even Tony Hinchcliffe, he made jokes about black people.
Oh,
and I ain't hear
yeah,
anybody say anything.
I don't
He's a
think
damn
either one of them should
comedian.
have been on there. I just think
Yeah.
it's not a political.
Yeah, probably a poor choice.
Correct.
Choice, like wrong place, wrong time. But
Exactly.
you
Like,
know,
go do your
but you
thing
also know that the right, is not as emotionally fragile.
Exactly.
left.
Our boy and him pulling up in a trash truck, because that his level of petty is just on point sometimes, and it's so funny. I know. And exactly, like, what? It is a wild.
All right.
Thank you for letting me
right.
come up. Thank you, panel. Your voice is your vote. No matter who you're voting for, go out there and be your best person for you and your family and what you stand for. And God bless this country.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Take care. Yeah, I'm only saying that because Joe Biden, he said the only garbage is Donald Trump's, the people who is supporting him. Well, I'm voting for Trump, so I guess this is who I am. All right? I've accepted who I am. Garbage. Thank you, Joe Biden. Who's next? AJ.
Yeah, AJ is next.
Hey, so I'm just ready. I think this is going to be different. This term's going to be so different than his first term, and I think people are just going to get over their shit and have to accept it and stop the whole, fascist talk and all that. But my biggest frustration is with Democrats and how much they love government. That to me is like the worst thing I can listen to, how they support all the socialism when it used to not be that way. I was raised to hate the government. Why are they like worshiping I don't get it. They don't hear themselves, But so I think white dudes for Harris kind of work though. I'm in Colorado. And my husband, he's a construction guy. And I wish I could show you. He's got this red hat. It's MAGA red, right? But there's nothing MAGA on it. It shows like the Iwo Jima, the flag, where they're raising the flag. It says trendsetter, save American energy, and that's it, right? And he goes into the corporate office for his company, and two guys said, "Oh, is that a MAGA hat?" Like instantly. And they're like, "Oh yeah, we're voting for Harris." Blue collar men. I'm blown away that it actually worked. White dudes for Harris. So I'm just ready for it to be over with. And am I the only one that feels like I can't do anything else with my life until this is over next week? Like today's Halloween and I'm not celebrating it anymore. My kids are going to still do it. But I have a big day and carved pumpkins and all this stuff, and all I can do is think about this. I know I'm not the only one, and then Tony, earlier, that Kyle guy, I'm like, oh, he's being paid, but I think you're right. It's not, go ahead and engage because someone else might hear him or hear you and hear this really thoughtful, conversation and actually change their mind, because then all the other people came up and said, hey, I could talk to my family, and they changed their mind. So you are doing the right thing. You're absolutely doing the right thing, right? Letting them have a conversation. I totally agree. I was wrong because I feel like sometimes you should just drop them, you know, like how Diva said, but you're right. I think you're right. It does work.
Yeah,
So,
because you never know who's watching and who's listening.
right.
That's all. And
When they're
And-
so like in the middle, you know, they're very like who comes up with, I listened to a podcast and I'm afraid my daughter is not going to be able to vote because of a podcast, but then have no concern about Tim Walz and the whole trans issue. Like, what? To me, I was just like, shut up. You know.
I hear you. All right. All right. Well,
Well, that was my
thank
vomit.
you. Thank you, AJ.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Take care. All right. Yeah, I was actually going through some comments I saw on some of the different platforms that I'm streaming right now. And I'm seeing some real disappointing comments, even from people that I know personally. And they don't even realize that those comments, like the things they're saying, they're just so heavily wrapped up in emotion. They're not even thinking clearly. And a lot of these folks, I love them, but they don't understand policy. And they don't understand why what they're doing is they're actually voting against their best interest. And it's like, how do you break through that with people, especially so close to the election, right? It's like, I think the only thing we can do is just try to continue to reach out to those who are, let's say, undecided, the people who want more information, who are willing to listen. And unfortunately, there's some minds we're just not going to change, right? So we got to do our best to, I guess, build up the counter to their votes, because sadly, there are way too many people in this country who are voting who clearly aren't, and I don't want to say aren't qualified, but it's like we got to ask ourselves at some point, if you understand foreign policy, if you understand the economy, if you understand legislation, if you understand the intricacies of policy and government, right, how it works, or at least the issues that are facing your community, if you truly understand things just politically, to know that there are so many people out here, I would argue an overwhelming majority of people who have an equal say in the process, although they have no idea about any of the things that you know. And these are people who are not only uninformed, but emotional. That's a scary thing. Imagine that. Imagine you being an adult, but you're locked in a room full of toddlers, and in this democracy, you now have to surrender to the will of the mob, whatever those toddlers decide. It's crazy, and that's frustrating. And I understand it. I understand the fear, and that's why I try so hard to just go and inform as many people as possible. But unfortunately, like Frederick Douglass said, it is easier to bring up small children than to repair broken men. There are a lot of broken people out there, and we're not going to be able to change them. It's better to focus on the younger generation, like that young lady who came in here, 23 years old, who says she's voting for Trump, not because of feelings, but because she wants access to that American dream of home ownership. And that she has certain beliefs, and she believes in life, right? So man, you got to respect that. You got to respect that, especially when you're talking about supporting a political party that prioritizes you ending the life of your children before they're born, while at the same time complaining about a low birth rate, which is why we need illegal immigrants to come in the country. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that as a Black person, you're going to vote for the Democrats when they come to Chicago for their Democrat National Convention, and they got abortion and vasectomy trucks parked right outside in the middle of Chicago. What are they telling you? How is that the civil rights issue of your time? We have to raise our political IQ and abandon the talking points of emotion. Why is it, the media has a very clever way of making informed, intelligent people sound stupid and stupid people sounding smart. That's how they win. Intelligent people will sound stupid to stupid people. And I don't want to be calling people stupid, but let's just say uneducated. How about that? Educated people will sound dumb to the uneducated. And we have politics and an education system that is catering to and fostering lack of education and ignorance. We got to do something about that. But we'll go to the next person. Who is that? Debbie? I think it's Debbie's. Hi, Debbie's.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, hi. This is my first time. I listen to your live all the time. You and Crystal's live as well. I just came from my hairdresser and she got me kind of freaked out. Her husband works for Homeland Security. I wish Mr. and Mrs. Dong was on right now. She was informing me that China, I heard that China was buying up agriculture land, but nobody said like why they're doing this. And she said that in China back in World War I or II, sometime back then, that they said you can't fight America. You have to fight America within their lands. And what they want to do is no one's seeing the reach that they're having with Korea and with Russia with joining forces, which brings me to the summit meeting that they had. And it's making me nervous, and I fear from what she's telling me, this is what they wanted to do all along. And she said, why do you think that Kamala wants to take your pew-pews away? They're going to get us. When he says enemy within, I understand he's saying, the people that are fighting against
the deep state.
What he's trying to make America great again.
Right.
Yeah. It's really got me thinking like, holy shit, is that really what they're like? This is so much bigger than what people, when he says WW3, like, I don't think people really realize that it's so much bigger than that. I mean, her husband works for Homeland Security, and he said that this is what they're ultimately wanting, that no more middle class, like, and then she's going to continue to bring those people across the border and just flood our country. Like, I don't know if this is true or not. I mean, this is what she's telling me. It makes sense, but is it true? I don't know. Your thoughts on that?
Rather not say
well,
on
can we
TikTok.
talk about
Join
that
the Discord.
on X?
Yeah, join the Discord.
Can we talk about this on X?
You can talk about anything you want on X.
I am on the Discord.
Oh, good. Yeah, because we're on TikTok, and TikTok doesn't allow certain conversation. So somebody's echoing.
When could we talk?
Okay, but
When
not
can we
right
talk
now.
about that?
We can figure out something on Discord. Just put it in the chat, whatever information you got for the TikTok live. Go to the resources tab, put it in there, and then
yeah,
maybe I can jump in there, maybe somebody else or whatever else. I'll see who I can grab that kind of have that conversation in Discord. Okay, we won't leave you hanging. Okay, I know that's a fear right now, but we won't.
Right? Yeah,
Okay,
we won't leave you
thank
hanging. All right. Thank you, Debbie. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
we just happened to
Thank you.
be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. but we happen to be streaming in multiple places, and you know, because we're sourcing this video from TikTok, we're still limited in some of the things that we're allowed to say under the Biden-Harris censorship regime. Who's next? Shocker. What's up, Shocker?
Yo. I think Erica was actually next.
Who?
Erica. Under Angel.
Hi. Oh, hi, Erica. Damn, the requests keep coming. Shit. Because I gotta end this soon. Go ahead. Go, Erica. It's your turn.
I've been listening for a couple hours. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I just wanted to say thank you for doing this, all of you, for giving your points of views and giving the information. I've been kind of watching Tony and Big Mike, Neek and Coon and Angel, and just a bunch of people and listening. And the one thing I agree with more than anything is this is one of the most important presidential elections ever. I'm 43. I've been voting since I was 18, and primarily I was Democrat. The only time before this I ever voted Republican was when Trump ran the first time. I actually didn't vote last time because I didn't really understand a lot of stuff. This time I understand a lot more, still probably not as much as I'd like. But I think the biggest thing that tells me I voted the right way for going with Trump this time is that the censorship, I've never seen anything like it. It's I can't even believe it. So many people's pages have been taken down, and yet, you know, I go on and watch all these other Democrats who spew hate and harass people, SA victims and other survivors of things. And I mean, it's just, everything's left up. It's all allowed. I've never seen anything like this before.
Thank you. Wait, did she mute herself?
I think she muted because
I did. My son's autistic as well, and he's, as you can hear, being very loud.
Oh, that's okay. We love the kids.
I will say that for policies, I think the biggest policy I love from Trump is the Department of Education, because I'm actually in my state seeing the states having control over the money and where it goes. And this year I was actually able to take that money for my children and pick where they went. And I've been seeing improvements with education in our state because of that. And I think that if he's allowed to elaborate on the policy and do what he's hoping to do with it, I think we'll see a better education system in 4 years. And that's all I had to say. Thank you, everybody. I'll be going to the Discord.
Thank you so much for your input. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Shocker, you're next.
Hey, so what Candace was talking about with the with what the lefts is running with as far as Tony Hinchcliffe and the joke and all that. I can say whenever I was watching the rally, and I was actually watching when they first introduced him, and I know Tony Hinchcliffe and I know what he's about, my first thought was, oh shit. Because I know what
I was shocked to see him up there, to be honest.
You know, so my argument to when you go into these lives is, you know, you already know what Tony Hinchcliffe is about and what he's going to do. You know, he's a roast comedian. So him coming in and expecting him to not do that, you know, that would be like having Beyonce come into your rally and expect, well, I guess that wouldn't be a good example. Don't use that. Because I guess she didn't sing there. So
I saw what you did there, though. That was a good one.
I ain't say nothing.
Jon Stewart will forever be goated for that comment.
Yeah. Nah, I just wanted to joke around a little bit. Y'all already know who I'm voting for.
Okay. All right, Shocker. Thank you.
Later.
All right, we'll see you later. I think Shiloh was next.
Hey guys. Hey,
Hi.
I've been listening to the live for a while. Several days. I think you guys built a really nice community here. Definitely compared to other lives, it's not cantankerous. You guys are really well researched. But I'm going to be voting for Kamala Harris. I've listened to like everything you guys say, and I think just as much as you could, complain about the inability of the folks on the left to listen to what you consider to be like really reasonable points, it's the same way, right? It's just mirrored. I think the folks on the left listening to some of the ways that folks on the right tend to eulogize Trump and make him immune to any type of criticism just seems unrealistic, and it just doesn't align with how we do like everything else in life, right? Like if someone else did the things that Trump did.
Did y'all hear what he was saying?
Hello?
Not the greatest, no.
Yeah. Okay. What? Can you speak a little clearer, or? 'Cause I didn't. I heard that you're voting for Kamala. I didn't really understand why. What are the reasons?
Yeah, so I think that just when it comes to governance, I just think she'll do a better job. I think that she has a track record. I think that being a president requires a lot of, the ability to pivot, to listen to people, to work with people. And, Trump has really proven that he has a hard time doing that,
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, please.
What has she accomplished?
Yeah, so I think, being a prosecutor, being a district attorney, being a state attorney, those are like some pretty big jobs. You have to lead big teams. You have to do actual work. You have to be elected multiple times. And she's done that. She's been successful.
Wow, she got elected a couple times, but how about what has she done as a senator in California, as a senator for the United States? She was involved in 200 some bills in California, not one got passed. She was involved in a bunch of bills in Congress here in the U.S. She was involved in got passed. She voted 3 times against the military getting a raise. 3 times she voted against it. And she voted to vote the bill in to allow for the Inflation Reduction Act to actually cause inflation. So she hasn't accomplished anything.
Yeah, so you can disagree with the way she voted on things. Certainly, she's representing her constituents.
No disagreeing. She didn't do anything. I can't disagree with what she did because she didn't get anything done.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna say one more thing, and I'm gonna get off of here. I just got a reason why I got on here is because I want to thank y'all for how y'all run this what do you call this chat live, whatever. Yeah, you go to some of these Democrat run ones and they won't let you talk. They mute you. You can't even answer. They ask you a question. Time you start answering, they mute you. I about had a heart attack yesterday as Hollis gets so loud, so upset on one yesterday. But you can tell by their attitude and their demeanor that they are, most of them are, I'm sad to say, Shiloh, I don't know about you, but a lot of Democrats are demon possessed. I'm telling you now. They think irrationally. They won't even listen to what you got to say. They ask you a question and won't let you answer. They mute. I was on one yesterday. All I did was try to undo the mute button.
Yes.
And I'd ask them, let me answer the question. They wouldn't let me answer. It's sad. And I told them they're sad. It's really sad. So I appreciate this. This is another couple lives on here that are really good. And I appreciate the way y'all let people talk. When Democrat gets on here, y'all don't call them names. You go on some of these Democrat forums, they call you all kind of names. F you and all this. I mean, y'all do a great job and I appreciate it. If I ask one of them, have you ever been on a Republican one? They don't treat you like y'all treated us. They're not open-minded whatsoever. They won't listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Jerry. Thank you. But Shiloh, did you hear what he had to say?
Yeah, I can't speak to
I
someone
didn't
being
really,
demon possessed.
yeah. No,
Yeah,
I was saying what you had to say as far as you said that Kamala is qualified. Is that what you said?
yes, she is. I mean, it's experience with public service. You know, if you compare it to again Donald Trump, and we actually have 4 years of him being the president to see how that went. And I recognize that you can quote these I heard maybe 2 people ago quote some statistics about things that happen largely economically. Those things happen under either president, right? I think for a lot of folks on the left, you can look at some of the major things that Trump has done. You could look around the type of people he surrounds himself with, people in his cabinet, where their leanings are. And those are not the type of people that you want to have in the government, especially when it comes to things like the culture issues, right? I think you all yourself would recognize there are some culture issues that you wouldn't want Harris to have any impact on. And I see exactly the same for the people on the left, right?
I guess my question is, what has Trump done that was so evil and that was a detriment to my community?
Sure. Well, yeah. So again, I can't speak just for us as Black people. I can certainly say that when it comes to the Supreme Court, him getting to put 3 justices on there, and the potential of him getting to replace Clarence Thomas and replace several others in the next in the next cycle, that would be tough because of the fact that the Supreme Court is important, right? I mean, there's Dobbs. There's also a lot. If you generally looked at the Supreme Court and the way that they operate, and the way that this Supreme Court has operated, right? So from not reinforcing the Voting Rights Act in 2015, saying that's no longer necessary because voting in the country is completely fair, and every jurisdiction doesn't need to have this passed through Congress. That's not exactly helpful to everyone, right? That certainly serves one part of the country and not all of it.
I'm confused. So you're saying that because he appointed Supreme Court justices, what has happened? What policy, what did Trump do specifically that made our lives miserable, made our lives worse, that ruined our communities?
Yeah. Nikki, I can't speak to your community specifically. I can't speak to my community specifically.
What did he do to ruin the country? I'm confused.
Sure. Am I allowed to bring up J6, or is that like?
Yeah. How did J6 affect you personally? Because it had no effect on me. Did it affect you guys in the chat?
Yeah. So
did it ruin your lives? Did it cause inflation?
When you have the conversation about J6, I think very often it's like nothing happened. But nothing only happened because Mike Pence decided that nothing should happen. Had Mike Pence done what Donald Trump had asked him to do, we would have had a serious conflict within the Constitution. It would have been something that's unprecedented. And, as much as we talk about the country being fractured right now, the country would have been fractured then.
I'm sorry. Are you African? I wish Kumba was here.
I am originally from the Caribbean, not from Jamaica. So.
Okay. You're Caribbean.
So when you say if Mike Pence would have did what Donald Trump wanted him to do, right? What are we talking about? If he would have did what?
If he would have taken an illegal slate of electors that Trump had signed these statements that were not endorsed by the judge.
Listen, this is the problem that we have when we don't understand. Don't come off of me. Don't go teacup. I want you to hear this, right? This is the problem that we have when you don't understand. You sit there and say illegal slate of electors, right? Did the state certify those alternate slates of electors, yes or no? Did the state know about these alternate slates of electors?
They did not certify them, no.
No. Listen, did the state sign off as them being the alternate slate of electors Not that they were the certified slate, right? Because there's the difference, right? You have the certified slate of electors, right? Where they have
And you have the alt. Go ahead.
No, they did not. I mean, the governor of Georgia did not sign up for the
Yes, they
slate that
did.
Trump
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. This is what I'm talking about, right? You come up here and you use this talking point, right? They were there. The state knew about these people, right? It was actually the Republicans' alternate slate, right? To be at the Capitol on J6. So when they go, when Arizona, Georgia, and all these other states went to a test, right? The election and say, hey,
Thank you.
we don't believe that this is the correct count. Okay, we want to vote. They had the votes. You know how we know they had the votes? The only reason why they didn't move forward was because of the things that happened outside that day. Those are that was the words out of their mouth. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Or are
those
you,
were not. Those were not the slates of electors endorsed by the states.
Oh, he
after
doesn't
reviewing the
understand.
results of the election.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand.
Yeah.
Like,
Hold on, Shiloh. And sorry for everybody else in the panel, but we have Chewbacca in the panel, and I follow Chewbacca.
I love you so much, Nick.
I love Chewbacca.
Bro, I was so excited when I saw Tony up here. Tony, I'm a little bit of a stalker because every time you go live, I got my notifications on just to make sure that you know that I'm not, just in case I got in trouble. But I love everything that you are one of the best hosts I've learned every single time I've come here. And Nick,
thank you.
I cannot believe how eloquent you is. And I don't say that because you know anything else. But literally, you came up here looking like Rapunzel, the black version of Marilyn Monroe, and then you came up here speaking the way that you did. So I'm ready to have the conversation. Angel, I missed you. Hi, everybody on the panel.
Hi.
Chewbacca.
Oh, I like Chewbacca.
Amazing. I love her videos. She's awesome.
Wow, I love her energy too.
Yes.
Damn, why you ain't come up in these panels before?
I was scared because to be honest, I'm not deciding who to vote. I was trying to play Switzerland and then I couldn't because as a conservative, everybody knows. And then they got mad because I said, Trump's a better president, and they didn't like that because I was black. So I needed to find my friends.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, Shiloh's looking up some stuff. Yeah, maybe research it a little bit, Shiloh. But I was just kind of trying to focus on what Shiloh was talking about. Like, did he say that she's more qualified to be president, or she or even if not, I'm just wondering what is it that leads him to believe that she would be what has she done that leads him to believe that she would be a better president as Donald Trump as it pertains to economic policy, foreign policy, things of that nature. So like what leads you to believe that she'll be better in the position of president, better than a person who was already president of the United States?
Okay. So if you are asking me to make a comparison to Trump, I can say that when Trump was president, very often what would happen is he would be very focused on the personal, right? So he would be very focused on his personal success as opposed to something that's more important, right? So a perfect example is the very beginning of his presidency. Someone takes a picture of the National Mall and they say, "Oh, Obama had more people," and he spends days on this. Or simple things like if he said something wrong.
Okay. I hear Shiloh. Yeah. I'm sorry. Maybe I wasn't clear, right? I probably should have added this caveat.
Sure.
Can you please tell me, but can you not give me an answer that is based on like feelings and emotion, like subjective, like emotion, talking about his personality? I like to dig into policy, the things that he actually did that either helped or hurt the country. Because at the end of the day, that's what matters, not his personality. I don't care about his personality, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I would disagree in the sense that your personality does impact your ability to do the work, right? So especially when you are
I'll take your argument. Yeah. I'll take your argument in that. So please explain how his personality affected what in his work, in his job performance was harmed by his
Sure.
personality, policy
Sure,
wise. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So what I would say is that when you're the president, I think you need to be very, very concerned about not just doing the work, but the appearance of doing the work. You need to be concerned about conflicts of interest. A perfect example is in the call with the Ukrainian president, when he says that he's asking Joe Biden, he's asking to open an investigation about Joe Biden. If you're the president and you're going to be competing with Joe Biden, that is a conflict of interest. You should not make that request.
Wait.
And here's what happens. Whether you think Trump is right or whether you think Trump is wrong, what happens is you end up going through an impeachment. You end up going through a lot of churn. Trump is right or whether you think Trump is wrong, what happens is you end up going through an impeachment. You end up going through a lot of churn. Trump is right or whether
Chijoki,
Hello,
for some reason, I can't even control him. So Chijoki, you got to request back up because I don't know what was going on with that. I couldn't even mute him.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
So
you wait, because you made an allegation. I need to verify that. You said that Donald Trump basically took orders from the Ukrainian president to investigate. What did he do?
No, I said when Donald Trump made the request of the Ukrainian president to investigate Joe Biden
talking about
a year before an election.
Oh man. Listen, dude, did you listen to the phone call? Did you hear what was asked?
I did, yes.
None of that was asked. He never asked to go try to do this investigation. You're lying. Like this is what I every point you've stated has been CNN talking point. You looked at no FOIA requests when it came to J6. You looked at no video evidence. You keep spewing that these were fake electors, and you don't understand what the difference between alternate slate electors are.
Alternate slates, and
right, and then you're gonna go to this point of this phone call that I heard. I even listened to the Giuliani one. Okay, and this is what kills me is that you sit up here and then you spew that nonsense. Right? Go find the facts. Go find in that transcript where Donald Trump says, "Open up an investigation on Joe Biden," or maybe did he ask him, "Hey, did you ever do an investigation on him?" Just wondering. Because there is a difference between asking if you've done something and asking somebody to do something, correct? Come on, bro, you gotta do better than that. You're not talking to some chumps up here who haven't listened to some shit, bro. You're talking to some intellectual, smart people up here who have listened to some shit.
You have to understand too, Shiloh. No, I was just going to say, Shiloh, you got to... Go ahead, Angel. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Angel.
No, if you're going to come up here and tell me Donald Trump is an asshole, fucking hands down, I give it to you. He can be an asshole. I would even question even some of that stuff, right? Like when he was being an asshole, was somebody being an asshole to him first? This is what kills me. Matter of fact, I even let MJ take this. I even let MJ take it.
But before we go there, I just want to say, Shiloh, just so you know, when it comes to this panel, I know a lot of times you guys come up here and you want to, and you say a lot of talking points that you got from either like CNN, MSNBC, or maybe some articles that you read. But most of the things that we talk about here, they come from the source. We go directly to the source of the information, and we don't rely upon someone else's subjective interpretation of what that actual data and information is. So it's rough sometimes when you come in here and you regurgitate things that were said in the Washington Post or even the New York Times, because all those are just their rendition of after reading what you could have already read yourself. What I'm saying is we actually go to the source for the information, for our opinions. I hope that makes sense.
It does. I don't think that the impeachment was just the result of a subjective analysis in the Washington Post. I do remember the transcript. I don't remember the transcript.
The impeachment.
Yes.
What is an impeachment?
The impeachment that resulted from his call with.
What was the result of the two impeachments?
Oh, well, he was impeached in Congress and he was exonerated in the Senate. Yes, that is politics. I mean, that is not just unique to Trump. I think the same thing would happen to Biden. No party is going to, well, like maybe Nixon, right? But no party is going to get a president exonerated because get a president impeached in the Senate because you need a super majority, right? And that just doesn't exist anymore.
What?
So
I'm just trying to keep up with the conversation. No, you don't. That can happen. That's why the Senate and the House of Representatives voted for that to be the 25th Amendment, right? That wasn't the president that put in the right to be impeached. That was Congress through the 2/3 of voting because of FDR and everything else in between.
I understand that, but the nature of our politics currently is that barring something that one side, like, if say the Republicans felt that something was so egregious that it needed to be, something to be acted on, like Nixon, you will not have a Republican Senate impeach a Republican president. You won't have a Democratic Senate impeach a Democratic, right?
Yes, you
are
would.
going to get
because-
those.
Yeah, hold on, Shiloh. You would, because in the process of impeachment, it's all of Congress bringing it to Congress as a special prosecution. So yes, it's Congress bringing it up. They can't just have one side vote and say, okay,
Right.
we're going to run an impeachment. Let's just do this through the Republican Party. It's the
I
entire
understand that.
sentence. Okay, but I don't know why we're moving the goalposts to Congress. There are 468 seats up for election, but that wasn't the conversation you came up here with. I'm still stuck on Neek's question on what makes Kamala fit to run this country. And I just want to talk, like King Tony said, about the facts, because I got the facts about Donald Trump from his term.
Sure. Yeah, and like I said it, right? Obviously she hasn't done it before. I can only look at her record.
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
career
said. What did you say? I'm sorry, what did you say?
Sure. I said, obviously, she hasn't done it before. I can look at her career as a career professional, just as we would have with Trump prior to him becoming
Career
president,
professional?
right?
Like
prior-
what's her career?
Prosecutor, district attorney,
Senator?
senator as well, vice president. Yeah.
Okay, so her career as a senator is it's the most recent before becoming vice president, correct?
Yes.
What would you say her success rate was in the Senate?
At what? I mean, so she was at one point on.
As a senator, you'll
committee.
introduce. Hold on, you introduce legislation, you'll sponsor legislation, you'll co-sponsor
I don't know.
legislation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well,
Wasn't
let's say
strikes about what her record
let's guess. Let's say that she introduced 160 plus pieces of legislation, either introduced them or co-sponsored them. How many do you think she got passed?
I don't know.
0. So that would mean she has a 100% failure rate in the Senate. Now, I would think that as a senator, her record would show that she's able to work in a bipartisan measure, right? Reach across the aisle, work with others, which is something that is a valuable tenet of being a president, right? Being able to work with others. Would you say so?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So if she has a 100% failure rate in the Senate, which requires her to work with others, and as vice president, she couldn't even complete her job as it pertained to the border. I'm not going to call her border czar because I know a lot of times you guys get caught up in the semantics of it, but she didn't complete her assignment with that. And she was also, well, I don't even want to go by polls because we know she was like the most unpopular vice president in history. But if we go based on her record, right? Her voting record, we know that she's the president of the Senate, right? As the vice president, she's the president of the Senate, right?
Yeah,
Do we agree?
broken several ties. Yeah.
She's broken 31 ties. Yeah. So do you think that's a good thing?
In terms of like pushing through legislation that the party written and worked for, like why?
Right.
Like,
Yeah. Right. Do you think that's a good thing on her record? That she was the tie-breaking vote on a record number of legislative initiatives in the Senate. You think that's good on her record?
I don't think it's a good thing, but that's not something that she can control, right? That's she
has absolute control over how she votes, doesn't she?
Okay, so
I'm just saying, if you serve most of your time as the tie-breaking vote on legislation, do you think that shows bro, your background is crazy loud. Do you think that shows an ability to work with others, or does that probably speak to your inability to work with others and therefore force things through?
Yeah. So I think that again, there's so much vice president can do, right? So I guess president.
Wait, no, brother, you didn't answer the question. Do you think that the fact that she got zero legislation pushed through in the Senate, and the fact that as the vice president, she didn't complete her task with the border, and she forced through legislation because of an inability to work across the aisle, that makes her more qualified than Donald Trump to be president? A man who, by the way, has three times the rate of bipartisan legislation success than the Joe Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah. So what I would say to that is that the nature of the Senate as it is right now. So for example, if one seat flips, what does JD Vance do? Does he not break ties? I mean, it's the nature of the job. It's setting up. Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
Can I try, Tony?
What is she supposed to do?
MJ.
Yeah. Go ahead, MJ.
All right. So, Shiloh, I'll give you some credit. I understand what you're saying, and it seems as if you're trying to point to the.
Stop being so nice,
MJ. Well, I mean, I see that you're trying to point to the distance between the Republican and Democrat Party. All right, as far as coming together, I understand. All right, and I agree to some point. There is, they're pretty far apart. But to what Tony is saying and trying to correlate this back to Kamala, I mean, everybody on the left says that Donald Trump was the most divisive president we've ever had. However, during his 4 years, Mike Pence only had to be the tie-breaking vote on 13 pieces of legislation. Actually, most of them were nominations, right? So, but Kamala over 33? Yeah, 33 times that she had to be the tie-breaking vote. I would say that Biden and Kamala, the candidates that were supposed to bring this country together, as claimed by the Democrat Party, were much less effective in working and reaching across the aisle than any other administration we've ever had. It's almost as if their party didn't even want to work with them on a lot of things. And this even goes back to Kamala when she was a senator. I mean, she couldn't get anybody to sign on to anything that she had. So
MJ, what if I flip that and say that the Republican Senate minority is much less willing to cooperate, as they've demonstrated multiple times, than the Democrats that were there during Trump's time?
I would say that I can say the exact same thing to the Democrat Party, but my point is, and I agree with you to an extent here, okay? But again, we're still pointing to the fact that at least the Trump administration, again, the most divisive administration we have ever had, according to all Democrats, was able to work with people across the aisle and get things passed, which is why we only saw 13 times that the VP had to go in and break the tie-breaking vote, as opposed to the Biden administration, which seemed to be almost everything that went up, they had to. It's as if working across the aisle was not a thing for them. And I would actually point that to I would say that was one of Kamala's biggest flaws is, as a VP, I think her job should be going across and working with candidates across the aisle, trying to push legislation and get things passed. And obviously, as we see with 33 votes, she epically failed.
Yeah. So again, it's hard for me to argue that in the context of
Oh, Jesus.
He's going to his notes.
Oh, look at God.
Working that magic right there. Hey, King. Oh, I'm sorry, Shiloh. Go ahead.
God do it.
I was done.
You ain't say nothing.
He conceded.
You can take it that way, sure.
All right, so Shiloh, you voting for Trump?
I will not be voting for Donald Trump. But I wish everyone well next Tuesday. I'm looking forward to, us having like a really peaceful transition to somebody that isn't Joe Biden. And hopefully it's Kamala Harris.
Okay, are you gonna answer just real quick? Because I'm still stuck on it, right? Let's hypothetically say I didn't decide who I was voting for because I didn't vote yet. Can you tell me, as per what the president's jurisdiction of his job is to do, how can Kamala fill those roles? There's only 7, so I don't want to talk about anybody else. I don't want to talk about anything else. Tell me how Kamala can fill the presidential roles. If you don't know what the presidential roles are, you just disqualified any argument you've ever made. So I just want to know, all the chiefs, tell me how she currently can fill those: citizen, diplomat, commander. And then if we can go past that, I might change my vote if you can do that.
Yeah. So again, I don't think I'm trying to change your vote here. I think as the commander-in-chief, right, she can listen to her generals. She can work with them. She can listen to them. Again, listen is, I think, really important here. She can take advice and she can act on it. I think as an executive, she can select a cabinet.
Well,
Probably won't have as many.
If you don't, I got you, Shiloh. Can we do one at a time? You said as commander in chief, you think that she can currently convince the other side. Tony and everybody on this panel, even Andrew, just showed you through nothing but facts that she can't convince anybody. So she can't do that job. Can you move to the next one? You said diplomatic. You said chief executive. Tell me how she fills that one.
Yeah, no. So I think, unless I'm misunderstanding, the commander-in-chief is the head of the military, right? So she's not against the other side very much. She's working with, I guess if she needs to have a endorsement of war from Congress, she would need to convince them, but that's not been something that any president has needed since.
No relevance. We can see it on that
Exactly.
argument. She wouldn't be able to fill commander in chief. You said that she needed, that was your argument. If you want to change your argument and move the goalpost, that's totally fine. That wasn't mine. You said that she was able to convince sides and works with generals. That's not what the president does. As commander in chief, they are in charge of the U.S. military on conflicts.
Yeah.
And what they have are advisors. So generals are people that are not specifically appointed to that position. But go to the next one. You said commander executive. Let's talk about the next one.
Yeah. So as an executive, I imagine just as she did when she was, the state attorney for California, she'll be able to select an executive. She'll be able to work with them. She'll be able to keep her staff. She can run it. I think I would be surprised if there's as much turnover as there was.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh,
I got you.
God.
Real quick. Hold on. Real quick. I'm sorry. I'm
Don't
so
do
sorry.
it.
It's okay. Real quick. Just real quick. I'm just curious. You said that she would be able to do that as the chief executive, but she had 28 Black people quit working under her, directly under her, not Joe Biden, directly under Kamala Harris within less than 18 months of being in power. So let's concede there. That's incorrect. She couldn't even keep her own presidential administration. The next one I want to talk about is chief diplomat. How can she fulfill that?
This one should be interesting.
So I guess what is the counterfactual that I should be providing here? I mean, she is. We've had presidents.
I got you. I got you, Shiloh. I'm not even trying to throw you off, King. I'm not even trying to.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Can I say something? Hello. I am Eze Chijoke from Nigeria. Can you guys hear me? Sorry for interrupting.
Yes. We can.
I'm Eze Chijoke from Nigeria, or also known as Chijoke Maria. I love your host, especially Tony. I saw the video you put up there. I decided to follow you, talking about Sonny Hastings degrading Black men. So I have been following American politics. In short, Tony, I think your show is the first live show I've engaged. I have engaged since I'm following American politics. So I understand what most of you are trying to say. The reason why I've been trying to say something about American politics, especially trying to talk to the Black men, African Americans who live there, is that you guys are the hope of we Africans. Since we lost Marcus Garvey, we have lost a great man who can stand up for us in Africa. The Jews, they got their independence because the Jews in America, the Jews in Europe lobbied and spoke to governments where they resided to assist his people, to give them help to do what? To go back to their promised land. If the Black men in America did not wake up Africa will continue to be a slave to the Western world. If you have men like Marcus Garvey again in our own days, I understand that you people are trying to speak for yourselves, but you people should remember us who are here, because our government were controlled by the Western government, especially when Obama was in charge. We have a very good man called President Goodluck Jonathan. Obama made sure that Jonathan did not come back to second term, because Obama wanted Jonathan to sign gay law, and Jonathan said no, that anybody who practice gay in Nigeria will go to prison 40 years. I posted a video in my timeline. Obama interfered in our politics, Democrats interfered in our politics. So these are things that I want some of black men to be saying. I try to listen to our voice here. Again, one of the reasons why, I don't know Kamala Harris or whatever, Democrat as a party has a structure since the Civil War in America. A time came, I decided to read something about American politics. I traced it down to the Civil War. I discovered that after the Civil War, American politics were divided into two in federal level, Democrats and Republicans. Then Democrats has a structure that to clamp down black community. All the laws, anti-black laws in America were sponsored by Democrats. And we always say, if you want to treat a problem, go to the roots. Jim Crow law and the rest. Okay, this Joe Biden now. This Joe Biden we are talking about. Joe Biden is the one that sponsored crack bill in America, I think 94, signed by Democrat Bill Clinton, that locks up many blacks in America. Then Trump came in and signed what is called, okay, thank you for putting up those, that door. Then Trump came in and signed what is called First Step Act that released black men. Joe Biden, his son, is a crack addict. He never went to the prison. So Joe Biden was proud. Joe Biden was proud, saying, I have to be there with my son. I have to be there with my son. But he never sympathized with any other black guys in prison.
Black guys. That good point. Good point. Good point.
So now
he's actually cooking.
Democrat. Okay. The other election America had during the time of that, with the one that brought Joe Biden in, during the Democratic debate, Kamala Harris, I think she was fifth. She ran fifth. She won the second. She won the third. She won the fourth. She was fifth, and she resigned. Then, after at the end of everything, Joe Biden did not pick the second, did not pick the third, not pick the fourth. She went and picked somebody that they can use. So anybody who's standing there saying that Kamala, like one guy said that Kamala will listen to the generals. My dear, the generals are the one to listen to the commander-in-chief. They cannot advise him. And the general and the commander-in-chief were asked. So Kamala is not going there to listen if she wants to do her job, which I know she cannot do because she was picked. And she will only listen to those who picked her from that place. They were supposed to, because they cannot pick out somebody who did not have a dirty lineage. They cannot pick out someone who did not have any dirtiness in their closet. So they will present that person. Okay, now we are talking about black community, a Democrat. I had a conversation with a lady in US. She told me that all her life she had been voting Democrat. I told her, you are in the wrong party. Go and study these people. And then now they are trying to destroy black community by promoting any type of culture that black community did not represent. So just for me to say this one or two things, I love when you people are discussing about black community, but always remember that Marcus Garvey, who was our spokesperson, were killed. And this is them we have been suffering until black. I don't expect Nigerians in America to speak for us, because once they start going there, they will be deported. But I want the American citizens, the blacks in America, to speak for us, because you people cannot be deported to anywhere. That is your land. So thank you, Tony, and most of you who have been trying to enlighten us. I'm a Christian, I'm a pastor, I'm a Catholic, I'm a preacher, and I'm a preacher. So I'm into politics because whatever affects America affects Africa. if they brought any law, they will say that law in our land. Okay, I will give you an example what Trump did that differentiated from Obama. Obama came to Africa. In North Africa, Obama wanted to change the regime in Africa, instigated the riots and the many other movements. Then when Trump went in, Trump wanted to change the regime in Africa. About this guy, this man from Zimbabwe, I think. I forgot his name. Trump just used the military, and the man quitted the job. Instead of giving arms to the opposition to fight themselves, Trump did it quietly, and they removed the man from the office and they put a new person. The truth is that America is in charge of the world. Again, a woman is not ready, or women are not being prepared to rule America now. And just if we can just bait, I will say, okay, let us try Kamala. Maybe for 2 years we'll see what will happen. But we are putting our future in a jeopardy. If we try Kamala, the whole world will turn upside down with overnight. Okay, you did not do anything for black people in America, but you are there promoting gay marriage. You do not do anything for black people in America. Obama did more for gay in America than for black community. It's only in the election they will bring the black people up. They will say, come, it's for black people. This is a black party. Democrat is not a black party. Democrats is a white party, and their ancestors are those who sold the blacks. Okay, I watched this guy called Eminem the other day. Eminem came to support Kamala, and Eminem came from a city that sponsored Jim Crow law. So his ancestors believed in that crime. So why can't he support what the movement that the ancestors started? He was there saying this and this and that. The another reason why I love Trump was that Trump came to expose everything.
Yeah.
It was Trump who led me to know that CNN lies. Before I used to believe in CNN, but when Trump came in, I said everything changed. In short, if I tune CNN now, I'm only listening to see the number of lies they will lie, because I don't believe they're saying the truth, especially MSNBC and the rest. Now, Trump came in that post to expose everybody. That's why the electoral class, the career politicians, that's why most of them hate him, because he came there to expose them and tell them this is how things are done. Even though he's not a black man, but I love his position on pro-life, pro-family, and pro-God. But these people, you can't say God publicly in America. America that is a country that is founded on God. You can't say God publicly. So if America is destroyed now, the world will turn to chaos.
I beg, so we can say God on this planet.
So my sister, let me give another person. God bless you. God bless you.
God here, brother.
God bless you.
What that brisket is well done.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a Chijoke. Is it Chijoke?
Yes, Chijoke. Yes, it means that God, the source of life, or God, the host creation.
All right,
Chijoke, yeah.
Have you ever met Kumba? Because y'all are like
no
2 peas in a pod.
Yeah, you'll enjoy coming up and participating on our panels. But listen, we appreciate everything that you said. Man, please stick around, stay in the chat, don't disappear, because you're the type of person that we like to continue in these conversations. All right.
Yeah, this needs to go back to Shiloh. Everything this man said was talking about diplomacy, and what Shabaka's got up right now, chief diplomat. Shiloh, if you don't mind, why don't you kind of take us through your thoughts as to where you think she would do a good job with that concerning the situations that he was just speaking of?
Specifically, I guess the specific situation in Nigeria, where I guess, again, this is...
Can you give us an example of anywhere that she did a good job diplomatically with foreign leaders?
That she did?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was over there. Chewbacca, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't she go to Ukraine 2 days prior to the invasion?
Yes,
and wasn't
sir.
she supposed to stop the whole thing and lay out what the So she's
I
got
believe
experience. Tell us how well she did with that.
Yeah, so I believe she went over there to warn Ukrainians about the severity of the Russian threat. I don't think she went over there to deter the Russians.
Okay, did she sent to Israel to warn the Israelis about the Iranians? Was she sent to Israel to warn the Israelis about the Lebanese? No, he just made a phone call. So that, let's concede on that. That's not how that works. We wouldn't send the vice president knowing something was going to happen. We would make a phone call. That's what we do.
Okay, so again, there's an administration here, right? The Biden administration. I don't think that we're saying that the Biden administration is any way weak on supporting Israel, are we? Because he's pretty staunchly behind Israel.
Yeah, you don't have to move the goalposts. What you just said was that when we showed up at the back door of Ukraine with Kamala Harris there, that she was there to warn people. But I just showed you multiple times through her warning other entities like Guatemala, Mexico, y también la otra país como que este. She not only made a phone call, she never went to those countries. That's not the MO of the chief diplomat. That's not how that goes.
Yeah, again, I will have to defer to you.
All right, I gotta stop this. This is painful. Okay,
Yeah.
no, hold on. Listen, no. But I'm gonna ask you respectfully though, Shiloh, right, brother? Let me ask you this: do you think that it's important that a voter be as informed as possible about what they're voting for?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Well, will you admit that there's a wealth of information that you probably need more access to before casting your vote?
Me personally,
or do you feel you know enough that you need to know to cast your
yeah,
vote?
no. So I recognize that I'm not on these lives, and I haven't, gone into
No, I'm not
saying
trying to
history
shame
of
you,
Kamala
brother.
Harris
No.
versus no. I
But I want to know, do you feel comfortable? My question is, do you feel comfortable in the amount of information that you have to cast your ballot on November 5th?
I feel 100% confident in my vote on November 5th. I do feel that, we want an informed electorate, an informed electorate, just as we have folks who are voting because they think that the prices in the grocery store are too high. And that's as much as they need to know. Or they think that, Kamala Harris isn't of us, or she has a different accent, or she's dishonest, right? So, there are multiple levels that you can vote on. Not everybody is going to vote on a detailed
I agree
dissection
with
of
you,
a
but that's
candidate's
why I posed the
platforms.
question to you. That's why I posed the question to you. Do you think it's important that a person is as informed as possible? Because whether you're on the right or left, I don't really care. I think everyone has a responsibility to be as informed as possible about what they're voting for, even if they're voting on my side, right? Or in the direction that I would like them to vote. I want them to know what they're voting for. And I think ultimately that's something that we should all aspire to. Don't you agree?
I agree.
Right. Just like when we send our kids to school, like we don't want to send them to school and take an algebra test when they haven't even taken algebra, when all they know is, I don't know, when they know trigonometry or something. It's like we need to be as informed as possible. But you just admitted that there's a lot you don't know, brother, whether you're admitting to it or not. You've proven that there's a lot of information, important information, that is literally the basis of your vote. We've shown you how a lot of the things that you have been utilizing in your judgment for how you're going to vote, you're inaccurate in those things or woefully underinformed in those areas. Yet you still say you feel confident. You said 100% in your vote on November 5th. And I think honestly, okay, I know you said after, okay, I know, but don't unmute for a second because you got so much in your background. You got a lot of noise in your background. But this is the problem that I have with our whole voting process, with our education system in this country. We've become comfortable feeling that we know enough, even when it can be proven to us that we don't know anything. And I think it's no wonder why we test so low in education as it compares to other industrialized countries out there. Yet we rank number 1 in our confidence in our education. That's literally delusion. And that's scary. When you think you're the smartest, but you know the least. That is why I'm worried about this election and future elections, because we have uninformed and emotional people who are voting. They have an equal say in this process with people who are well studied and researched in it. And not only are they well studied and researched, but they're trying to share the information with you. And although we're telling you everything that is contrary to what you believe, it doesn't matter to you. I call that is to me typical Trump derangement syndrome, because everything is about stopping Donald Trump or his character, his personality, the subjective interpretations. But whenever we talk about policy, y'all don't know shit about it. Nothing. I don't know everything. I like to participate in these panels. I love to have these people come in here because I learn from them all the time. But what do you say to people who prioritize, you know what, you know how you say facts don't care about your feelings? The scary thing is Democrat voters, their feelings don't care about facts. That's the terrifying part. But Shiloh, I'm not trying to insult you or cook you, but I'm just being honest, bro. This is worrying for me to know that there are so many people out there, shit, who don't even know what a woman is, who are voting in this election.
It's a pity. Yeah.
This is scary. People who can't tell you what a woman is, but they're making decisions and passing legislation allowing biological men to enter into women's bathrooms, our daughters' sports, changing Title IX protections so that now biological males can participate in the sports with our daughters, go into their bathrooms, their locker rooms. This is federal legislation. I don't understand this. How you have in certain states, you have in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, the guy who's running with Kamala Harris, who has trans sanctuary states for children away from their parents. What? Where they're rewriting legislation to omit pedophiles under the guise of, sexual orientation. I don't understand this. This is demonic. It's demonic.
Yes, I was just about to say, you're not going to understand it because there's no logic behind it. It's all, when you're dealing with someone who you laid out the facts, you debunk every single talking point that he brought up with facts and logic, and he's still very confident about voting for Kamala. It's something
100%.
It's something deeper than just wanting willfully being ignorant. It's deeper than that. It's spiritual at this point. It's just straight up demonic.
And that's why when I see these black pastors out here, what do you call it, caping for Kamala Harris, and all
place.
Boy,
okay. Yeah, my brother, this topic you just brought in, brother Tony, is a heartbreaking topic. You look at Magic Johnson. I think he's the other son. See what
he's speaking of black men, telling black men what they need to do, and he didn't even raise a black man.
He didn't even raise a black man. If your parents have raised you, Magic Johnson, the same way, would you have been the Magic we are proud of? If your parents have been brainwashed, Magic Johnson, the way, if his parents allowed him to be brainwashed, the way he allowed his son to be brainwashed, will there be any Magic Johnson? No. The people who brought up black celebrities and destroyed them. They brought up Mike Johnson and destroyed him. They just set traps for these people. See what they are doing there.
But you're joking.
They just, yeah, my brother.
But hold on, but you're joking. At the end of the day, why do they think that bringing out celebrities should make any difference in our vote? I don't care what Magic Johnson thinks. I don't care what Beyonce or Taylor Swift thinks. That doesn't. That appeals to, once again, the lowest common denominator. Why are you rolling out Usher, who seems like they holding something over him? Why are you rolling out Eminem and all of these celebrities as if that's supposed to move the needle? I think what's even more embarrassing is if it actually does move the needle. Because if you're relying upon celebrities, who many of them are just pretty much, they're just dumb. They just have more money and notoriety than you. But if you're relying on those people to make your decision on what you're going to do with the type of world you're going to build for your children and grandchildren, then I would argue that you should not have the right to vote in this country. And I remember when, and I hate, it's crazy that I'm talking like this, bro, because I've heard Vivek Ramaswamy talking some shit about he thinks there should be like a civics test, like a civic literacy test for people before they're allowed to vote. And now I understand why he's saying that. I'm not saying take away people's freedom and their right to vote. I'm not saying that, but I can definitely say I understand the argument.
Tony, did you say that oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
Did you say that Shiloh is a pastor?
I hope not.
No,
okay.
I'm not.
Okay, I thought that's what you said.
Oh, he said to some pastors. He's not.
He was talking about black pastors who are like Shiloh.
I'm just talking. Say that's a good point, especially when we're talking about the community and how they rally around their pastors within their community. Especially with Kamala and what she's trying to push. What a lot of people don't understand, this is the only administration that is currently talking about, number one, packing the Supreme Court, okay? Because they don't have rulings going in their favor. They're wanting to pack the Supreme Court. They're also currently at the same time talking about trying to censor speech and rewrite the First Amendment. What do you think that does to the Christian community? What do you think that does to these churches? Okay. What happens when you can't talk about God?
You already getting suspended on TikTok when you talk about God, when you pray on TikTok. I know people that got suspended for praying on TikTok. Kumba.
Yeah.
Remember, they hit her. They nanted her in the middle of our live. Remember when she was talking about God and she was praying and they knocked her down. She got banned permanently. Remember? She had to create a new account.
That means she was mass reported. That wasn't TikTok.
Nah,
because I'll be honest, I pray every Sunday. I do. I'm not
Chewbacca, I'll tell you this. I hear what you're saying, but you're in a unique room right now, and you're dealing with a unique set of people, at least with me. And I'm telling you, I get taken down where it has nothing to do with mass reporting.
Okay, so talk to me about it so I can take it to my manager, because I didn't know about that. I apologize. I apologize, King Tony. Talk to me about it. I had no idea.
Oh, no problem. We'll definitely get into it.
All of his backup accounts are restricted right now. He can't even send messages.
Yeah, I'll get my manager on it.
But my point is just that, listen, Shiloh, brother, at the end of the day, you are still my brother. And I'm hoping that something sparks inside of you to dig a little bit deeper and then look into your heart, because you said you had children. I think you said you had a daughter. And as a father of 3 daughters and 2 granddaughters, it terrifies me to see not only the legislation that they have already passed, that they have already pushed through, but also the things that they are saying, the things they're promising to do. It terrifies me as it pertains to the future for my daughters, my son as well, and my granddaughters. So that's all I got to say, brother. Listen, I appreciate you coming up here. I hope you grab something from it. If it's nothing and you're 100% Kamala, then cool. Hey, all right. I'm just hoping that all the people watching, especially y'all on X, because damn, the numbers keep growing over there. I hope y'all got something from this conversation. And you know what, Shiloh?
Yep, that's really time.
this is going to be available still. I'm going to leave it on my X. So if you ever want to go back and watch it, brothers, please do. But thank you very much, and I appreciate you. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. One thing I want to say more about Kamala is, if she is so brilliant and so articulated, why did her go through the normal process of nominating a candidate? Why didn't her take some questions before now? They just asked Joe Biden to resign, which Biden never wanted to resign. Joe Biden resisted resignation letter,
right,
and he refused to resign on time. And they just told us immediately that Joe Biden contacted COVID. That was the story, that they're going to quarantine him. Within some times, we started hearing the news that Biden have resigned, and she's not endorsing Kamala. Where does that? Who does that? Even in Africa, you must go through the normal process. Even though we have this wicked regime in Nigeria here, you cannot just go without having some debates, taking questions from your parties, and if you happen to be the best candidate, they will nominate you. If Kamala have started from scratch to debate with other Democrats, she wouldn't have made it to that place.
No, well, I agree with you.
This is an example of when a party, all right, feels like you owe them your vote.
Yes.
Instead of them feeling like they have to earn your vote.
Earn it, right? Okay, all right. So I want to just get the other people in the panel so they can talk. Chijoke, I appreciate you, brother. I hope you come back.
My brother.
Yes,
I
thank
will.
you very much. We love
you.
everything that you had to say. You too, brother. God bless you. Take care.
Very
good. Very good.
I think okay was next.
Okay.
Okay.
What's up, Tony? How you doing? Hi, everybody else.
Oh, what's up, brother?
Yeah, man, I just finished voting. Yeah, I placed my vote and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yo,
He just finished voting.
yeah, I voted for Trump, of course.
Yeah, you're a real man. That's why.
Oh yeah, but there's two things. Like, I have to thank y'all because I actually enjoy talking to some of these people that have those CNN talking points.
Right.
Because I like seeing them sweat when you have that conversation with them. So like, I was talking to my barber the other day, right? And he was hitting me with these CNN talking points, right? And then one of the topics he brought up was like, oh, Trump said inject bleach during COVID. So I had him look up the video and say, yo, can you like show me where he said inject bleach? And this man pulled up the video, right? And has nothing to say with that. And he was like, but he said inject what do you call it? What was he saying? He was saying disinfectant, right? He was like, oh, you know what he meant by disinfectant? I was like, bro, do you even understand what disinfectant means, especially in medical terms? And that man started sweating. He stopped in the middle of my haircut just to go back and forth with me. And then this man had the audacity to tell me he's an independent voter. So I just started shaking my head. I'm like, man, the other barber was asking him, hey, yo, like, what makes you an independent voter? He was like, oh, I'll vote Republican. And he said, like, how many Republicans have you voted in your whole life? Man only said once he voted for a Republican. Man, when I say, Tony, I'm losing faith in these generations. Like, I'm losing faith in millennials, Generation X, and all.
No, don't give up. No,
don't give up. There's a lot more intelligent young voters out there than you think.
Yeah, but the thing is like, what's crazy to me is like the ignorance, man. Like, I'm thinking like poverty is like really a disorder, because people out here saying, oh, he gave us like these Democrats were giving us like all these things, all these social issues and whatnot. We get our WICs and our food stamps and stuff. I'm like, bro, like, if they keep you in that threshold, you're not gonna try to work to get more money. Like, when you make more money, they're gonna kick you off of food stamps and whatnot.
Right.
Why do you think they do that in the first place?
To keep you in poverty.
Yes. And then that's why I was just like, bro, like you're kind of messing up the future generation by doing that. You're having people taking free money, but you don't know where that free money's coming from.
Right.
Ain't nothing free.
And now we're giving free money to people who aren't even citizens, people who are illegally here in the country.
Man, that was another talking point he brought up to me. He was talking about, oh, Trump has some illegal immigrants in his at Mar-a-Lago working for him. I was like, bro, what are you talking about?
Well, brother,
I'm sorry, I'm losing faith, man. But you know, I just saying, like, I already voted. I voted for Trump. So,
all right. Well, you did the right thing, brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
All right, man.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So thank you.
How you doing?
But hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down. I got you.
All right. I appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir.
I see another Tony up here.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. We spoke before, Tony.
Oh God,
you don't remember me. I know you don't.
Just be a good Tony.
No.
Nah. You kicked me off. You didn't like what I had to say.
Nah, I didn't kick you off because I didn't like what you had to say.
You definitely did.
Nah, unless you were you disrespectful. A little bit.
What?
Were you disrespectful?
Nah, I mean that's subjective. You know, I don't know what you determine disrespectful.
Okay.
Because y'all let Trump slide with anything, so and I didn't act half as bad as Trump.
Say that again.
I said y'all let Trump slide with anything, and I didn't act half as bad as Trump when I got kicked off.
Yeah.
So I think it's subjective, right? Disrespect.
Okay. So what's up? I mean, it's been a while since we had some opposition up here. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I heard y'all. I think y'all are taking this election way more seriously than Trump is. I don't think he's trying to win. I think he's setting up the claim that there is fraud so he could try to commit some more crimes.
What kind of crimes can he commit with the claim of
election fraud? He doesn't want the vote to be counted.
Hold on, Tony. Hold on.
He doesn't want the election certified.
Hold on. You're saying that he's not even expecting to win, like he's just doing this just so that he can lose, so he can claim fraud. So what power will he have to do anything if he's going to deliberately lose?
So I don't think he even thinks he can win.
I don't.
He is already suing different election boards to stop counting votes, and we haven't even got to election day. He's already suing. He's getting some states to try to not certify their elections by the date that they need to be certified, and that's going on in court. He's trying to win this by some sort of Republican majority in Congress. He's not trying to win it the official way.
Jesus.
Where do you get your information from?
Oh, Obama. I speak with Obama. Every day. He tells me.
Oh.
I got a close relationship with
Probably
Obama.
why he got kicked out. He just comes up here to say stuff, like to gaslight people, probably.
I be saying stuff too, though. Y'all act like y'all don't be saying stuff. Y'all know y'all be saying stuff. Come on.
Well, at least he admits he's just saying stuff. There you go. This is a Democrat.
But y'all don't admit it. Y'all act like, well, maybe you do believe it, but I see through it.
Let me ask you this. If you think that he's trying to plan all this stuff, right? Why didn't he do any of this stuff when he was in power and he had the ability? I mean, I would say my opinion is he had a better chance at implementing some of these things and trying to push back the election at the peak of the pandemic. Why didn't he try to do that then? I mean, he could have easily done something. He didn't do anything to try to stop the election.
I would agree he had a better chance, but you're ignoring the fact that he did try. He was but let me get this out, MJ,
Yeah, go ahead.
and then you can respond. He in public was telling Arizona to stop counting votes, Fulton County to stop counting votes. Like he was trying to tell them as president, stop counting the votes. Or did not happen?
So if he was going by Arizona election law, right? I can understand, but my question is,
See, that's a false premise. He's not going by the election laws.
But hold on, that's not my claim, and that wasn't my argument. My argument was, why didn't he do anything to stop the election? I'm talking about leading up to the election when we're at the peak of the pandemic, people are on lockdown. Why didn't he try to say, you know what, in a sense of national health crisis, why don't we push back the election? Why don't we cancel the election and maybe do it in 6 more months? Why didn't you do anything like that?
Like
Zelensky. You're ignoring the fact that the federal government can't change the date of the election. Like the president can't just change it, right? I mean, you're creating a whole new, more complex crime for him that I don't even think he was brave enough to attempt.
No, because
right, but you're avoiding all the things he did. No, you're avoiding all the things he did do.
I'm not avoiding
to steal the last election.
Again, you just said he can't do that. He can't overturn federal elections. He can't.
Well, he can't change the date of the election. Like you just created like an impossible scenario.
Exactly, I agree with you.
But that's one instance. And that's one that you made up. What about the things he did try to do?
Tony, hold on. I agree with you, and you said it yourself. He can't push back a federal election the same way he can't change the results of a federal election.
Well, he can sue, right, election boards to say that they are counting fraudulent votes.
Tony, where does he sue? In what?
Where he sues the states. Right?
Where does that lawsuit take place?
In the states. He files it in states. So he's already sued previous even early voting starting. He's sued regarding registering.
Does it take place in a court when you sue someone? So I would assume that leaves the decision up to a judge. So then that would mean he's exercising his right. He's not trying to somehow circumvent the law.
Well, see, that's the thing about Donald Trump. He's trying to use the appearance of a court case to establish doubt. And then he's going to use that doubt to claim that the courts aren't being fair to him.
Tony, they've given you 5 Panther Claws. I'm sorry. You can always re-request, but for now, I got to drop you. I'm sorry. Damn. I hate that it has to go this way. But the audience, the chat, they literally paid for you to be removed. You've been voted off the island. I'm sorry. I guess that's what happens when you try to troll and when you talk over the host. But yeah, who's next? Is that why you left? You just left camera because you couldn't take it?
Yeah. I couldn't do it. I think it was PF.
Tony is full of shit. Wow.
Hello, everybody.
Tony. Oh, okay. Woo.
Tony.
Oh, my finger was on that block button. Like, what you said? Nah.
I better be careful in this.
Nah, I wouldn't have blocked you for that. Yeah. But go ahead. Who's next?
I think it's P. Efner.
Hello, everybody.
Hello there. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good.
So,
who are you voting for?
I'm supporting Ms. Harris.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I said something funny, but okay.
No, I was just saying I thought I knew it, but
no, I thought you. I
thought it was fun.
No, because we were just kind of like, oh man, come on. Could it be Trump? Could it be Trump? And he was like,
no, I knew it wasn't Trump.
Yeah, so it's not laughing at you. It's just a little joke. Well, go ahead.
I mean, I don't know if anybody here lives close to the border or border states or anything like that, but I'm just I go by what I see. I'm a few hours away from the border, living in Texas. I mean, it's just a lot that goes on that I feel like people make claims who never even been to the border before. I'm gonna get it. Like, let me put this out there. I'm not trying to pander nobody, or I'm not trying to cater to anybody. I'm not like a total left-leaning Democrat. I do appreciate and I do agree with some conservative and Republican viewpoints and stuff like that. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and just be an extreme one way or other, but I just feel like, me personally, there's a traits in Trump's personal character who I just can't. It just makes it hard for me to support him. I am a girl dad. I have 4 daughters, and it's just I keep them in mind when I make these decisions, or I come to these conclusions in my head that I feel like I don't agree with some of the things he's done or said. So that's just
so all right. So you basically spoke about feelings, and that I take it as feelings, right? Because you say his personal character, right? And
that could be an opinion or feelings, however you want to put it. But
right.
we
Okay.
do got to judge him by what he says.
Brother,
right?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you my subjective interpretation, which is why I'm asking you to just maybe get a little bit deeper, because you said you're a girl dad. So to me, that means that you're considering your daughters in your vote when you vote for or against Donald Trump, correct?
Sure.
What about him concerns you as it pertains to your daughters?
I mean, I just don't think he really respects women, first of all. You know what I mean? I think he thinks himself or men in general are just better than women. I
he doesn't respect women. He does. Okay, so you think his personal beliefs are that?
Correct. And also, I mean, between that and the overturning of Roe v. Wade, I mean, there's this, it's not always what he says, it's actions as well, too.
You say the overturning of Roe v. Wade. What do you mean? You think he made that decision?
He's proud of it. He stood behind it.
Okay, so he stood behind the court.
He also appointed those judges to make that decision.
Okay, who confirmed them?
What do you mean, who confirmed them?
Who confirmed those appointments?
I'm not sure how you want me to answer that.
He nominated them.
Okay.
Who confirmed them?
I don't know.
Who voted on whether they would be accepted or not?
If he nominated and they got voted, what does that matter?
Oh, it definitely matters, don't you think?
But if he nominated them and those people got appointed, then obviously he has an influence. Right?
You want me to answer the question? You want me to answer your question?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah. So if he nominated them and Democrats and Republicans came together and voted and approved them, wouldn't you blame Democrats just as much as Republicans for accepting those nominations?
I mean, at the end of the day,
hold on, before we get to
nobody else nominated them. He did.
Hold on, brother. I don't want you. I'm just trying not to let you pivot, because we know he recommended. If he recommended somebody for the job, it had to be approved by Democrats and Republicans in a bipartisan measure. They had to vote on it. So if Democrats voted to approve them, is Donald Trump's fault?
Did every single Democrat approve them?
It doesn't matter if every single.
It does. No. That does matter just as much as your question. Because you're saying, Democrats, how many Democrats? Are we talking 2 or are we talking 40? Because that makes a difference.
Enough to approve it.
Well, I would assume that most of the votes came from Republicans with a few from Democrats. I would assume, right?
I don't know. So to you, I guess it's the amount of Democrats that
100%.
So what do you think of Republicans standing together and making sure that they want what they want without compromise, like as it pertains to their beliefs? You think Democrats should do that too if they were so adamantly against it?
In every bipartisan bill, there's Republicans that agree with Democrats and vote, as well too. So I mean, I don't understand what you're again.
What my question to you is, on such an important issue that Democrats espouse, something where they do not want to compromise, do you think it's odd that they would vote to confirm these quote unquote conservative judges, who I would argue are just simply constitutional?
I don't think it's out of this world to believe that there's some Democrats, again, like I said, who kind of float more in the middle as opposed to leaning one side or the other on certain topics. So that's not crazy.
Okay, so tell me what was bad about the overturning of Roe v. Wade? Do you know what that decision did?
I mean, it left it up to the states, blah 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 blah. Okay, great, but that's okay. I don't. What was the point of doing it though? What do you think what good came out of that?
You like more government? Is that what it is?
No, not per se. But I mean, you can't tell me that you like less government, but you like the government to tell you what to do with your body. That doesn't make any sense.
You like the government to tell you what to do with your body.
No, you can't say that you like less government, but you like the government to say what you can do with your body. That doesn't make any sense. If you like less government, then you should have.
Who said that you like the government? I don't like. Oh,
so
see,
you're
now-
asking me because you're saying I want less government, right?
Yeah. Well, right. When you give the decision making back to the states.
But if you're allowing, that's not less government. If you're allowing the government to tell you what to do with your.
Here's the thing. Wait, hold on, bro. Like, you just gotta let me finish a sentence. That's why I'm trying to be respectful to you. All right. I'm saying.
Let me finish either. But go ahead.
If you take the decision away from the federal government, whereas they do not they're not the determining factor for all 50 states, and you give each state the right to vote on this and decide for themselves what's best through their representatives, are you telling me that's bigger government or less government?
What's the point of having government in that
Okay,
decision?
so you don't have an answer.
What's the
Okay.
point? What is the point?
Okay, because I'll tell you one point. Many would argue that it's not simply a decision about what to do with your body, because there's another body inside of you. There's another person inside of you. And I know it's very easy for people to diminish the conversation by dehumanizing the person inside of her, by just saying it's simply a decision about the body. But that's just not what it is. It's a human being. But at the same time, if you talk about the hypocrisy, right, of, your body, your choice, why is it that Democrats pass so many mandates? Why is it that it's your body, your choice when it comes to terminating the life of your children, but it's not your body, your choice when it comes to taking an experimental vaccine that you're being forced to take? Isn't that a little hypocritical?
Did somebody go to your? I don't understand by saying forced. Nobody was forced. That was
When
the
you
decision
tell
as well.
someone that you are not going to be allowed to participate in society, and if you don't take this, you're going to lose your job, so you cannot take care of your families and support yourself, you don't think that's forcing someone to do something they don't want to do? What? I guess because they had a choice. They had a choice. They had a choice with being in the street or taking that thing and surviving. Is that a choice?
I mean, I don't know if you're getting your information off of Facebook. There's nobody I know that was forced to get a vaccine to lose their job.
I'm getting my information from what I saw, what I witnessed, from the people who got fired, from the 70,000 people who got fired from the healthcare industry for just that, where their employers told her that this was a directive from the Biden-Harris administration, where Democrat elected officials were imposing mandates even on private businesses where they would have to impose these
Do you
things.
honestly want to talk about the handling of COVID-19?
Well, yeah, you can sort of, but I'm gonna finish my sentence first, though. But where they were imposing, where they were forcing private businesses to either make their employees get that thing or fire them, or they would be sanctioned or punished. So I'm trying to understand. You're saying I'm getting this
How many
off-
people do we have in our workforce?
Excuse me?
How many people do we have according to the U.S. government?
What does that matter? Hold on. You see, you're pivoting.
No, I'm not. It has something to do with what I'm talking about, dude.
No, then
Let me talk.
I would suggest you get to the point, because you said it didn't happen. You said it didn't happen. The
No,
mandate.
I'm saying it didn't happen to the scale you're trying to magnetize.
To the
It
scale?
seemed like it was like this.
Is it okay on any scale?
Over the whole country, everybody's losing their job. Like you said, it happened to
What about the
70,000
people in the military?
How many million people?
What about the military?
So
All of
according to your
all
logic,
the
then
officers who were kicked out because they didn't want to take that thing. Is that enough people? What about all the federal workers who were given no choice?
Pull up the stat.
Take it or you're fired.
Pull it up.
Bro, you could easily pull that up.
The burden of proof is on you to pull up what you're talking about, dude.
No, respectfully, that's fine. But everybody here on this panel, even with my people in the military, were aware in 2022 and 2021 of 60,000 troops losing their jobs. That's not up for us 3 years later to prove to you that that currently exists because you are unaware of it. If you are currently concerned about it, you can look it up. He doesn't have to prove that to you because all of us are aware of it. That's like saying because
He
you
brought
went
up the
to
vaccine,
class,
not
we
me.
all need to go
I'm not-
back.
I wasn't even talking
Yeah,
about
but
We
if-
all
but
are
if you're-
aware of it. This isn't a teaching program.
Right. If you're trying to debunk what I'm saying, then prove me wrong. But everyone here seems
You
to
brought
know
up, this is your talking point. You
Okay,
pivoted to
and
it.
this is how we sidetrack and tap dance and pivot. So how many people losing their jobs is enough for you to consider it to be a problem?
How many women losing their life over abortion is enough for you to consider it a problem? 'Cause
Interesting.
that's what
you
we're
ask
talking
that.
about. Like if we could stay on point.
Interesting question.
Mhm.
How many women lose their lives, AB?
It's in the thousands, tens of thousands.
Can you cite a statistic on that? Since
See, there you go. You couldn't do it for me, but now you want me to bring statistics? You have straw man fallacies.
You asked me to do that, right?
No,
Okay.
no, if you didn't do it, why would I do it then?
Yeah, no, that's cool. You don't even have to. No, you don't have to. Because we all know that it's bullshit what you just said. So you don't have to. I'm not going to put you in a position to explain that. I'm not even going to put you in a position to prove that. You don't have to. What percentage of ABs are as the result of rape, incest, or enough?
Oh yeah.
What percentage of them?
I don't know about percentage, but I want to say here in Texas there was at least 60,000 today, if not more, of women forced to carry their babies.
Wait, what?
How old are you?
Bro, I'm sorry. Damn, bro. Yeah, how old are you?
How old are you?
Why does that matter?
I know you say you got 4 girls,
Probably
but
a teenager.
how old are you again?
Probably a teenager. You guys are so fucking dumb, bro.
He's
Like, for
making
real.
so you playing around. You
How old
trolling.
are you again, sir?
Y'all okay with Trump calling y'all all kind of stuff to your face, and that's not
what do
funny.
you
But
call
when somebody
us to our
talks about
face?
AB, y'all laugh about that, right?
I'm saying, tell us what did you call us to our
Make it make
face?
sense, bro. Because
I
Trump is
know
playing in
Biden
y'all
said
face.
that we ain't
Trump is
black,
playing in all
that
our
we don't
face
vote for
as colored
Democrats.
people in this
So
country.
what
And y'all,
did he
and y'all don't
say?
laugh at that, right?
What did he
You
say?
don't laugh at that?
Can you
Come on
explain?
now.
What did Joe
Come on
Biden
now.
say?
Come on now.
What can you explain? What did Donald Trump say?
No, I'm laughing at y'all. Trust me, because y'all look like clowns up here.
All right, so now this is the
Okay,
point.
as a Texan,
Hold
you
on.
don't speak for me.
Wait.
Sorry.
This is the point where they default to the name calling, the ad hominem attacks, the emotion. And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, that dude just came up here and said stuff. That's it.
And as a Texan, he doesn't represent me at all. Period.
You said 60,000.
What the hell?
Come on.
I'm sorry. What the freak?
60,000.
Okay, you attacked first, host. Charles MC, come up and explain to me how I attacked him.
Yeah.
Why? I'm sorry. All right, you know what? I'm
No,
about
you're
to
gonna hurt
hold on.
somebody.
I'm about to attack a little bit. Why is it that so many male Democrats are so emotional? I find them to be. Why are y'all so emotional?
Because they're on their periods.
Casey, I love you.
Because they need tampons in men's bathrooms. Have you seen tampon Timmy?
Let me follow you right now, okay?
I mean, it's not that hard to figure out that. Yes, I don't even have kids, and his whole stance on AB was so fucked up.
But here's the thing, and no, here's the thing though, and I still find it weird. Why are there so many of these men so invested in abortion? Why are y'all so invested in that? In having women getting rid of these children?
Can I ask you a question, Tony? May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So here's my thing. I'm gay. I'm a Republican, full force.
Oh.
So I don't even want children. But if you were to get a woman preggers, as we call it, would you want to say what she does, if you knew who I mean, I'm just asking. I don't know.
So if you get a woman pregnant, wouldn't you want to have some say so on what happens to your child?
Exactly. You
Yeah.
knew. So,
But go ahead.
so here's my question and where it lies. Like I love what Texas did with the whole AB laws. I do. So unless it's the life of mother or child, you know, I understand that. If it's grape or incest, I understand that. You know what I mean? Yeah. But if you want to willy-nilly go around making, you know, not using protection or proper precaution, that's on you.
Right. And that's the point. I think that's the overarching point. To me, like what is this obsession? I just feel
I don't get it.
When I was growing up, they would talk to kids. They would have people that would go to the schools to talk to kids about abstinence. You know, remember when they used to have all those programs where they used to tell you about responsibility, you know, use protection. And there was a point where I remember when they were like putting like those buckets of condoms in school.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I didn't really like that because I felt like you were encouraging kids to have sex. But at the same time, it was always about safe sex, right? Being very smart in what you're doing. Now it's just like, just flush it. Just that's the attitude that I see.
Like they want to use it as a form of BC, and it's like, dude, teach your girls, your 12 freaking daughters or whatever.
Birth control, just for you guys. You
Oh,
can
birth
talk.
control. I'm sorry.
Yeah, birth control. Yeah,
but
abortion isn't birth control.
Teach your daughters either how to be on a pill or the UV ring or some form of birth control. There's even condoms that, you know, like, or just teach them how to keep their freaking legs closed. Be a good parent and teach them how to freaking, you know, keep their legs closed. It's not that hard, people.
Why are we ashamed to say that though?
Thank you.
Because, like I said, men are on their periods these days. I swear to God.
I've never heard men talk about women's bodies so much, but not
So
only that,
passionately,
I've never heard AB so normalized. Like it used to be something that was like frowned upon and that people never openly spoke about, and now it's like the main thing that people are talking about.
Whatever happened to men being men?
Wild.
I'd like to speak.
There's
on
no
that a second,
longer
too.
alpha men. They're all beta boys.
Hold on. Louis P. Mintel, or however you say your name at the bottom. You're next. And I just want to make sure we keep it in order.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey.
All right, y'all can hear me now. Good. I'm driving, going home now. Tony, this is like my second or third time in the show. You're a great host.
Thank you, brother.
You know your information and you're on point. You're on point. You got a lot of patience because that last brother that was on the show, right, like 5 minutes ago, man, you had patience. That guy has some. You know, you got to have a lot of patience. Talk to a lot of these liberals. They got a way of thinking that is unbelievable. They try to like in front of your face. You know, they're doing something right in front of your face, and they try to act like no. When Biden was showing decline, they say no. This guy got the smartest mind in the world. He's whipped. He's on point. When we see certain things of the Afghanistan. When they withdraw the troops, no, that was the best safest operation ever coming out. We see everything, even today when the press secretary Pierre, whatever her name is, she's trying to clean up that Biden didn't mean to say that all Trump supporters are garbage, but in the Spanish channels, like where I normally listen to my live chats, all they talked about for the last couple of days was a comment of the comedian in MSG. I was able to go with my daughter to MSG. We went to the rally. She's 12 years old. I told her this was going to be a monumental moment. I wanted to understand the process and her understand why her father's really fighting for all of the country, for our kids, and for the freedom of speech. Right now, we're on social media trying to say something, and I kind of like little hesitating now. I'm surprised I'm talking as much because, in a sense, like you got to be careful everything you say.
Yep.
You know, you can't say everything's coded word, and if you're not really involved in the social media, you say vaccine or anything. So one thing I'm very concerned about, because they have so much power, the media, and even though we see things right blatantly, Biden says that, Jean-Pierre say no, he didn't say that, he didn't mean that, and everything's been like that for the last 4 years. Our stuff was stolen the last time. I guess I can't say the whole word. Our stuff was stolen, and they actually, if you saw in the day of the inauguration, they all looked like they were nervous. They were looking like they were for somebody to come in there and ready to scoop them up. I know they know what they did. It was a combination of a lot of things because you could see it through the country. They just signed that bill into effect that they could attack Americans, anybody who decides to protest. So I just see them that they're starting to set up certain things because the fraud is being more in the open the last few days because they're in a desperate situation. They're in a very desperate situation because no matter where Trump goes, he draws people that you can't deny. I mean, he could go into the desert and draw thousands of people. And they're starting to realize that. They're realizing a lot of things they did not work for them. So they're going to be very, very desperate. And as Americans, we should be very vigilant in the next couple of days or whatever we see to report, to, do something. But we have to be very vigilant because these people are not going to want to give up power. They're not going to want to, they're going to cheat as much as they could. They did it before, and they kind of know of a certain system that they know they could get away with it because they get away with everything. And they just sit in front of the TV and tell us, no, our economy is the best it's ever been. But we're like, where's this guy coming from? Everything that they say and they stand in front of us is a lie, is like a trickery. They could get a lot of people because a lot of people are the NBC, CBS, those same people that watch the same news. They don't get their news from nowhere else. They won't even think about it. So we have to be. I think Trump's going to win hands down. 100. I think in the whole country, I think a good 85% of the country is for him. I'm in New Jersey. I walk around with my hat. This is a Democratic state, and me going around with my hat because of the complexion of my skin. People tend to come to me because they're like, that's a black man wearing a Trump hat. So they hesitate on that a little bit. But that's good anyway, because I sat there with a smile. This is a smart black man, what you're talking about, if they do come and say something. So I feel very happy walking around, but I am nervous of the way they're not going to want to give up. They're going to come up with something very, very funny. And we got to keep Trump in our prayers, because they're capable of starting anything to not lose that control. Thank you.
All right, brother. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Casey was next, but I think she gave her 2 cents. But anything else you'd like to say?
I'm just saying, if you're a dude with daughters, like I come from a married family, so my parents are still together, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think what happened is that guy doesn't have a mom in the family. So he has to, I don't know how you say it, for lack thereof, womanly up for his daughters. Like, I don't know what you say if you're like, because I understand like parents without dads, like single moms, right? But I don't know how you do it if it's the opposite.
It was a weird position, but I don't know. Some of these guys, I just don't know. But
I don't know either. And I'm like, here in Texas, I wanted to ask him before you guys got back, before he left, and I was going to be like, so how do you feel about all the, the child trafficking, or the, the illegals that come in and the people that are getting,
right.
raped and
yeah,
like
but I don't think they care, to be honest.
They really don't. And I'm like, you have daughters.
And he started off the conversation saying that he lives next to the border. And I want to know, like, the point of him saying that. Is he saying that our border was not open and people were not coming through the border?
No, it's open. I'm down here. It's open. I'm not like near the border. I live in Dallas, but it's like, I swear to God, I'm like, yeah, 95% of it's open.
Well, at the end of the day, I think people like him, they only care about themselves and they don't really care about the bigger picture, which is why they just tend to deny everything.
Right. Yeah.
But I just think that this weird investment in abortions, it just doesn't make sense to me. That's really weird.
I agree.
And especially, to be honest with you, it's disappointing because I see a lot of Black Christians who are just pledging their undying loyalty to the Democrat Party and completely ignoring the fact that most of the things that they're voting for are completely contradictory to the Bible. But, you know, to each his own, right?
Because they believe Trump is racist.
So they think
And that
Trump
he's
is
going
worse.
to send them back to the plantation.
Yeah, you heard Joe Biden already said it. They're gonna put y'all back in chains, and I guess some people believe it.
Meanwhile, Malcolm X, right?
Thank you, Casey.
Malcolm X said the white liberal is the one we had to fear the most.
Thank you, Casey.
We're the one the blacks had to fear the most.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's all right. So, Surgical Ninja, what's up, brother?
Mary, I think Mary.
What's going on, boss man?
Hello. Yeah, how you doing, bro? Surgical Ninja.
So, I just wanted to speak on that whole subject of AB.
Go ahead.
So,
hello.
Sorry, I got a phone call. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you. Chico, please don't unmute. Go ahead.
Okay, so first off, when they come up here, they start talking instantly about, oh, it should be all right to choose blah, blah, blah. But yet they're arguing to give it back to the Fed. So more control. That's even harder to change than bring it down to state level. So that right there null and voids their argument. Secondly, I work in healthcare. I work in the operating room with these doctors, and so I pick their brain all the time about this particular topic.
Mm-hmm.
These people are so misinformed, it isn't funny. All they do is just repeat what they hear on TV. These people have the right medically, just like y'all all stated, you know, the exceptions are there.
Right.
So they're just arguing to just blatantly use it as birth control.
Yes.
Which is the most grotesque thing ever. And
go ahead.
And they constantly say, oh, well, these people are being unalived and blah, blah, blah. No, what's unaliving them is y'all spreading the misinformation. And it makes them scared to go see a doctor.
Correct.
That is what is unaliving them.
Yep. And that's what happened with that.
They wait too long and they get septic or.
Correct.
They take matters in their own hands, whatever it is. Y'all are the problem.
That's right. That's right.
Point blank, period.
Yes, sir.
And that's all I had to say.
That's right, brother. I appreciate it. You're right. 100% right. Thank you, Surgical Ninja.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to end this soon. So I'm trying to give everybody some time. So let's try to limit it to like 90 seconds max.
Okay.
No.
Mary Bowden was next.
Okay.
Mary going once.
You can unmute yourself. There you go.
I had to unmute myself. I accidentally hit the wrong button. Anyway, I wanted to say something about what Chijoki said a while ago.
Okay.
I really believe he's right. I'm a female, but I firmly believe that America is not ready for a female president right now, especially not this one. But women are very emotional by nature, and men are not as much. In a diplomatic situation, you go to some of these countries, that don't believe a woman is supposed to be in that position in the first place, and they're not going to be on even ground when it goes to being diplomatic. The only other thing is I'm the mother of 3 females, 1 male, and I have 5 female grandchildren and 2 male grandchildren. And I would not want them to be able to have access to abortions at 9 months. And it is in some states. They're even trying to pass it in Florida right now. I don't think it'll go through.
Really?
We already have a good abortion policy in Florida, but they've been lied to so much that they don't realize what their rights are in Florida. And so they're trying to pass the laws where parents don't have a say-so for children 14
Oh my
and
goodness.
over. And they're trying to push the 9-month thing through. And that's what they're doing with the policy they're trying to pass through right now as far as abortion is concerned. We already have abortion laws that are fine for this state. But they're saying lies and saying people don't have the capability of getting medical care if something happens with a pregnancy, and they have to have it surgically removed. And that's not true.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And you guys, no more requests. This will be it. So no more requests.
Yeah, no more requests, please.
We only have 3 more people in queue. If you've already been on the panel, please get out of the queue.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'll go live maybe later, but this was all pretty much so I could check out. This was more of a test to see if we can stream to the other platforms. Somehow, I think I got banned. on Instagram during the live. So they kicked me off.
Hi, Tony. I'll be quick.
Hold on. Damn. Some of y'all got some really loud backgrounds.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, Barbara.
I just wanted to say I voted the other day. I went and get unburdened by what is, and I voted for Donald Trump. I tried to take a yellow school bus there, but it didn't work. Yeah, I'm trying to make jokes. Nothing is funny these days. 2% was the answer to the AB question. What I'm highly offended about is how many women are fighting for this, making us look like we're all animals. I think it's disgusting. It's ungodly. And I'm so offended, I can't listen to it anymore. I don't know where all these crazy people are coming from thinking they can go do this at the 9th month.
Right.
But they should be fighting for a greater cause, and that is not getting into the war that Harris will put us in if she wins. Because they're going to take girls and boys. I don't know if everybody's aware of that.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're at danger. People with kids, like myself, we're in danger of actually having our daughters go fight. And we're not even fighting for the United States. We're fighting for another country. That's all I wanted to say. People should wake up to the reality and stop calling the MAGA people garbage and Trump is this and Trump is that. It's old news. It's so ridiculous. The man took a bullet and he was tortured for about a year now. I've just had it. I can't wait for it all to be over, but I will tell you this. I'm in Connecticut. I've never seen so many people voting like I did this past week. So let's hope that's a good thing. That's all. I land my plane. Thank you for listening.
Barbara.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Tony.
All right.
No more requests.
They
No
don't
more
care.
requests. Like, no more
Say that.
requests.
And I'm getting confused at who. Dang.
Why are you still requesting? No
I
more
think
requests. That's it. The general.
How you doing, folks? Good to be here today. I am a Kamala Harris supporter, already voted, so there's no need to debate me, really. But I do have a question for you guys. The night of the election, when the results start coming in, how do you determine whether your guy has won or lost? Like, how are you personally going to say, I trust this result was a win, or I trust that it was a loss? How's it going to work for you guys?
I personally think the whole thing should be audited, just based on everything that we've seen in the last election and everything that you see that's happening right now. So I actually think there should be some type of a real audit of the results, no matter who wins.
So like a recount of automatically done, basically?
It could be recount, assess the voter rolls. I just think that there's been already so much clear evidence of obstruction that and these weird coincidental happenings that I think, just to make everyone feel safe, I think we need an audit. And mainly because we see this heavy push to make our election less secure by Democrats. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we're seeing that honestly just doesn't make sense to me, why they would be trying to fight against securing the election. Like, I'm of the personal belief that you should show an ID whenever you go to vote.
Or register, I agree.
So when you see people who are fighting to get like voter registrations put back on the roll after they're being purged because the voters are self-attested non-citizens, I got a problem with that.
Right. Can I ask anyone else on the panel, how do you determine whether your guy has won or lost? Like, are you trusting a news source, multiple news sources, or is it you follow what your candidate says only? Like, how does it work for other folks?
I follow what I see in common sense. I follow regular things like crowd size. I follow comments on YouTube interviews, like the Joe Rogan interview with Trump has over 30 million views with nothing but positive comments. However, when you go to Kamala's interview with Shannon Sharp, it's I don't know how many views, but she got ratioed and it's majority negative comments. And YouTube is it's a common place. You have pretty much an equal amount of all types of people. So I just use common sense. I'm not going to go by these little polls who don't ask everyone about their views. So it's just literally just common sense, and both of my eyes work. I don't have 20/20, but both of them work pretty well.
Okay, the last question I'll ask, and then I'll dive out because I know you guys want your space and whatnot. But do you agree that both your candidate could win and could lose?
Of course.
I agree that he's gonna win.
No, I'm glad for confidence, but you accept that because I had some Trump supporters that were like wouldn't even admit to the fact that he could lose. even. And I was like, okay,
It just
you know,
doesn't seem likely.
Well,
If
it's because they're
every-
looking at. I guess it's because they're looking at, you know, the evidence thus far, right? All of the indicators actually point towards an overwhelming victory. It'd be one thing if it pointed towards like, oh, he might just eke it out, but in the real world, and if you base things based upon, you know, people and not bots and not, you know, slanted reporting by the media, you know, and then also it's just
when I
also,
look at polling, what I'm seeing right now is kind of polling that is like, how to put it? It's not outside the margin of errors. Like our Hillary, you know, supporters, we went into that night 75% chance of winning, and we got our asses cooked. I mean, we got creamed.
No,
but
I hear
we
that.
did go in with polling and confidence. A lot of what you guys are going into. So I don't want to say be prepared to be upset. I'm not like that. But I'm just saying, cautionary tale, we were in your seat once.
No, I understand that, but also if you look, Donald Trump consistently outperforms the polls significantly, and I think that means something, because where some people like yourself would say, I don't want you to be overconfident based upon what we saw with Hillary, I would say I would be more confident based upon the consistent pattern of Donald Trump continuously outperforming polls that always seem to get it wrong when it comes to him. That to me seems as like an indicator of bias. You understand? So when I see the consistent, not only underpolling of Donald Trump, but then when you couple that with the increased campaign to demonize him in the media, and days before an election, now they're talking about him praising Hitler and calling him a fascist, and MSNBC is airing footage of a 1939 Nazi rally, likening the Madison Square Garden rally to that, which I attended.
Oh, you did?
Yes, it becomes quite obvious.
Can I make a small joke?
It plays like desperation, but go ahead.
He did tweet out that 75,000 people showed up to Madison Square Garden. That place only holds 19,000 people.
No, but there was
but there's the people outside.
Oh, so he was referring to outside. Okay,
No,
that's the part I laughed at.
No, but that's the funny thing. Hold on, Nick. Hold on. I would agree that I like him. No, I do, because he's being respectful. But what I'm saying is, it's actually hard to calculate the amount of people. I was out there in the sea of tens of thousands of people. That it went for blocks and blocks. All the people who couldn't get in but still stayed out there. And the stadium holds 19,000. Well, technically it holds a little over 20,000 people.
Right.
So when you couple that with the huge numbers of people that were outside that far drastically outweighed the number of people who were inside. I mean, personally, I probably would say maybe like 50, 45, 50. Because when I was there, I was saying that. Like from the location, I was saying like, damn, it's like 40, 45,000 people. And remember, I wasn't there. I was there for a while, actually. But
was it first come, first serve, or was it reservation?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of pissed off people. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But they stayed. But the thing that was interesting to me, since we're talking about what we're using for our judgment, is in that sea of tens of thousands of people. Oh, they just kicked me off of Facebook too. In that sea of tens of thousands of people, I could only find about 3 or 4 protesters. And interestingly enough, inside, like they had like a bullpen area where they had like, I don't know, like about a couple thousand people in there. There were Democrats in there as well.
Right.
Which was funny. And we had a lot of good conversation in there, and it was a very good vibe. And a few of those Democrats walked away Trump supporters. So, and I think, yes, I think it had to do with what they previously perceived, what they thought a Trump rally would be, as opposed to what it was. So I actually went there to report, to investigate it, to interview.
Okay, wait, since you were there, this is a pretty honest question. How did the Puerto Rican joke hit you personally? Did you laugh? Did you not laugh?
It fell flat. It was stupid.
It fell flat for you.
I'm telling you, the Puerto Rican people. I was there with Puerto Rican. Listen, there was like the crowd didn't like it. They actually booed it. So what's interesting is MAGA didn't like the joke, but for some reason MAGA, including the Puerto Ricans who were there, they weren't as offended as the left, who was trying to tell everyone to be offended.
Right.
Tony, you're getting kicked off of Instagram, Facebook. Like, I think we're pushing
Well, let me ask you, General. So, what do you think about the fact that we're having these honest conversations, and they're obviously not, offensive or disrespectful or hate speech or anything in any way? What do you feel about the fact that I'm being kicked off of social media platforms right now as we speak?
I'll be honest, I don't know as much about the other ones. I'm mostly just TikTok and Facebook. I don't really talk to anybody. I just keep up with friends with, goofy posts, nothing that's political, shall we say. But on TikTok, I've got a lot of Democrat friends and Republicans like you guys, or MAGA, whatever, who are getting bananaed. So I think there's a whole bunch of, excuse my language, bitches down in the comments being sensitive on both sides, who are just trying to, how should we say, shut down good discourse, and I don't like it at all.
Yeah, but if there's people down in the comment section reporting, why would that lead to this account being taken down if I'm not doing anything? So wouldn't that be problematic?
You're not, and it's happening to Democrats.
Report and get you taken down.
I think it's a dirty play on both sides, because I see Democrats getting bananaed, I see Republicans getting bananaed. I think it's just, how should I say, the anxiety of the last week that they want to try to just do dirty tricks on both sides now. And I dislike it. I like talking to you folks. I always have said, let's have some barbecue when this whole thing is said and done, and let's bury the hatchet.
That's the vibe that was in there at that Trump rally. It felt like a family reunion.
Good.
So, and that was all people from all walks of life. So I'm just letting you know. So based on the things we see, it's everywhere, all of the indicators, to me, and even just by independent private polling, that doesn't have to do with these weird, left-leaning DNC polls. I'm just saying that it feels like Donald Trump, I feel like he's going to win this by a landslide. But
I'm a coin flip guy. I'm not going to go into that night, especially with what happened to Hillary, and our first female candidate that got cooked. I've got, how should I say, much more caution going into Tuesday night, and I feel my gut tells me coin flip. So don't be surprised with either side showing up.
Well, one last question: do you think Kamala Harris is more liked or better liked than Hillary Clinton comparatively to that time?
Ooh, boy, that's a tough one. Hillary, a lot of people hated Hillary, and she had way more baggage. You got to understand, her baggage went back. Her baggage went back to the Arkansas, and I mean, there were people hating on her early in her life. So, I mean, if you know the history of Hillary, I think they hated her a little bit more.
That's interesting. Okay, well, thank you for the question.
Have a great one, guys. Good luck to you guys.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, take care. Yeah.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
So
I do want to say real quick though. Then I forgot what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
So I'm a black man from Chicago. I'm supporting Donald Trump. I support him because he promotes a strong national defense. Every past administration has been scared of Iran. They spoke about their nuclear capabilities and worked on it, but they've always been scared to push them or stand on them. Trump blew up their top general. He told North Korea, stop shooting rockets over here, Rocket Man, I'm gonna blow you up. He's been standing on top of China. He stands up to Putin. He knew about every administration. They knew about the immigration, their caravan marching from South America. It started at the bottom of South America and marched through all those countries all the way up to our border. Trump tried to build a wall. They stopped him. He's also done things for the black community, such as passed the First Step Act, which is releasing a gang of black men back into the community and allowing even Larry Hoover the opportunity to come home. He's also got into law where they're giving $250 million to HBCUs every year. He donated to Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign, 84 and 88. He's been for the black community since the 80s. So my thing is, Kamala hasn't done anything. She's been in control of the border since 2021. She's seen to 10 million plus to 65 million legal crossings. And if you can't control the borders, how are you going to control the whole country?
Damn. It's cooking.
I've been waiting to get this off.
That was the instant follow.
Word, we follow you, brother. Yeah. Mic drop. My man came prepared.
He should have gone last in the show. There's nothing more to say after that.
And
How's
that's
everybody
all-
doing today?
well, since we're not pulling anybody up, you can hang out until we shut down. Hey, whoever, Joshua. Wait, no.
Hey,
go ahead, Joshua. Go ahead.
All right. How are you? Sorry, I'll make this really quick so somebody else can come up. I thank you, number one, for letting me come up. Number two, apologize about the background noise. I am at work.
Oh, okay.
Number three, somebody brought up where they're wondering where all the alpha men are. Most of us are at work. The rest of us are defending this country. So if y'all wonder where they're at, that's where we are. We got to have more men in this country that need to raise their boys right, raise their children properly, and teach them how to be actual men.
That's right. I like that.
So that was kind of all I wanted to say about that. I apologize for going backwards, but hey, I appreciate you guys having me up here.
No, you're good. Thank you. Appreciate that, Joshua. All right. Take care.
Take care of yourself.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, so I'm gonna start off with a quick question because I came in here kind of in the middle of it. First question, and I think I know the answer, but this isn't a devil's advocate thing, right? Y'all are dead ass in here.
Okay.
Y'all are
Okay.
serious? All right. I just wanted to be sure.
What is the question?
That was the question. I just wanted to be sure. So it's not like a
Let me
debate.
ask you a question because I can already tell. Who are you voting for?
Who do you think I'm voting for? You said you can already tell. I'm curious. False. Yeah, to be quite honest, at this point, I'm a little bit undecided. But for
Why'd
me,
you say are we dead ass? Why'd you say that? Because that indicates, that insinuates that you think that we crazy for whatever we saying in here.
not crazy. I don't want to use that term because a lot of things I understand your sentiment, and that is one of my big beefs with the Democrat Party right now. They talk a big game, they lie a lot, they don't listen worth a damn. They're out of touch like crazy. But the big issue I have is that I feel like the same thing comes from the right. So I'm a bit confused. I mean, to be
I'm not
quite
on the
honest,
right. This isn't a right platform. This is just a common sense independent platform. So I'm not a Republican. So
okay, I kind of hope so because I saw Chewy here and I've seen a bit of her content. I'm in her lives. I think I might still be following her. So you know, I kind of assume so. But
why? Is Chewy a Republican? No, I don't know. I just met Chewy today.
No, I believe she's pretty very independently minded. I believe she you know.
Okay.
Can I respond to him?
This panel is for everybody. It doesn't matter. But go ahead.
All right. So,
So when
it
you
was just a
start
few-
off saying, "Are y'all dead ass?" Yeah, I guess you see.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll let you know why I said that because there were a
Are
few
you
things.
bringing people up?
I'm not bringing nobody up. Who's doing
I
that?
was bringing people up.
Hey, I just got a quick joke. Quick joke. I came up earlier.
Like,
Hey, I know y'all are about to get out of here. I got a quick joke.
I didn't know because you said you could bring.
Oh no,
people
no,
up
it's
with
all right,
that.
Jenna. No.
Yeah.
we're
Hey,
trying
I'm
to
glad
get
you brought
off
me
of
up.
this thing before.
No,
Okay.
no, don't worry.
Yeah, but
Hold on. I don't want to interrupt Rick.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It was just a few things that I heard that were a bit concerning that you know, I don't want to use the M word, but I mean, first and foremost, regarding the immigration thing, I mean, we know, like, both parties be damned, like, specifically 2019, there was a direct decrease in funding to the proper thing that would make undocumented people be documented to figure out exactly who is a criminal, who is not a criminal. Like, we know that happened. We know things have been further militarized around the border. I mean, if you want that, if you want militarization over like documentation, for sure, do that. But I just want to make sure we know what we're talking about when we talk about this.
No, I need to know what you're talking about. Can you articulate what you're talking about? You said we know that something was made harder. Can you tell me about a policy, a bill number, what something, so I can know what you're talking about?
Absolutely. So I believe this is on homelandsecurity.gov. I'm trying to get more in the habit of like screenshotting and all these different kind of things, because I'll even know for like the UN page of like, you know, war crimes, that page was down for months.
No, it's okay. I have a computer in front of me. So what are you saying? What is it that you're saying happened?
I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact page because I'm looking at, you know, something that popped up, but it is homelandsecurity.gov. That is www.dhs.gov. Okay. I believe the exact page.
No, I don't need the page. What's your assertion?
Oh, my assertion. Okay. In 2019, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, that's typically the organization that documents people, saw a significant decrease compared to previous years, primarily due to a reduction in application fees, leading to concerns about potential backlogs and processing delays within the agency. That being a system that had been set up, I'm trying to remember when the whole application fee being their primary source of funding began, but that was their primary source of that. I do have to find where I have the rest of my sources on this particular topic, because this came up way back.
What's your point?
While that organization saw a significant decrease, Border Patrol saw the highest increase in funding than they ever had in the history of Border Patrol in 2019 specifically, just as things were shifting. So during Biden's first years, actually, he was living under, you know, Trump's border policies, more or less. So anything in 2020, if you feel like there was some kind of a gripe there, you know, I would say for you, rather than saying it's Biden's fault, I would just say it's a fact of the times. It just is what it is. Personally, if I'm looking at things unbiasedly, that's what I'm seeing. It's just a matter of like how that happened.
I'm so confused.
Sorry, say again.
I'm a bit confused because 2020 was Trump's administration. 2021 is when Joe Biden took office.
You are correct. I apologize because it goes until the next year. You are correct.
Can I ask Rick a question?
Chico, okay.
What city do you live in?
What state do I live in? I'm in Philadelphia, right? I'm in Pennsylvania.
Well, Philadelphia, that's a Democratic city, right? Now,
Republican state, correct?
For as long as I've been living, majority Black people are just born Democrat for no reason. They're just Democrat. But how has voting Democrat helped Philadelphia in all these years? The top 10 most corrupt cities in America are all Democratic cities. Chicago, New York, LA, Miami, all of them are Democratic voters.
Hold on, Chico.
It does anything.
All right, hold on, Chico. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't want to leave the point. All right, because I'm still trying to get a pulse on what exactly Rick is trying to say. Because
I'm saying that over the years, I'd have to go back to see Democrat, offices as well. I would have to go back to see Obama's administration prior to Trump's. But I do know specifically under Trump's administration, because I was looking into it. I was doing the whole duopoly thing as one does.
Okay.
And I looked at his administration, and I'm looking at this whole border thing. I saw specifically USCIS.
And the conclusion is?
Sorry?
And your conclusion is?
My conclusion is that our border isn't strong for sure, but the border isn't strong because of policies under that presidency. And I would also say this, because our defining factor of a not strong border, our defining factor is that we have undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants, whatever you want to say. The fact that USCIS was significantly under budget tells me that somebody probably wanted the numbers to look like that. Same thing that people do with inflation, the same thing that people do with like a lot of numbers. You know,
I-
Biden's talking about inflation being the lowest
Go
it
ahead,
ever has.
Jenna.
He's talking
I'll
about
give
like,
it to you, Jenna.
Listen, I'm trying to, let me ask you a question. So you're like, what numbers are you saying were the lowest? Are you talking about border crossings? Are you talking about encounters? Like, what are you talking about?
no, I'm saying budget. The USCIS, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, the one that documents people, the one that allows people to come in here legally. You know, everyone says
Yeah,
do
the
it
same
right
one
way.
that had the CHNV. Yes, correct.
Yes, correct. So that organization
Mhm.
saw the significant decrease compared to previous years
Mhm.
during 2019, just
Mhm.
leading up to 2020, leading up to the election, right?
Mhm.
Just before there might be a shift in power, et cetera, what
Mhm.
have you.
So can I
That
ask
same
you,
year,
Rick,
yes.
what
yes,
was
ma'am.
passed in 2019? What was passed in 2019?
Tell me, there was likely a few things.
Well, what was put into place was the Remain in Mexico in 2019, and then come 2020 was what is it? 42.
Sorry, could you the what in Mexico?
The Remain in Mexico was passed in 2019. So
the
you're going to
Romaine?
see it.
Remain in Mexico. Hold on. I'm sorry. Rick,
Yes.
what the hell are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. What is your point? I'm trying to figure this out. And I think everybody here is trying to understand what you're saying. It kind of feels like you just read something and you're just saying stuff. I don't understand. Are you arguing that immigration was just as bad under Donald Trump as Joe Biden, which would be crazy? But what is your point? I'm trying to get to your point. What are you talking about?
In certain elements, what I'm saying is immigration isn't necessarily the situation we have right now isn't necessarily a matter of policy as why it's increased this year. You can look at South America
Oh
and
my
see,
God.
you can see in South America that there's a significant amount of
So can I
catastrophe
tell you
happening
something,
there,
Reek?
which is
So we had the CHNV, which is called
Okay.
Cuba. I can never say Nicaragua or whatever it's called. We had Venezuela, and then we had Haiti. It was part of the CHNV. When the United States government was flying Venezuelans from Venezuela into the country, up to 30,000 were accepted into the United States
Okay.
monthly.
Yes,
We
okay.
have a high, so for you to get up here and say policy has not affected the numbers or it wasn't due to policy, I think that's very disingenuous.
But Jenna,
knowing the point of the fact that one, the Remain in Mexico was overturned. The Supreme Court gave Joe Biden the right to overturn it. Two, the fact that they put into place the CHNV and flying them in. Three, the fact of the matter that we had once that Remain in Mexico was removed, we had open borders and basically became open season. So those are three things I pointed out to show the facts of why we have an increase of mass migration here. And immigration issues here. For you to get up on here and say that's it's not caused because of policy is disingenuous, because if you look at when we had Remain in Mexico and Title 42, we saw very, very low numbers comparable to Obama's era. So for you to get up here and say that is very disingenuous. I'm sorry, you cannot compare the two. These
Jenna,
things that were going on currently right now is due to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's failure to meet the requirements and make sure our borders are secured. Yeah, granted, our borders are never going to be 100% secured, but we could stop the flow of mass immigration that's coming into this country currently. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refuse to.
And there's no reason why we don't know where 300,000 kids are.
Jen, wait, so are we talking about legal immigration or illegal immigration?
No, I'm talking about illegal immigration. But
That's
are we
my
gonna
thing for
talk
Jenna as
about-
well.
Are we going to talk about like the 60 plus executive orders that Joe Biden revoked that Donald Trump had put in place to protect the border as soon as he got in office? I mean,
Protect the border in what way specifically? Are we talking about the wall or what are we talking about?
Donald Trump restricted certain countries from being able to come into this country. He restricted.
All right, I think.
I know that as well. So the only other thing I wanted to speak about was somebody said that AB happens at 9 months, and AB at 9 months.
No. I'm sorry. We're not going to jump. We're not going to jump because Joe Biden, as soon as he got in office, he started reversing all of those executive orders that Donald Trump had in place that was keeping the border secure and safe. Right? And one example, as we always talk about, is the rapid DNA testing for the children, which I find interesting, because somebody did ask you, what about all of the missing children, right, that are very likely being trafficked that they cannot find? I mean, Donald Trump, he had rapid DNA testing to make sure that those children were actually with their parents and not just some traffickers. They weren't being used as mules. And so he had that in place to actually protect those children and send them back to their parents if they weren't, in fact, with their parents. Why would Joe Biden erase that? Why would Joe Biden take all of the border wall, the material that was left over, and sell it for pennies on the dollar? Why would he undo all of the work that Donald Trump put in place to secure the border as soon as he got in, if he was serious about having a secure border?
I believe that there is a lot of ego, no matter which president comes in. I believe that in the same fashion as
both sides,
individuals.
Both sides. Both sides.
I do. I believe that Biden definitely did some wrong there as far as DNA testing at the border. I'd have to go back to see on that one. I don't know about that one specifically, about rapid DNA testing. I know a lot of things that they removed from Trump, they did the same thing and then just put a different name under it. Similar thing that Trump did under the Obama administration. So I'm not, the only thing. So, I mean, it's like a very ticky-tack thing of like, again, lesser evil type thing, which I don't love getting into because I'm like, why are we doing that?
He did?
No, I said I just feel like this whole conversation is talking in circles.
Right.
It's not making
I wasn't.
It's all over the place.
So I'm just saying.
And no offense, but why would if you're an undecided voter, why would your profile and your bio say stay woke?
What is woke a specifically Democrat thing? When do you think woke came into the lexicon of Americans?
It's more of a liberal, left-leaning viewpoint.
Why not?
Do you know that woke was used to oppose things like the '94 crime bill in the '90s?
Rick, I think the question is, what has Kamala done for
crime bill in the '90s? Sorry, somebody had an echo. What'd you say, Chico?
I think the question really is what has Kamala done to earn your vote?
Can we let Bill go from there?
What has Harris done to earn my vote?
Earn your vote, yes. In the past 3.5 years, 4 years that she's been in office, what has she done to earn your vote? And I can tell you exactly what Trump has done since he's left office to
you don't even have to tell him that. I want to hear his answer. Go ahead.
What has Harris done to earn my vote? I mean, I could answer for a Harris or Trump, but I'll do Harris first just because I would be more likely to vote for her.
What has she done to earn your vote?
Harris to earn my vote in the last, I wouldn't say during the last 4 years, because during the last 4 years she was the VP, and I will admit a number of things that she signed off on as VP were harmful, but there were also a number that were beneficial. Things like, funding for HBCUs and things that protect marginalized communities such as homosexuals and trans people. I know there was some anti-trans sentiment here, so maybe you guys aren't on board with that, but there's some stuff in there that's good. I don't know if this went through the Senate for Harris to actually tap into it, but there was the free internet programs that were going through cities, infrastructure bills that went through cities. I don't love the way my mayor in my city is using it, but there is like
$42
a
billion
huge
for the free internet. How many people got internet off of that?
I've given people internet off of that. I worked for a company.
The ACP actually ended earlier this year.
I am aware. Yes, it ended. Yeah, it wasn't good that it ended. It should have been something that could have had fuel. And again, I do have beef with the Democrat Party because they half-ass a lot of stuff. If they took some sacrifices in certain other
can you get back to what it is you're saying that she did to earn your vote for president of the United States?
Infrastructure bill, as far as infrastructure on
you're
roads.
listing off stuff. Okay, he's listing off stuff. But okay.
Well, you asked me a question.
No, I know, but I can tell that you really don't. That you're just kind of saying stuff. You've been just saying stuff the whole time.
Is the infrastructure bill not a real thing? I can't remember the exact number. I want to say it's like upwards of like
All right,
100,000.
what about the infrastructure bill? Do you think was a positive that helped that helped the country or the economy? Go ahead.
Well, in my own city, it has actually, we have a major pothole problem, as well as roads that aren't safe, as well as bridges that aren't safe. Driving through the construction is a pain in the ass, but it made it so that we can drive through some areas and not get like holes in our tires. It made it so that we can actually get to places without it taking like an hour and a half to get there. It made it so that we're not contributing as much to having undrinkable water. Philadelphia has one of the worst water that you could drink in the US. It's very polluted. I mean, I know a lot of people don't agree with global warming, but I see the evidence. I mean, this is the craziest weather this is the craziest climate we've had in any time. But you could even, if you even want to go with weather, which is just day to day, this is the craziest weather I've seen in my lifetime this year. So
can I make a statement? When you brought up the water, the clean water, unfortunately,
Yep. Oh, why? You think he was reporting or something? Okay, hold on, because I'm still live. Hold on, I'm still live. You can join me in the room up here on the live, but I'm still live. I wanted people to see this. Yeah, what's up, y'all? So I just wanted you to see this. I just got taken down on TikTok. Let me show you. Live access taken down, violation reasons, misinformation. So the live was taken down for misinformation. Now, you all got to watch that, right? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Do you agree with this decision? No, let me appeal it. I'm pretty sure they won't accept the appeal. But I wanted you all to be able to see this. This is what happens. They take you down. They say it's misinformation in order to silence you, in order to shut you up. So this is why I'm streaming to X. This is why I'm streaming. I wanted you guys to be able to see this. I got, during this live stream, with all of this open dialogue, all of the information that we shared with you, you all get to see what happens when you try to foster open dialogue with people. I got banned from Instagram. I got banned from Facebook. I just got banned from TikTok. And the only place where I'm allowed to continue to speak is right here on Rumble and X. Point proven. So when I talk about free speech and how these people are trying to take away your right to speak, know that I know what I'm talking about, y'all. Is this the type of world that you want to live in? Is this what we want to do? Is this what you want to vote for with Kamala Harris? Because I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys, I saw a lot of you guys, you stayed in. You stayed right here watching this live, trying to get as much information as you could. But I deliberately went live on TikTok just so you can see what happens when you dare to tell the truth. They don't take you down for misinformation. Where was the misinformation? And even if it was misinformation, I would argue that everyone has a right to be wrong, don't they? Everyone has a right to make a mistake, right? Because what happens when someone says something that is wrong? You correct them, do you not? You combat a lie with the truth. But for some reason, every time I dare to speak on these social media platforms, and people come up and talk about how their eyes have been opened and they see, they understand, they change their votes, not based upon a loyalty to Donald Trump, but based upon a loyalty to objective facts and information, critical thinking. What do? They say, no, 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 no. You're engaging in too much communication. You're making too much progress reaching across the aisle. Stop trying to cross class lines and party lines. You guys got to hate each other and remain divided. So, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop you. We're going to stop this nonsense right now. How dare you, Tony Lindsay? How dare you talk to these people and try to educate them on the process? Why are you trying to make these people informed voters? Are you crazy? Stop him. Stop him at all costs. This is what it is, folks. And this is why I am working as hard as I can to build this platform so I can share the truth with you guys. We need to talk with Tony Lindsay. You can find me on Rumble or here on X at Tony L Talks. You see it right there below, Tony L Talks. But for now, I am now banned on TikTok for that wonderful conversation that we were all involved in. It's all been removed, just so you know. It's been removed, which is why I went live over here, because now I don't lose that conversation. I can continue to use that to help educate more people. It's interesting that the closer we get to Election Day, the more aggressive the Biden-Harris regime has been in silencing people for daring to use their own voices and for daring to disagree with their government. Make sure you know what you're voting for, because after this, you're not going to have the right to complain. I'm not looking for an I told you so moment. I'm trying to stop some of you from making the biggest mistake of your lives before it's too late. So once again, I don't care about feelings. I only care about the facts. And that is why I'm voting for Donald Trump. Not because I like him or I'm a worshiper of him, but no, because he's the best man for the job. And he apparently is the best leader because he is at least humble enough to assemble a team of people who don't think like him. He's assembling a team of Democrats and Republicans and independents. Donald Trump is literally standing right now as the American people's candidate because he has reached across the aisle to involve people from all different representations of members of this country. He's pulling them all into the conversation and into his administration. RFK Jr. was running against the man. What did Donald Trump do? You know what? I may not agree with you on the oil, things like that. But the one thing I definitely agree with you on is making America healthy again. How many people are against that, bro? I think RFK Jr. has a very solid record when it comes to that. Don't we? Don't we all know that? Why is that not something that we should be celebrating? And we know RFK Jr., although he was running as an independent, he's a lifelong Democrat. Isn't this what you all wanted? Democrats? Aren't you Democrat voters pissed off at the fact that you never got a choice in the matter? Even though you voted for Joe Biden to the tune of 14 million, you never really had a choice even in that, because you weren't allowed to even hear from RFK Jr. You weren't allowed to hear from Marianne Williamson. You weren't allowed to hear from even Dean Phillips. There were other candidates, but as Simone Sanders told you with her egghead ass, she told you what? I'm trying not to laugh. There will be no primary. There will be no primary debates. She wasn't laughing at us. She was laughing at you, Democrat voters. How dare you think that you have a choice? And even after choosing Joe Biden, what did they do? We're gonna go with Kamala Harris instead. It's the same thing they did to you for the past two primaries. They ignored their voters. This is 3 times in a row. That's 3 strikes, you're out. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Democrat voters? What are you gonna do, black folks who's out there caping for these white liberals who don't give a shit about you and who think they own you and your vote, who are targeting your children, what are you going to do? You're going to continue to act like political chumps? Or are you going to stand up for once and speak out, speak up, and forget the division, forget the rhetoric, forget the propaganda, and just look at the real world in front of you and understand that things are not the way that they should be? Because at the end of the day, when you go to that voting booth, you have a decision to make. And you have a question to ask yourself. Are you satisfied with the way things are going right now in your life and in this country? And do you want it to continue? That's the choice you have. Because the partner in this current administration who is running on a platform of change is currently in this administration, not implementing any change. And she has already told you she saw nothing wrong with anything she did. When she was asked, is there anything that you would have done different? What did she say? No. So if you're okay with continuing with the state of affairs of this country as the way it is now, with the multiple proxy wars, with the unaffordable prices of food, with the cost of mortgages being double what they were under Donald Trump, go ahead and vote for her. If you're okay with this nasty, disgusting, demonic, pedophilic agenda targeting our children, telling them that they should be the adults and the parents should have no say-so in the decisions that take place in their lives, go ahead, vote for Kamala Harris. But just know where you're standing and who you're standing with. And the rest of us, especially black men, we are going to continue to fight for our families and our communities. And we are going to lead them in a completely different direction than we have already been. And that is away from the Democrat Party. Thank you for joining. And remember, we need to talk. Don't let them censor you guys. Don't let them censor you. Don't let them silence those voices. No matter whether you like a person, you hate a person, friends, enemy, even what's his name? Your boy Barack Obama told you, even enemies must talk. So, as I said, you don't have to agree with me. As a matter of fact, question me. Everything that I've said here today, everything that you heard on that panel, you question it. Because at the end of the day, don't accept anything that you have been told. Don't accept anything that you have been taught without questioning it first. You don't have to disagree with it, but you must question it. Because if you don't question it, you're nothing more than a mouthpiece for someone else's point of view or their agenda. And with that, I land my plane. Peace.
You